Right, give me a second.
Oh wow, that's a low price. We are welcoming to the Monster Energy stage, Midas Yahoo in the Bing Lounge.
Right, stay there. Sometimes I lay on the floor and think I'm breathing. Then I pray, don't take me soon. I'm not here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but it's not get me down, so when negativity's around. I know someday it'll all turn around, cause all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that we don't wanna fight no more. There'll be no more wars, our children will play, and one day, oh, one day, one day. It's not about when or who we all lose when we bleed on the souls of the innocent, blood-drenched pavement. Keep on moving on, what is there? We can lose your way. Yeah, I'm in my boxes, man. I'm making a brew. I just got out of the shower. Fucking rushing. Right. So no way. Hold on. Sometimes in my tears I drown. Hold on. Right, stop dicking about. Right. I was running late, so I just thrown it on. I just got out of the shower. Right. Literally just got out of the shower. I'm still wet behind the ears. Not in life. Right. Stay there. I need to invite Andy. I'm going to go sideways again because I'm running behind. Andy's there. Right, there we go. Bam. Right, back here with these lot. Right, so. Right. Oh, fuck. I shaved my head and I just had a shower. I was rushing, guys. Someone was moaning the other day saying, like, it takes ages, but you're running late for your own fucking show. So we are live. I've got to hold on, stay there. Let me turn my Bluetooth thing off. Right. No, I didn't go hunting last night, Clint. Nah, it fell. Don't even ask. It fucking nightmare. Right, stay there because my fucking brew sank all the way to the bottom. Stay there. Right, Andy's here as well. We are rocking and rolling, people. RUPC. Politically correct? Nah. No, we're not. Andy's here. Bro, please, let's hope there's no problems.
We don't do politically correct, do we?
Bro, you're in. Bro, I just want to make sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, brother. There's no echo. There's no bullshit. Yeah, I had to grab a shower, bro, then. You like, Andy messaged me, he was like, bro, you're not going to smell on the channel, bro. I was like, I just literally was like, bro, shave my head, right? What it is, I've got an habit of cutting my own back, like cutting the back of my head.
You didn't have nothing to shave, man. Why are you shaving your head for?
I always shave it, bro, because I can't grow hair. And you get like this, it's like a little Brillo pad, it drives me insane. So, right, brother. So, for anyone that didn't watch last night's fucking shit show, not through Andy's fault, Andy gives some very good content. The problems were at my end, and we had fucking serious issues from audio loops. I was hearing my own voice, which, you know, it's bad enough hearing it once, never mind fucking 3 times. And then, then there was technical difficulties, and then it kicked me out, then I jumped back in, and then then I couldn't hear Andy, and then I was listening to Andy and we was in the zone, and then a paedophile hunt came up, which didn't come off because, bro, I'm glad it didn't come off, bro. There was one guy that I didn't know on his way for me, and I don't know who the guy is, and three potential predators, bro. So as much as I can fight, I don't know who I was going to be fucking with. So this guy was giving the runaround from Derby to Birmingham. They came to Manchester to pick up a car, just some bullshit. I think his ass fucking probably panicked and thought it was a fucking setup. Anyway, right, I'll stop fucking rambling. Right, hold on. Tell Andy Kieron loves him. There you go. First comment on the screen. Already getting some love.
Kieron.
For those that don't know who Kieron is, I'll let Andy explain who Kieron is.
Kieron's he's an amazing guy, man. I'll speak about him later, but he's been through the family court system, which is what we'll talk about later. And he's got access to his daughter, and he's still fighting for dads now. And he's an admin for a group that we set up together. Well, me and another guy set it up, but me and Kieron introduced a change to the group, and Kieron became a big aspect to that group.
And what's that group called, brother? Just so people can check it out on Facebook. We'll plug it again later on.
It's called Fathers for Equality, and we're all about fighting for children's rights and fighting for our main agenda that we're pushing is an automatic assumption of 50-50 shared care, unless there is proven safeguarding concerns. So unless your rights can prove that you've got actual genuine safeguarding concerns, there should be an automatic assumption for 50-50 rights. Like dads shouldn't have to fight for their kids, and unfortunately that's what the case is. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that later, but it is it's a very serious issue, and it's something that's affecting thousands of dads across the country.
1,000,000%, brother. And like I said, we will come on to that later. I don't want to skip too far ahead. So for those that don't know, that didn't watch any of yesterday's videos with Andy, like I said, it was a shit show. 15 minutes there, 20 minutes there, 18 minutes there, an hour and 5 minutes there. All down to my fault at my end, which I apologise for. So Andy, you was born in Nottingham. You went to which school?
I went to what primary or secondary?
Primary, secondary, whatever. Just so people can relate that live in Nottingham, might think, yeah, I went to that school, blah blah blah.
Went to Robert Shaw Primary School, and then I went to Trinity Catholic School, which was like the second. It was like the second best school in Nottingham.
I need to stop before I start. You lived in Beachdale. That's the area of Nottingham.
Yeah. That's
sounds like a nice area, man.
It was a nice area, to be fair, up until I was about 11.
Well, and then you turned it on its head.
No, my neighbour turned it on its head.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah. Do you know what? Tell that story again, brother. So your mother and dad, mum and dad. You was raised with a sister that was, I think you said, about a year and a half older than you, and then this major incident that had a massive impact on your dad, and then that affected you. I'll let you tell that story, brother.
Yeah, I grew up in Beachdale. We had a really nice little community where I lived. It was called Southwold Drive. The neighbours next door but one, they was a stereotypical shameless sort of family. I don't like to stereotype, but there was just, the kids used to run around causing trouble. The dad used to domestically abuse the mum, and there was a lot of trouble on the street. The dog used to bark at all hours. They used to let the dog run riot, and everybody got annoyed with the whole situation, and eventually it got to a point where people couldn't handle it anymore, and basically one night the dog was barking at all hours, and everybody went out to tell the neighbors to keep the dog quiet. My mum and dad decided to go out as well and show support to the street. There was a lot of people out there, and the guy who was the main man of the house, Marvin Kitchener, his name was, he came back in his car, and he got dragged out of his car, and he got told basically to keep the dog quiet. And he jumped back in his car and he drove off. Now everyone thought that he wouldn't come back that night, and most people went back in the houses. My mum and dad went back in their bedroom. I was asleep. My sister was asleep. My next door neighbours, Irene and Richard, they was in the garden. I think Richard was sat at the door, and Irene was at the gate. They was having a fag or whatever. And about maybe half an hour, 45 minutes later, my dad heard a car screeching down the street, and he jumped up and looked out the window, and he saw Marvin jump out and walk down towards Irene, who was at the gate, and he saw something glistening in her arm, and at first he thought it was a metal bar. It turned out to be like a 6-inch knife. And he's basically swung for Irene. She's ran to the house, and then Richard, has jumped up, and he's obviously tackled him, and they've gone down in the shadows of the garden. My mum and dad's run downstairs. My mum's shouted to Richard like a twat that he's gonna pay for it. He's walked past our garden. My dad's run out and jumped over the hedge. Put his work suit on and that, and it stabbed Richard in the neck several times, and he died in my dad's arms. And then obviously the next day, I was my mum and dad had converted our attic into like a playroom for us, and I was playing on the computer upstairs. I used to go up there every morning, and my dad came up and he basically broke down crying, and then I started crying, and he said, Richard died last night. And after that, things really changed. Like, we had to move. We moved to a little outskirts place near Kimberley called Castle. It was like a little village. It was a nice house. We had a big garden and things like that. It wasn't like what we was used to, but I think personally, for me, from what I remember, is that changed a lot between me and my dad. I think that he became a lot more strict, and I don't think he could really deal with me in the same way. And I think at that point I was growing up as well, and I was getting more behavior problems, and it caused a lot of problems between us. And from there it was really disruptive, and it didn't work out.
So obviously, like you said, it's affected your dad, that impacted your relationship, and then you alluded to that. Sorry, what's that, brother?
I say I love you too, Adam. That's my best friend.
All right, he's just getting some love from Adam. He obviously know he's got some of his people watching. So that impacted your relationship with your dad, and then you just, from what you said last night, you had a good upbringing. He wasn't from a broken home. You guys didn't really want for anything. But this turning point, this neighbour, sadly and tragically being stabbed literally to death. God bless that person. May they rest in peace. Impacted your dad. It affected your relationship with your dad. And you felt like the black sheep of the family, and then you went on this just like you said, you was misbehaving at home, and then you started getting into trouble at school. And like you tell the story.
So. I mean, I don't blame that situation entirely on the decisions that I made, and I was going off the rails anyway. I was already getting in trouble at school, and I don't think that was a turning point, and that's what changed me, and it changed my dad. I think it caused a bigger divide between the way that my dad was able to deal with me, but with my actual actions, I don't think it actually changed the way that I was. I think that I probably would have gone the same way. But I mean, the guy that actually stabbed him when he got manslaughter, he got 5 years, and he made 5 different statements. He made 5 different statements saying he got the knife from his friends, he had the knife in his car, things like that. He got manslaughter for murder. But yeah, no, I mean that's the justice system for you sometimes. But like I say, I don't blame that actual situation on my divide between my parents. My behavior caused a lot of my problems. But I do think that it caused problems between me and my dad, and the way that he was able to handle. I think he became more protective, and I don't think he understood how to deal with me, and I think that caused a bigger barrier between us.
Hold on, some people are just saying, brother, that it's...
You're just frozen.
Are you there, brother? Yeah.
Yeah.
People are just commenting saying that it's glitching and stuff. But like you said, so what sort of things were you getting up to? Like I think you alluded to last night, you started to steal from home, and like you said, I think you're just getting in trouble at school, and you was well on your way to just trouble and just playing up and everything else. What sort of things were you doing?
I went off the rails, and at that point I got kicked out of Trinity, and I went to Eastwood Comp, which was near us. It was a comprehensive. It was totally different to a Catholic school.
Yeah.
I got bullied quite bad there. It was a while before I learned how to stick up for myself, and I started smoking weed. I started stealing from home. I caused a lot of problems for my sister, definitely, you know, and my sister went through a lot, man, and she's done really well for herself. I say that I was a black sheep, and you know, I terrorized my sister, and she really didn't deserve it. And it's the same with my parents. You know, I did a lot of bad stuff. You know, my first crime was burgling the next door neighbor, and then attempting to burgle the other next door neighbor's house. And you know, my mum and dad had to deal with that embarrassment. You know, and I can't excuse anything that I did. It's just my mind. My mind's never worked right. You know, I wasn't. I didn't. I knew right from wrong, but I never did things that was right. You know, I just acted out. You know, and I did whatever came to my mind. I just did it, and I didn't think about the consequences.
And then you moved into your secondary school, and again you was doing the same sort of stuff, but it got gradually worse from what you were saying last night.
Yeah. It got worse, and it got to the point where in year, I think it was year 8, year 9. Well, when I went into care, but yeah, year 8, year 9, I just stopped going to school, and you know, and I stopped accepting any authority. You know, anyone that tried to tell me what to do, I'd do the opposite. And eventually, like I said, I went into care. My mum and dad couldn't handle me, and they decided that the best thing for me would be to go into foster care. They thought I'd get the right support, what I needed.
And what sort of things you were doing? Because you alluded last night, you said you was carrying weapons, you were knocking around with the lads. Now that came before the care or when you hit care?
Before.
Yeah, before. And then your parents were just like, they couldn't handle you, they didn't know how to handle you. You was just, like you said, you was a handful, and you had a good upbringing, so it was just, there was no distinctive like, oh, I had a bad child or anything. It was just literally like you were just being a bad kid, and you went down the wrong routes, and you like you said, you was holding people up and things like that. Then you dragged away from your mum and dad, you go into care. How much of that day do you remember that going into the care system? Do you remember much of it?
I remember that day perfectly. Like I say yesterday, I had basically ran away to my best friends in the school that I was at, and his mum was letting me stay with him. And my dad made an effort to come back and take me home. And I said I wasn't going to go home with him. And at the time, I had a fag on. And I walked around the corner, I put the fag out on my arm. And I went back to my friend's mum and I said that my dad had put the fag out on my arm. And, you know, he got in trouble over it. And until I actually admitted it, you know, he was in a lot of trouble because he thought that my dad had done it to me. And the social service, it turned out apparently that my friend's mum had been the one that said he couldn't stay there anymore, but my parents had said that I couldn't go back. Social services came that day and said, you know, I'm going to take you to a foster home. And that's when I went into care.
So where was your first placement?
It was in Calverton. It was one of 17 placements that I had, I think. I went into various foster placements. I went into hostels. I went into hotels. Up until 16, I moved around a lot. Most of it was because of my behaviour. Some of them were short-term placements. Some of them were the longest term one that I had was about 10 months. I'm still in touch with the carer today. He's a lovely bloke. But even then, you know, I was too bad, and they had to get me to go. You know, there was one point where I got kicked out of college. I got sent to a school for kids that get kicked out of schools. It was a college, and then I got kicked out of there for I nicked a moped. And when I came back to my foster care, as the one that I'm talking about, the police were waiting on the city for me, and you know they had to let me go as well. and most of it was my responsibility. It was due to my decisions. That's why I moved around so much.
So your longest placement was 10 months. Your shortest one was
probably a couple of weeks.
And do you understand why those people, even though I have nothing but sympathy for you, and like I said, lads be lads, that sort of mentality sort of thing. But it sounds like, because if your parents can't control you, you're not going to listen to technically a stranger if you don't listen to your own mum and dad. You know what I mean? You had, like you said, you wasn't scared of the police. What was your first age when you first arrested? I remember you saying yesterday.
I think I was 12 or 13.
And what was that offence? Burglary.
That was the burglary and attempted burglary of my next door neighbours, yeah.
So your mum, and I think that's when you was with your mum and dad, weren't you? And then this was before the care thing, and you just they went to work, and then you just robbed the house.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. But then,
sorry, go on.
One, bro, it's all right. I should stop interfering.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, the next door neighbours, I knew they had a key under a rock, and I went in their house and took some money. The other next door neighbour, I smashed the window. That was the attempted burglary. Yeah, and that's what I did. I was about 12, I think.
And then, like, you first arrested and stuff, and then, like I said, you started getting involved with stealing cars and twacking and knife crime, and like you said, I think you said you was involved in like a load of street robberies and everything.
Yeah, eventually, it got to a point where I went through the care system. I met people that were just like me. They all had a lot of problems. Was getting in a lot of trouble together, and it'd start off just by doing petty crimes, and it got to the point where we started doing serious crimes, and I did some really, really bad things, and I robbed people. And when we were 16, we eventually got caught, and I got a big prison sentence for it. I got 4 years the first time.
And what age was you when you? So you was, I think you said you were 16 when you got the 4.
Yeah, I got 4 years.
And so when you was going through this situation, and then you find out you're going to prison, where was your head at? Going down them stairs, going to the cells, knowing that you're going to be placed on a prison van and then taken to a young offenders institution. How did you feel?
Well, initially when I got sentenced, when I actually went to the prison, I thought I was a bad man, and I thought, yeah, I'm sick, and for me it was all a buzz, and I didn't really feel bad about it. But then when I actually got there, and I met the people that I was surrounded with, and that's when I realized I wasn't a bad man. and the first few weeks I got bullied, and I had to stick up for myself. And I ended up getting in a fight with a guy in the canteen hall, and I smacked a tray off his head, and I just jumped on him because he was bullying me. And I'd not even been inducted into prison. I didn't even know what prison was about, and I got put in a segregation unit, which was like, it's like 24-hour bang up to put you in the exercise yard for an hour, and that's it. Like, you're just locked behind a door with no TV, just a cardboard chair and a cardboard table, and that's it, and the toilet. And yeah, I learnt my lesson quick, and I learnt what prison was about quick, and I realized that if anyone took me for an idiot, I had to do something about it, and that's how I spent my first sentence. I spent my first sentence in juvenile prisons, where everybody has a chip on their shoulder, everybody wants to fight, and I basically just fought anybody that took me for an idiot, and I got so many fights on my record, and trying to incite riots and all sorts of stuff. The badder you were, the less hassle you got in how I saw it, and that's the way that I behaved.
So where you said there, you was bullied for the first few weeks, right? And then you decided to a point where it's literally like, I'm going to continue to be a victim here, a bully victim, or I'm going to have to explode, fight back. And you wanted to, it sounds like almost you wanted to get a reputation, because if you had that reputation, nobody would fuck with you, sort of mentality.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the mentality that they teach you in prison, especially if you're in juveniles. I mean, the second time that I went into prison, I think I commented on one of your videos that they wanted to put me in a double cell, and I said I'm on a life sentence now. I said if you put me in a double cell, I'm gonna do something about it. Like your pub mate's gonna get hurt, and they didn't listen to me. And I ran in the cell and I smacked my pub mate. I didn't know him, and I ran in and I smacked him, and I stayed on a single cell until actually my Cody went in there and I got settled up with him for a little bit. But yeah, that's in juvenile prison. That's pretty much what it is. If you don't want to fight, then you got to stay behind your door, because you can look at someone in the wrong way, or you can speak to someone in the wrong way, and you're fighting whether you like it or not. Or otherwise, you're being a victim.
And then, like, we skip past it a little bit, but when you was growing up in that young age, you was taking a lot of drugs. I think you said you started on you smoking weed, and then you started popping pills and everything, and that got worse.
Yeah.
But when you was in the system, what were your sort of experiences like when because you was first sent to Stoke Heath, weren't you? That was your first sentence.
Yeah, I went to Stoke Heath, and then I went to Brinsford, went to Warrington, and then I got started up early. I went to Morelands.
And what was who was the kid? What jail was you in with a kid who you got on really well with him and everything, and then you found out later that he was actually a convicted rapist. I think he was a pedo and a child murderer, wasn't he, something?
No, that was in Morelands. That's when I got started up. He was the guy that influenced me to do artwork, and he was a really, really good artist. And like we used to, if there was any pedophiles or rapists or any, like you call them wrong-uns in prison, we used, the officers would often point them out or let them out at the wrong time, and you deal with them. They'd get smacked up. But this guy, he managed to I don't know how he managed to evade the officers, but he managed to blend in with the rest of us, and he was actually an inspiration for me. And I got on with him. I actually wrote to him for a little while when I moved out of that prison. His name was Lee Theobald. And then when I came out of prison, I actually Googled his name, and he said that basically someone had slapped his girlfriend's ass, and he said he hit him with a brick and he killed him. But when I Googled him, apparently he had raped and killed 2 girls. Or he raped 2 girls and killed one of them or something like that. And he was in for murder. And he was a wrong one. And that's the person that I'd been hanging around.
Wow. How did that make because obviously you only found out when he was on the out, but if you knew what he was in for when he was on the landing, how would you have dealt with him?
I'd have smashed his face in.
And
I'm not saying that I'm not saying any crime is worse than any other crime, but in there, you got a code, and if you're in for like one of them sort of crimes where you've sexually manipulated someone, or you've been touching up kids or anything like that, or old people, then they get dealt with.
So in young offenders though, they must have like VP wings, protection wings. But this guy chose not to go on VP and stayed in general population and rode his jail. And it's amazing how no one told you, the screws, nobody told you what he was in for.
Me and him actually punched up 2 guys that were in for raping and killing a prostitute and cutting her up. Me and this guy, and he was a wrong in himself.
How much of a hypocrite's he though? Jumping, you two are good, teaming up together to smash a fucking kid's head in who battered the prosy and all that, and then he's in prison for fucking raping and fucking murdering 2 girls.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, brother. Now, the one thing I want to touch on, and I want if you've got him there, you said that this guy introduced you. He was the one that got you to explore like artwork and stuff, and I think you'd done it earlier in your early work. Guys, please have a look at some of the work that Andy has done. Just have a look, brother. Shows your work. This is amazing stuff. People, check this out.
Alright, what's it?
Unbelievable. Sorry, bro. You was chilling. You was flexing there.
You're right.
Check this out, but this is unbelievable, bro. You've got a very, very talented guy.
Oh, 1 sec.
Yeah, that's more like it, bro. Yeah. So that's a portrait of Sir Alan Sugar.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that I did.
What's that?
Cat. Can you see it?
I can't. It's reflecting a bit. It's a cat. It's a cat. It's a cat. It's a cat. It was at an angle. Sorry, brother. It was at an angle. I couldn't work out what it was.
Yeah. And there's one on my wall anyway.
Yeah, and then this is what you do now in it with the murals for like Spider-Man and things like that and other things.
Yeah, that's my daughter.
And that's just not on the canvas. That's actually on the wall. You drew it from your hand from scratch.
Yeah, I did that in about 4 hours, I think.
4 hours, brother. You got crazy skills. And what other things? What other things were you drawing? I think there's you've got a few other pieces in that in your book.
Yeah,
Like
I've done
so William and
oils.
Kate. How long did it take to do that one, brother?
I'm not sure. Probably. I mean, most portraits would take me a couple of days or a few days or something like that.
And that's Albert Einstein and the Dalai Lama.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, I've done loads of stuff. My work's on my Facebook anyway.
Sorry, yeah, and your Facebook page is it's on the T-shirt.
Well, I mean, I've got my building company and my murals are on Artistic Builds on Facebook, but Andy J Ward is my Facebook page. All my artwork's on there.
Yeah, man. And then, so someone's saying here, Mags has just put, didn't you notice your talent as a young lad? It's a good question.
When I went to Florida, my mum and dad took me to Disneyland with my sister, and we had a caricature picture done of me and my sister. And one day, I think this was the day that they realized that I could draw, was my mum came back from work and she'd seen a picture that I'd copied of my sister. And she said to my dad, "That's a good drawing that you've done." My dad said, "I didn't do it. Andrew did it." And that's the day that they realized that I could draw, you know. And I carried on from there. But only when I went to prison that I really applied myself and I put a lot of hours in. That's how I got through my prison sentence. I used to do everyone's portraits of the kids. I have a lot of people that have recognized me out on road because of my artwork, and they'll be like, "Yes, Wardy, when did you go out?" I had a guy stop me with his girlfriend, and I didn't recognize him at all. And I said, I'm trying to work out who he was, and then he turned around to his missus and said, "Oh, this is the guy that did the portrait of our son." I don't remember it, but you know, I got recognition a lot from that. And that's why I still sign my work Wardy, because that was my jail name. And
so when you was, sorry to interrupt. Yeah. So when you was doing what you was doing, brother, how much was you charging for like different sizes? Like what was you charging? So people that know, obviously you're not dealing with money. So how much did you charge per portrait?
In prison, I did £20 a portrait. Well, that's in prison, you know, and that's a lot more than you get for a prison wage. You know, you get £9 a week, and you're getting £1 taken off your TV. Out here, I mean, I don't really do portraits anymore because a portrait now, because of the detail in them, will probably take me 3 days. And I'll say, like, for an A3 portrait, 150 quid, that's 50 quid a day. And people are still moaning about the price of it. So I don't really do that anymore. You know, I do the ones on the walls because, you know, it's like decorating. You know, you can charge a decent price for it, and people will pay it. But people don't want to pay for artwork and don't really appreciate artwork. You know, everybody wants a portrait, but they won't pay for it.
How much? So how were people paying you inside? Were people sending postal orders in? So
yeah.
So postal orders? Did you? So you weren't taking canteen items? It was just like semi-postal orders.
Sometimes I took canteen. If no one had, if somebody didn't have any family to send postal orders in, then I take canteen. But
what sort of items were you taking? What sort of items were you taking off canteen, just so people can get a feel for what you were taking, like tuna, shower gels, all the usual stuff?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Shower gels, tuna, sweets, tobacco.
You must have been living good inside, bro.
Yeah. I live pretty good inside. Yeah, I never really wanted for anything, and people respected me because they wanted me to do their artwork. And I used to do a lot of matchstick work as well. I'd, like, make chess sets out of matches and stuff like
that. Yeah. Did you ever do the traveller wagons? You know, the gypsy wagons, the old gypsy carts and stuff.
No, I just used to do like chess sets. If you look on my Facebook, I've got one of my chess sets on there. I did it out of matches. All the pieces are made out of matchsticks and the board and everything.
And sanding it down and all that.
What's that? Yeah.
Sanding them all down and all that. And yeah. someone just put here, your mate, sis, thing you just put, you said you drew his sister's wedding or something before.
Yeah, no, I did his sister's family for his her wedding present. I did
Hold
a
on,
massive
hold
project.
on. Someone's, sorry to interrupt you, brother. Someone's just saying, Lucy Bark is just, I don't know who this fucker is, but I enjoyed this morning, Cody. Call me after. I haven't got a clue who the person is. I was asleep
He
this
was
morning. I didn't
asleep
wake
this
up.
morning.
That's what I'm saying. What the fuck, bro? Some weird fucking people, bro. I enjoyed this morning, Cody. Ring me later.
He was
What the
asleep this morning, mate.
bro? Fucking, this is the weirdos, brother. Anyway, fucking weirdos. Right, so going back to the story. So, bro, this is the thing with a live, bro. You don't know what fucking stuff's gonna come up first. Anyway, so you're in jail. You're living fucking pretty. You're doing the drawings. So because you had so much time on your hands and stuff, you just applied yourself. Like you said, you started to do the drawings more and more, and just developing your skill.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I developed my skills. But the thing is, when I came out of my first sentence, I'd not learned a lesson, and I didn't learn a thing. My attitude was 100 times worse than when it went in. You know, I thought I was a bad man. I've been to prison. You know, I thought I was sick. I came out like I was a gangster. I had an attitude where, you know, if someone does something to me, I got to do something about it. And then I got a second sentence, and this time they threw the book at me, and they gave me IPP, which is life, basically. They give me 99 years. And my minimum term was 2 years and 3 months. And for the first year or so, I didn't realize what IPP was. I was just carrying on the way I was going. I got involved in fights. I tried to incite a riot. Got in all sorts of trouble until someone turned around to me and says, if you don't change, then you're never going to get out. I was like, what are you on about? I've only got 2 years and 3 months. And they said, no, you've got 99 years. That's a minimum term. And I didn't actually know how serious it was. But I got involved in some sort of postcode sort of war with some lads from Stoke. I basically smacked up a guy from Stoke, and then about 10 Stoke guys came for 3 of us from Nottingham that was on this wing. And then we got put on isolation for 6 months. And I was on 24-hour bang up for 6 months. And in that time, I pretty much hit rock bottom. And for me, that was a turning point. I realized that if I don't change, I'm never going to get out, or I'm going to die here. And I decided to change. And
but brother,
that,
so when you got out of that first sentence, right, which was, what do you say, that was the burglary thing?
No, it was a robbery. Yeah.
Sorry, the street robbery. And then when you was out, did you no recalls in that time when you got out when you was on license?
No, I was out for 3 months. I did 2.5
And then
years.
literally, and then you committed another offence, and this was your strike two, and this was your when you was IPP'd off. For anyone, so how would you explain indeterminate public protection? How would you describe it? Like you've just touched base with it there.
I mean, what I did, I tied some guy up on my city and I robbed him. And it's pretty serious thing to do. And for me, he'd done something to disrespect me, and my mentality at that time was, I've got to do something about this. And it was normal for me. And it sounds really weird, and it's hard to describe to anybody that's got that lives a normal life, that can come across as normal in your mentality. But that's just the attitude that I had. And then they gave me IPP, which was, like I say, it was 99 years. And someone's just said, how did that make you feel? And until I actually realized that was a life sentence, I didn't really feel anything. It was I only really felt my IPP when I started to change. When I started to do all my courses and I changed my attitude, and I started focusing on my future. I got some direction. That's when I realized that this is unjust, and like even at the end of my sentence, my probation worker came to my parole board, and I'd been in for 5 years. I was over double my tariff, and she said that don't recommend release. And you know, I'd made all these changes, and I'd heard about all these injustices about the IPP sentence, and you know, for me to change totally who I was and change my attitude, and that's when it really hit me, and I realized that you know there's a good chance that I'm never going to get out, you know, and even if I change. But yeah, that's when it became really shocking for me.
So when you went back to jail, so you've been out 3 months, you went on to commit this thing. Any weapons involved in this robbery where you tied the guy up in his own house?
Yeah, it was no point.
So it wasn't, you didn't attack him, didn't torture him, just literally just robbed it. You just wanted what we had.
He was asleep on my settee. It was my housemate's friend.
Ah,
He was
right.
asleep on my settee, and I tied him up, and then I tied him to the sofa, and then I woke him up, and I put a knife in his face.
Wow. And just fucking just dealt with it that way. Then you've gone back. So when you were sentenced on that second stretch and you was IPP'd off, which like I said, IPP was abolished in 2012, but not retrospectively. And just prisoners, like you say, you set a minimum tariff, and you've got so many kids that are lost in the system, waking up every day with no release date. And it must have affected your mental health, brother. Like you said, your minimum tariff, you've met it, you've surpassed it. What was your minimum tariff?
It was 2 years and 3 months, and actually, I'd actually made a lot of changes at this point. I was still doing courses and things like that, but actually, one of the main things that held me back was trying to flirt with a prison officer. And she was a young prison officer, and she was quite new to the system. She was like 19 years old, and I basically put it on her and told her like, let's go for a meal and come out and stuff like that. And they bought it. That was the first thing they bought up in my parole board, and it went well against me because they said that I was trying to manipulate a prison officer. But yeah, then they said to me, luckily on my first parole board, they said to me, we want you to prove yourself in open conditions, which is a stepstone for getting out on an IPP. Like you have to go to a Cat D prison and go to open conditions to prove that you can be trusted in the community. So I was lucky in that respect, but my first parole board was 15 months late. So I'd done my 2 years and 3 months. Then I had to sit and wait for 15 months for my parole board, and I couldn't do nothing about it. And then they said, we want you to go to an open condition. So then I had to go there and improve myself. And then my next parole board was late. And that's the unjust thing about the IPP, and that's one of the reasons that they scrapped it.
So with the, tell us that story about, we're gonna have to go back a little bit again. So tell us a story about when you was first sent down on that first ever sentence, right? First time in the young offender system, and because two of the lads, I think you said, they stitched you guys up, and then when you was in on that first stretch, you was going before the parole board. I think you was on. It was your parole day. You wait.
No, this is on my second stretch.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, is it on your second? So can you explain the situation where you was on your way to the parole hearing and you bumped into a certain somebody and you had a decision to make?
Yeah. On my first sentence, there was 5 of us that we was on the front of the newspaper, and there was a gang of us that was going around robbing people, and 2 of the guys basically grassed us up, and one of them said that they forced us to do the robberies. They was on drugs, so we were scared of them. Another guy, he didn't really say a lot, but he said certain things. They both went not guilty. And when we got sentenced, the one that went not guilty, and he said everything, he went guilty at the last minute. And the other guy, he took it to trial and he got found guilty. And the one that went guilty at last minute got 4 years. The one that took it to trial got 5.5. We all got 3.5, and I got another 6 months because of something separate. But when we was in the courtroom, they basically put the 3 of us that didn't say anything at the front, and then these 2 guys that had grassed at the back. And they told us to walk out the courtroom first. And as I was walking out, I walked past him. So I jumped on one of the ones that had grassed us up, and I was punching up in the courtroom. And it was that bad that the judge refused to have us back in the courtroom and everything. and that was the code, you know. And you don't graft, you know, you don't speak on your friends, and if you do, then you know you got to face consequences, and that's the way that our mentality works. But on my second sentence, I hadn't seen this guy for years. I'd done my first sentence, I'd been out, I'd got my second sentence, I'd done 5 years, and on the day of my parole board, after 5 years, I was in a prison, and I was in a waiting room next to the prison where it was like a cafeteria for the staff. And the guy that had actually grassed us up had been on a second sentence as well. He got 9 years, and he happened to be working for that cafeteria. And he came up to me and he offered me his hand. It's like, and at that point, I was like, you know, my old school instinct was, even though I'd changed, my old school instinct was to automatically like jump on him, and I had to make a decision where, you know, this guy grassed me up. Do I smack him up now, or do I go to my parole board and I try and get parole? And I shook his hand, and I decided, you know, it's not worth it, and I'm not that person anymore, and I left it, and I went into my parole board and I got my parole.
Just think, brother, just think how different your life could have been, brother, if you would have on-sighted him and attacked him, brother.
Exactly. I'd have probably been in there now still.
And like I said,
I've been out 8 years. If I'd have punched him up then, I'd have probably still been in there now.
That's and the scary thing with the whole situation is that life license is still in play.
Yeah, of course it is. I've got 99 years. I get a yearly review now. I just had one and they refused me just simply because of everything that's going on with family courts and my ex and leaving her. If I was still in a stable relationship and none of that was going on, I probably would have had my license squashed, or my probation squashed. But now so, I pretty much start again.
You don't have to really bother with probation. Literally, it's just a yearly review for yourself.
No. I got a yearly review, but I still, because of everything that happened with my ex, I have weekly appointments now again. I used to be on
They put you back on weeklies now?
Yeah, I used to be on 2 monthly appointments.
Do you know what, bro? Fucking cunts, bro. And the thing is, that how shameful is that? It's a massive stain on the system. The IPP thing, brother. Like I said, if you go out and get fucking whole life tariff tomorrow, you wake up knowing you're going to die in prison.
Yeah.
If you get 4 years, you know what you're doing too, right? So unless you get kids and all that stuff. But to wake up every day, jumping through the offender management unit, playing the game, ticking the fucking boxes, doing the courses, playing ball, and then they move the goalposts, they move the goalposts, they move the goalposts, and you're constantly having to move and think it, and the frustration and the anger levels and the mental health. And I'd love to know how many prisoners have sought suicides a way out that were actually IPP'd off. Love to know.
Yeah. Yes, Jameel. Sorry, I just read your message.
On,
you know, Jay, who we were speaking about earlier.
Yeah.
Up, actually. Jameel. Yeah.
Has he commented?
Yeah, just commented. Yeah. So, a lot of respect to both of you boys.
So when you was in the jail, bro, you was living your life and stuff like that. I think you alluded to, especially in that first sentence when you was in like Brinsford and Stoke Heath and all that. And it's just like people have gangs on the outside of prison. You've got area gangs on the inside of prison, and you was running with the Nottingham lot.
Yeah.
And they was beefing with who?
Anyone. I mean, it depends on where you go. Like when I went to Yorkshire, like Nottingham and Leicester and Derby and Birmingham or whatever would team up. Or if you was to go down south to London or something like that, then you know you would team up with Midlands. But if you're in a Midlands prison, like you go to Brinsford, like where I was there, you know, it was West Midlands against East Midlands. So Leicester, Derby, Nottingham be against Birmingham, Wolverhampton, you know, Walsall, wherever. And it was like that. Like if you go down to London prisons, obviously London guys are fighting each other's postcodes. But then if you go down there, you've automatically got beef with all the London guys. So you're on your own. You're in trouble if you go down to London. I know a lot of people that got sent down to Aylesbury and they hated it. And they were scared.
You said you got sent somewhere and you walked onto the wing and you was like, right, fucking hell, like you was on your own. You didn't know anyone. You was out of area. Where was that? I can't remember where that jail was, which jail it was.
There's a few jails like that, but Brinsford mainly.
Brinsford, when you watched it.
I got rushed in there, yeah, because I ran out and smacked someone that got cheeky to me, and I had about 6 Birmingham guys jump on me, and then the screws just stood there laughing. Well, I got smacked up by about 6 of them.
So in them 2 sentences, how long did you serve? You've served 5 on one, which was your IPP.
Yeah, the 7.5 years.
7.5 years altogether. And fucking, that's just mad. That. So what was your relationship like with the screws on the wing in each jail? Good and bad, and
it depends. I mean, in fact, it's actually a big lesson for me was a beating that I got by some of the screws, because when I went to Swinford and when I got locked down for that 6 months, the first 2 months of that we was in a segregation unit, so we was in the block, and we all decided to smash up the block right one night. And there's not a lot you can smash up in your cell, yeah, but we ripped all the lino up, we smashed a table, we were shouting up to the wing, getting people to smash up on the wing. Like, we literally like took the glass out on our door and we're just throwing things out of the door. And we was hoping, there was 2 shifts on that block. There was a good shift and a bad shift, and we was hoping to get the good shift the next day. And we pretty much stayed up all night. And the bad shift came on, and you're talking one of the screws, we used to call him Cyclops, big, massive, old meathead, yeah, and like you can tell he's been on the steroids for a good 5-10 years. Massive. And then all the other ones, they were like big screws, and they started getting kitted up with the Power Ranger outfits. So they're getting the shields, they're getting the helmets on, you know, and you know they're going to cause some damage. And they're supposed to come to your cell and say, when you smash up your cell, they're supposed to come to your cell and say you're going to comply, and they'll take you to another cell. But I saw them getting like suited up and that, and I was like, I'm gonna comply, you know, boss. He's like, it don't fucking matter, you're having it in a minute, yeah. And I heard him go to 3 men's cell before my cell, and these are fully grown men, and I heard them all screaming their head off, yeah. And then they came to my cell, and I knew I was gonna have it. Like, these are fully grown men, and I was like, you know, I was a big lad, but I wasn't massive. And I got on the floor and I thought, I'm not going to let them drop me here, because they've got massive shields here, and they're like brick walls. And they ran in and smacked the shield off the back of my head like 3 times and absolutely kicked the shit out of me. I mean, my arm, they when they restrain, it's supposed to be called control and restraint. And they bend your arms and then they bend them behind your back. But you got a fully grown men bending your arms and it's bending it up your back here, but you can feel your bones crunching together. And it's like white hot pain, and I mean my arms swelled up, yeah, and they were purple. And you can't speak, yeah, you can't you if you can scream, yeah, and that's then you're a brave person. Like it literally really is the most painful thing that you will ever go through. And as they're doing that, and they're snapping both my arms and they're smacking me in the stomach at the same time, and then they drag me in a cell and they strip me naked. And as they're doing that, they're absolutely battering you. And they live and kick the shit out of me. I never had a beating like it in my life, and I've had a few beatings, and they smash the life out of me. Yeah, I went to Glenparva as well, yeah. And basically, yeah, the nurse came along and the governor, and I was like, I want to see it. I want a phone call. I want to speak to the media. I said I've been battered, and they just literally left me in the cell, yeah, until I healed up. They won't let me speak to nobody. No phone calls, no visits, nothing until I healed up.
And do you believe that the whole idea with you wasn't allowed any visits, you wasn't allowed to get on the phone, was strictly so that you couldn't speak out because they like to brush these incidents under the carpet?
Of course, yeah. They didn't. They could not let me speak out there and let the media or anyone know that what happened to me, because if they saw the state of me afterwards, then you know the prison would have got shut down. So yeah, definitely, I got locked up.
What was the worst injury? How many beatings at the hands? How many beatings at the hands of screws did you suffer?
A good few, but none that bad. But I had a few. Yeah, I was a bastard. The screws didn't like me a lot of the time. Yeah, the IPP was the only thing that stopped me. I think if I didn't get IPP, I don't think that would have changed.
So that this is the thing, when it comes to prison, like I said, IPP'd off, you had so much time, and in that time it sounds like you was going from being a young, off the road, off the track, bad lad to becoming a man. You actually became a man whilst you was in prison.
Yeah, I grew up, and especially when I went to man's prison, you know, and I was in there with big men, and you know they didn't have a big chip on their shoulder. You know, a lot of the fights happened behind closed doors. You piss someone off, you know, they'll come and shut the door behind you and say, what do you want to fight them? And if you don't want to fight, then half the time, like, you know, they'll shake your hand and say, all right, then, fair enough. But if you did, then you'd have a scrap. And it allowed me to be my own person when I went to man's prison. And I realized that I could change and I could do what I wanted to do, and I could be a bit more motivated for my future. And I think that helped. Juvenile prisons definitely need reform. I think juvenile prisons is the thing that they need to concentrate on the most, because you've got all the bravado, all the testosterone, you know, all the kids want to fight. And that was a really, really bad place for me to go to. It didn't teach me anything. It taught me to be worse.
Putting violent people in a violent, locked in a violent, like, wing where you can't escape. You're all locked in. You've got all these kids bouncing about, thinking they're the cock of the walk, thinking they're the baddest man on the planet. Then you've got gang affiliations as well within the thing. If somebody looks at you, you've got to prove yourself, and it's that you're putting violent people in violent situations, in violent surroundings, and then the system's surprised when violence is at record levels.
Yeah, when there's no reform. I mean, when I went to Glen Parva, I remember one incident where I had a fighter in the morning, and then this guy got twisted up. And then I went to, we all got banged up, and then we was in our cell at lunchtime, and you got window warriors, so people are shouting out the windows. And this guy was getting really cheeky to everyone, and I started, because I was a little bastard, and, you know, I started mouthing to him, and then he was like, he said, suck your mum or something like that, and I said, right, his arm will come out of the cell. So I came out of the cell that afternoon, and I got straight into a fight with him as well. And obviously the second time around, all I heard was the screw say, oh, it's your second fight, jump on him. And that was it. I was getting twisted up and dragged to the block. It was my second fight of the day. But yeah, I mean, that's what it's like in Juvas and YOYs, man. It's just crazy, man. Everybody wants to fight, and you know, how are you gonna learn? How are you gonna learn to be a better person, and how are you gonna grow up here when, you know, you're in a place where, you know, you're getting conditioned to stand up for yourself and you know, fight your corner, and at the minute that somebody does something you don't like. I mean, one of my friends I got locked up with, he had a fight over a bag of crisps. You know, that's how trivial it can be in prison. Watching
Check this, bro.
Forest Bank.
Apparently this kid, bro, so Forest Bank is a Cat B prison run by Sodexo. I've been in Forest Bank, innit? So apparently,
doors,
that's it, man. Get on that fucking door. But yeah, apparently this kid is watching live from Forest Bank. I don't know if that's true or not. But respect if he is. Bro, I'll tell you what, Jimmy, what wing in the bank are you on? Let me know what wing you're on, bro.
As well. Cody's been in bank.
Yeah, I've done Forest Bank. It's, do you know what, bro? I exposed that prison, bro. They fucking hate me there. Absolutely hate me. But Jimmy Eddie, if you're actually watching from Forest Bank, right, what wing are you on?
What wing are you on? I'm banging door.
You'd be fucking mad, bro. But yeah, so when you was in that juvenile thing, what sort of courses, for those people that don't know, what sort of courses, and like, do you have to do education? What's the score with courses in juvie, in young offenders?
It depends what you want to do. I mean, in juvies, there was never really anything that was good enough for me, because like education, it only ever really goes up to a certain level, which is like level 3. That's the highest level, and that's like A to C grade GCSE. F1.
People tell him, right, so F1. So Forest Bank, yeah, how it works, bro. So you've got wing A's to H, and your 1s and your 2s are classed as like, so if you was on A block, your 1s and your 2s would be classed as A1, and then there's like a concrete, there's a concrete roof, and then you've got you go up some fucking stairs, and then you get onto A2, which is your 3s and your 4s. So the house blocks are split into 2. F1 used to be ground floor was general population. F1 was basic. The 2, sorry, basic wing. Yeah, I think the on the ones.
Got a phone and on basic.
That's it, bro. That's it, man. But do you know what, Jimmy? He should do a 30-second fucking thing from his fucking padding. But yeah, so
jump on it, man. Show me yourself.
Yeah, bro. Jimmy Eddie, if you want to jump on, bro, and show us your pad while we're still doing this thing, bro, send me your number. I'll put my number on the screen. And if you want to jump on for a couple of minutes just to show us your pad, if you text me, I can send you a link. You can show us quickly your pad.
Come up there.
What's that? Is he putting it again?
Numbers come up. 0772927.
Yeah, that's my number, bro. So,
is it yours? Yeah.
half basic, half general pop. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Anyway, brother, we'll just continue. Jimmy might jump on another time. So with the courses, was it just a case of some of the lads did the courses because they wanted to, or were there some lads just doing it? Those that had to go before the pro board, just ticking the box, playing the game with the offender management unit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of people that tick in a box. You know, I always did things that was going to benefit me. Like I did a community sports leadership award. I was a qualified sports leader. I used to do a lot of education, but like I say, that only goes up to A to C grade. I mean, when I was in Glen Parva, I had a teacher bringing me A-level maths work in, and I never got any GCSEs at school. I got dragged out of school. And this teacher was bringing me A-level maths work in, and I was getting it all right. And even that was too easy for me, which is really strange. And I went on to do a maths degree for 3 years, and you know, I was getting funded to do a maths degree Open University courses, but then obviously I went on to do my level 1 and my level 2 decorating, and that's what really pushed me to change, because I was really good at decorating. Painting was a good thing for me because I was good at art, and you know, I really enjoyed it, and I realized that once I did that course, I realized I had a future and that I could actually do that. And you know, I had conversations with the staff there saying, how do I set up my own business when I get out? How do I do this? You know, and that's what really helped me, and I think that's really important. Like, I do a lot of youth work now, and I give motivational talks in schools and things like that. I work with gang members. My dad was at one point was a PCSO, and he used to take me around to the schools that he worked at, and I used to give talks to their kids. And one of the main things that I used to push them was find your direction. And you know, I think that's very, very important. It's the same with prison. Is to find a direction, find something that you are good at. Yeah, find something that you don't want to lose. And I think that's the most important thing that you need to push out to these young people, to people in prison. And I think that's the most important thing for rehabilitation and reform is to find a direction and something that you're good at. You know, and once you've got that and you've got something to lose, then you know you got something to work towards.
1,000,000%. So, brother, so I've never been before the pro board, brother, and so how did it go about getting recatted and stuff like that? What did they take into consideration and all that sort of stuff? Obviously,
Well, I mean,
behaviour and things like that.
yeah, like the first pro board that I had, you know, I'd gone from 2007 to 2012. No, not 2007. I think my second pro board, I remember putting to them that from my prison file started in 2004, and I came for my second pro board in 2012, and my security file and all my adjudications, all the things that I got in trouble for, basically every time you get in a fight or something like that, you get an adjudication, you go before the governor, you lose your privileges. It's all on record. So everything went up until 2008. So I had freeway fights, I had trying to incite riots, getting caught with hooching myself, smoking weed, all that sort of stuff. I had it all on my file from 2004 to 2008. So when it came to my second pro board, I was able to say to them, look, from 2008, there's nothing. The only thing that they had, there was one thing on my security file in 2010. It was found completing personal work when in education, and I was actually in an IT class writing business templates. And because it wasn't on their agenda, their Clate Plus course, what they wanted me to study, which was way too easy for me, they put it in my security file like I'd done something wrong, and that was the only thing that I had to explain. But the first time, obviously, they said, you know, we want you to prove yourself in open conditions. And I actually nearly fucked that up. Yeah, imagine this. I went to an open prison. I painted my first wall mural there. I said that I wanted to set up a decorating business, painting wall murals. And they said, do you want to have a go? We've got a visiting room here. You've got a big wall. It's like 20-foot wall. You can do whatever you want. And that's when I did the Ice Age of Madagascar mural. I spent 6 months on it. And then I went to work in the community, and I was going out every day, and there was an organization called SOVA, and they basically help offenders in the community find employment and address any barriers to employment. So if you've got drug abuse or if you've got criminal convictions or anything like that, we'd basically help them to overcome all their obstacles and get some employment in the community. So I used to give a talk to people that were starting community service. And bearing in mind, I was only on day release each day, so I was a prisoner. And I had people that were twice as old as me, 40, 50-year-old blokes, and they're like, what can you tell me? And I'm like, well, I've been in prison for 7 years. I've moved house 70-odd times since I was 12. You know, I've got a lot of life experience. I can tell you a lot. And I used to basically act as a mentor to these people. I was doing that for a while, and I was really good at it. You know, I helped people find jobs in the community. I helped people change their lives around. And then I was actually using Facebook while I was out there to advertise my artwork. And one of the conditions of being in an open prison is you can't be on social network. And I got warned that you know, one of the screws warned me, like, stop going on Facebook. Yeah, we know that you're on Facebook. And I carried on doing it because I thought I wasn't doing anything wrong, because I was only advertising my artwork. I wasn't doing nothing bad. And they actually came and did a spot check at my workplace on one of my day releases. They looked at my computer, they handcuffed me, and they took me back to a closed prison. Now, at that point, I'm thinking, this is going to cost me years, and it could have done. I was very, very lucky in the respect where they'd written my email address wrong, and I contested my adjudication. I said, no, it's not me. That's not even my name. And they threw it out. And because they threw it out, the Home Office then said, you should be returned to open conditions immediately. And I was given parole like 4 weeks later. If my email was right, I could have probably been in there 3 years later.
Where was your Cat D? Where's your open?
It was Hatfield Open, so it was Morelands Open, basically. Yeah.
And then, so, like, what are the courses that you got under your belt? Because a lot of kids, I've seen kids engage with the management unit, and I've seen kids wanting to lay behind a door, getting fucking stoned, smoking spice, all that stuff. What you sound like, your brain's like a sponge, and you like to, you absorb a lot of things. You come across as a very intelligent guy. Even though you wasn't an academic, like I'm not an academic, you've got a lot of life experience. So what courses, did you jump on every course that was offered? Did you work in prison? Did you just lap up your courses?
Hang on. I've got some of them here. Yeah. You won't be able to see all this. Handling situations, drug tests, overcoming addiction, cannabis awareness, calm, anger management, MVQ2 and warehousing. This is a victim awareness. I did a 6-month course called KNOS. That really helped me. I can go on. These are all prison courses. Thinking skills. I did that actually out here. I've got all sorts of stuff, mate. I did everything.
Did you do calm as well? Was calm active?
Yeah,
when
I did
you
calm.
was
Yeah, I did calm. But the mad thing is, when I did calm, I'd already done KNOS, which was a 6-month rehabilitation program. And in that course, they teach you everything about, and you can Google it. KNOS is a really, really good course, yeah, and I think they should apply it in more prisons. And it's like a therapeutic community sort of wing. And I stayed on there to be a mentor to other prisoners as well. But they actually teach you everything, like all aspects of your attitude, things like that. They teach you how to handle situations. They teach you. They had visitors that come in every week to speak to you. And I mean, one of the challenges I was set, because I could never speak to someone like this is really big for me. Like coming on live, I couldn't speak to somebody and look in their eyes. I had such low confidence. I couldn't look in your eyes for more than 2 seconds and speak to you. And one of the challenges my tutor set me was to speak to one of the outside visitors for the whole session and maintain eye contact. And that's what I did. And then I went on to, I used to write plays, and like I wrote a play about drugs and the effect of peer pressure. And we actually got some of the prisoners to act it out. And when the outside visitors came in, we acted it out to about 30 of them. And you know, that course was really good. But when I went onto the calm course, they're teaching you coping mechanisms. So if you was to lose your temper, they're teaching you one of the methods is stop. Yeah, so you're basically you're feeling your trigger. Yeah, you're feeling yourself getting wound up. Yeah, you're getting angry, and then you will shout stop. Yeah, and it automatically makes you think in your head. Yeah, I need to stop. Yeah, and then you'll basically address your thoughts and things like that. But when I went onto that course, I'd already realized that, I'd already changed my attitude. So I was like, this doesn't really apply to me because I have a positive attitude. So these coping mechanisms, they don't really count. Like, I don't need this. If you change your attitude, then you don't need to have coping mechanisms. You can just be a better person. And I really I pretty much terrorized that course because the psychologists in there, they didn't know how to handle my questions. But what I was saying was right. You need to teach these people to change their whole characteristics and their whole attitude, man, before they can actually seriously be a better person in the community. I don't think that coping mechanisms work. I think you need to teach someone to change.
So did you ever work in prison? Wing cleaner, orderlies, whatever?
I never did any of them sort of jobs. For me, they was like screw jobs.
Is that how you saw it? Like screw boys, sort of? Only screw boys do that sort of graft.
I did everything for myself, like all the courses that were going to benefit myself.
But you didn't go. You wasn't a cleaner. You wouldn't work in the kitchen. You wasn't a gym orderly, garden orderly. Just you saw them jobs as screw boy jobs. You do that if you like a screw boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you get extra privileges and stuff like that, but I never none of that really benefited me. Like I thought, that's just like going to work in a warehouse now. It's just a soul destroying job. Like you're doing the same thing every day. You're not really benefiting from it, are you? Unless you're actually in the kitchens, getting a qualification, learning how to cook, something like that. But I'm not going to go and do server and dish out food every day, and just so I can get a bit of extra food. I don't want to do that.
And the thing is, as well, with working in prison, even though you do get out your cell more often, and yeah, you do get perks, it's exploitation at the end of the day. You're working for peanuts, man.
Of course it is. You don't get any more for it. You might get a bit of it. You might get a few extra potatoes that are like fucking stones, but you're not exactly getting any benefits from it. The cleaners and that, they used to get out a little bit more out of the cell, but it's not something that interested me.
So how does it work with the parole board? So obviously you've got oral hearings, or is it better, in your opinion, is it better for an oral hearing, or do you think you come across better in person? So a paper, like you don't want a paper panel, so you'd rather have an oral hearing?
Yeah, I mean, oral hearings are in person, but paper hearings are obviously just based on your actual paperwork. But I don't remember whether I had a paper hearing. I think I had an oral hearing, and then I had another one. But I know people that had longer IPPs. They had paper hearings, and they never worked out well because they just got psychiatric reports and probation reports. I mean, like I said, my probation didn't recommend release after 5 years, and I'd already changed, and I'd proved categorically that I'd changed, and she still didn't recommend release. So if you have a paper hearing, then all you're going to get is a probation report, and you can't defend yourself. The reason I got parole was because I gave such a heartfelt defense to how much I had changed, and I proved to the parole board that I'd changed. There's a scene that I like on it's one of my favorite films, The Shawshank Redemption. Have you seen it?
One of my favorite films, brother. One of my favorite films.
Yeah, and obviously you see when he actually gets parole, when he says he actually tells them straight, and he speaks from the heart, and I think that's very important. You've got to be able to speak to them.
Because he was dead nice every time he got in. This is the film Shawshank Redemption, guys. So Red, who was played by Morgan Freeman, he was going in parole window after parole window, and he finally was up again. And rather than kissing ass and sucking up and like trying to big himself up, and I've done this and I've done that, he walked in and he pretty much said, listen, he said, rehabilitation's a made-up word. He said it's a politician's word, so people like you can have a suit and get paid and have a job and feel important. He said, so you go ahead and stamp your little thing, right, and I'll go back to the cell. And then they literally, and he was just dead abrupt, dead rude, and they actually approved him.
Yeah.
And then he went to Mexico to link up with Andy Dufresne, who was played by Tim Robbins, and it was a hell of a film. But on them parole windows, they take place within the prison. So it's, how many's on the panel? 3.
I think there was 3 when I was there. Yeah.
Right. So this guy here, guys, this Jimmy guy that's saying he's in prison, he sent a picture of a thing. I can't see it. Yeah, but brother, he's in prison. Obviously, he can't show his face, but you can just flick your camera. You can fucking cover your fucking face with something. Tie a t-shirt around your face and put a pillowcase over the top of your head.
Get your prison jumper over your head.
Yeah, man. Bro, but the thing is, people are saying that he's shit it now, that he's not really in prison, and saying here anyone can Google photos of a prison cell doesn't mean you're in jail, bro.
Right.
But anyway, so with them parole windows, with get me words out, the parole board, there's 3 on the panel.
Yeah, there's 3 on the panel. Yeah.
Who is it? Is it former governors? Is it retired like prison officers?
Home office.
Oh, is it Home Office officials that are like picked?
Yeah. And that's why they eventually scrapped it as well, because the idea of IPP was that they'll give you a minimum term, and in that term that you're supposed to do courses what your probation worker sets out that are going to help you change your attitude. But obviously they didn't realize that these courses, some of them had 2-year waiting lists, and you're giving someone an 8-month tariff, and they've got a 2-year waiting list on their course, and that's why they said it was inhumane. And plus all the parole boards were delayed. Like I say, mine was delayed by 15 months. You know, and how is that right for somebody? Like, I should be able to claim compensation for that, even though I committed a crime. 15 months I had to wait, and if my parole board was on time, I probably would have done 3 years instead of 5 years. You know what I mean? I would have proved myself before then. I think I did. I think I did the right amount of time personally, because you know, I take responsibility for what I did, and I know I deserve to do what I did. But you know, some people, they didn't. You know, some people were in for relatively minor crimes, and they got really small tariffs, and they was in for 5-6 years. You know, some people didn't deserve it. I did. You know, I deserved everything that I did, and I deserved the time, and I'm glad that I did that sort of time, because, like, I don't think that would have changed if I didn't.
And that time in prison, if you never had that time, it sounds like you would have carried on. It sounds inevitable you was going to go to prison. The way you was, he's going to end up killing somebody, end up being yeah. And then the prison thing, like you said, you've got so much time to think and stuff. You've honed your skills, and the skills that you've honed in prison have helped you on the out. And you, like you said, you've gone on this mad fucking journey that we're going to come on to. But like, just by you was born with a God-given talent to draw. How mad is that? You didn't go to college, you didn't go to school and learn to be an artist. You just fucking, it's like you had it within you, and you've honed your skills and got better and better.
Yeah, taught myself.
This is the thing. So what sort of violence did you witness inside and experience yourself and commit on people?
Violence I witnessed was a lot worse than I committed. I had fights. I had a lot of fights. The violence that I actually saw, I saw people got hot watered. They call it napalm, I think. They put sugar in the hot water so it sticks to your face. I saw a guy get pool board. That was actually by a Nottingham lad. He was only little, and someone tried bullying him off a pool table, and he got the pool ball in front of him, took his sock off in front of him, put it in it, smacked it over his head, and I saw his head split open and blood was everywhere. And it's shocking. And I saw a guy try killing himself, and you know, tried hanging himself, and he literally jumped off the top balcony. He'd killed his sister by accident in an insurance thing. He set his house on fire, and somebody shouted like to the screws, like, you need to get up there. And because the screws were running up the stairs, he didn't tie the he'd got his bed sheet and he ripped lines off it, and he didn't tie it properly to the bar. So when he jumped off, he like dangled for a few seconds, and then it snapped, and he hit the wire netting, you know. And that's that sort of shit. It stays in your mind for a long time. It's shocking, you know. I saw a lot of violence, man. I mean, I did violence, yeah, but it was just literally just fights, you know. I never really got any tools out or anything.
What was the worst thing you saw that stayed with you? Whether it be a suicide attempt, whether it be, like I say, a certain incident or anything like that?
Have you got any tips on cellcraft on how to make yourself more comfortable?
Answer that, bro. If you want, go on, answer that.
Sell craft, as in
like pad lights and shit like that. I think he's going down the route of.
Yeah, just I mean, just make sure you got enough food. Noodles and tuna, mate. In the shoulders.
What we used to do, so when on that third and final stretch when I was a cleaner, we used to raid the bedding store, bro. Yeah, because we had quilts there. So I used to steal about 4 bedding packs, drag the quilt out, bro, fold the quilt, because in Forest Bank it's like this metal fucking thing come out. It's not like it's not a bunk bed. It's like just a metal fucking thing that comes out the wall, bro. And you know what it's like with them blue fucking shitty fucking mattresses. So I used to line under me fucking thing. So I used to put one, 2, 3, 4 quilts, mattress on top, and then I used to just, oh, bro, I slept cushy, man, in jail. I slept better in jail than I did on the out. Have you ever had a dream, brother? Serious question. I know it's going to sound weird. Have you ever had a dream where you've been in prison and you've dreamt that you're on the out and you're free, but then when you're free, you've had a dream that you woke up and you're still in jail? You ever had that dream?
No, I remember one time though when there was something kicking off in my house and my friend was trying to wake me up, and I said, "Mate, you should have just rattled some keys outside my door, mate. I would have woke up on the spot."
So,
witness bullying, of course. No, not sexual assaults, mate. That's very rare.
go on, brother. What were the bullying that you saw, and what was it over? How did it start? Was it?
I mean, there's bullying left, right, and centre in prison. I can't think of
Especially,
a
is it more
particular
prevalent?
incident, really.
How do you
In Juvis,
compare young offenders to adult male jails?
in adult jails, it's not a massive amount of bullying. In juvis, there is. And in juvis, if you're a victim, mate, you're gonna be a victim for the rest of your sentence unless you do something about it. I think probably the most what you were saying, probably the most shocking time was when that guy tried killing himself. You know, when I watched him jump off that top balcony, mate, and he dangled in front of me, and I thought he was gonna die.
Where was you on the what landing was it on? 3s, 2s, 4s?
I was playing pool. He was on the freeze.
Wow.
And he dropped out. There was only a netting on the first landing, so he dropped from the freeze onto the first landing in front of us.
Wow. Yeah. Mangled up or just?
Yeah, I mean, he dangled for a few seconds, so he choked for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, I knew this guy and I chatted to him because imagine like he killed his sister by accident. You know, he set his ass on fire because his mom and dad is in debt, and he killed his sister by accident, and he couldn't live with it. Imagine having to live with that and then a jail sentence on top of it.
Yeah. Did his family wash his hands of him as well? Do you remember, or do you not know?
I don't remember.
That's crazy, brother. And then like, just it's fucking mad, isn't it? And the thing is, does prison stay with you at all? I always say to people, when you've been to prison, it's like you might leave prison, but prison never fully leaves you. Like things follow you out the door, whether it be mental health, things you've seen, things you've witnessed.
You know what follows me is that people that know me. Imagine this, yeah. You say this is a small world, yeah. My boss is watching probably now, but my old boss that I was working with last time, he was watching yesterday, and he didn't realise that I was going to be on here. When I moved to London, I remember saying to my dad that I'm so glad I'm not going to bump into people from prison, because I remember being at work and I'd be on a break and someone would be like, "Yes, Woody, when did you get out?" And I'm like, I don't even recognize these people. They only know me from my drawings, yeah, and they're recognizing me. And I'm like, I'm at fucking work, mate. Like, excuse my language, but you know. And when I came down to London, I thought, yeah, I'm not gonna bump into anyone. Imagine this: I went to do a skydive, right? I booked it for me and my dad for his birthday, and it was in a place called March in Cambridgeshire, and it was a little village outside Cambridgeshire, and there's an airfield there. And I went to stay the night before at a hotel in this place, and it's the one time that I'm ever going to go there, right? And I'm walking to this hotel, and there's a guy working on the front of this garden for the first, like he's never going to be there here. He's there on this one day. He lives in Peterborough, right? And he's like, "Yes, Wardy." I'm like, what the fuck? And the guy was from jail. And then when I went to do my theory test in Uxbridge, and I'm sat on this bench having a fag, about to get on the train, and this guy's watching me, and it's like, "Where do I know you from?" And automatically I'll go, "Probably from prison." And he's like, "Yes, I was in prison with you." And that's 2 different places where I'd just been there for that one day that I'm probably never going to go back to ever again, and I bumped into someone from prison. Imagine that. when you talk about a small world.
Shlonga asks, how did you go from such low self-confidence to how you are now?
I've not
Deep
particularly
question.
got massive confidence now. Being on here now and speaking to you lot is a big thing for me. Like I'm not got massive confidence. I suffer from depression, and you know I built up confidence doing talks in schools and things like that, I guess, and because I'm talking about something that's passionate about that I feel about now, and I guess that's easier for me to talk about. But yeah, I'm not a particularly confident person. I don't have a lot of people around me or anything like that. I'm literally doing this because I know it's going to help people, and obviously, what we're going to go on to talk about is something I'm really passionate about as well. So, yeah.
Right, sorry to interrupt. Right, so Jimmy Ed there, you've gone sideways, bro. Yeah. So Jimmy Ed, I tell you what, brother, text me again, right? Text me your number again. WhatsApp me. Don't ring me. Just WhatsApp me. And what it is, I've got another device, and I will WhatsApp phone you on video. Right? Don't show your face. I don't want to show your face, folks. I'm not going to blow you up. And I will video call you, and I'll put you on the fucking screen. So brother, so right, you've got my number because you've messaged me, but I don't want to come off this live because it'll fuck it up. So, Jimmy, what to do? WhatsApp me again, and then I'll pull the screen down. I'll save the number in this phone. I will video call you. Don't show your face. I don't want to see your face. Just have the camera angled so you can show around the pad, right? And then out onto the yard, blah, blah, blah. And then that way you're still on a live and you don't show your face because I'm not trying to get you spun. Not about that on this channel. We're for prisoners, not against prisoners.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so with the when you was in prison and stuff like that, your mental health, it sounds like you may have suffered with mental health problems. But have you ever been diagnosed with anything? I think you mentioned a psychiatrist and stuff like that when you was in juvenile.
Yeah, I mean, I'm diagnosed with severe depression, and I'm not diagnosed with Asperger's, but apparently I've got Asperger's syndrome, which is a form of autism.
Yeah.
It would explain a lot. I've looked at the characteristics of Asperger's, and I have a lot of them characteristics. I haven't got a lot of people around me now. My family pretty much don't give a shit about me. I don't know. I mean, my mum and dad always said from a young age that I had Asperger's, but I've never been diagnosed with it. My ex says I got narcissism, which is very similar to Asperger's, but the difference between I think the difference between a narcissist and someone that's Asperger's is, you know, narcissists have got no empathy. And I do a lot of charity work. I've always looked after people. I do a lot of work with the homeless and young people and things like that. And it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit me at all. But yeah, no. I mean, I'm diagnosed with depression. But other than that, no.
Like I said, so for those prisoners that are in the system that have got mental health issues, whether it be in young offenders, whether it be in adult prisons, how would you rate healthcare and mental health services within prison? Two separate, obviously. Mental health is mental health, medical wings and all that stuff. Medical health within prisons and mental health.
I mean, medical health, you could be losing your hand and they'll give you paracetamol. I remember having a hole in my wisdom tooth, and I had like white hot pain. I don't know if any of you have had a hole in your tooth, but your wisdom tooth is probably the worst one you can have a hole in. And I remember nearly passing out just going from my cell to the surgery to get my dinner. And the screw was laughing at me. And the same when I got sunburnt, the screw said if I go to the healthcare to get dealt with my sunburn, I'm going to get an adjudication because it's classed as self-harm, and you'll actually get in trouble for it. So I couldn't even report my sunburn, and I'd been out for like 2 hours playing softball with my top off, and I had like severely, really, really bad sunburn. So the healthcare system is absolutely crap. The mental health system in prison is probably a little bit better, but even still, they medicate people. A lot of the people that are inside that get medication, they sell their medication. So you're talking like the people that have got drug abuse problems like heroin and stuff like that, they get Subutex. Now Subutex is a big money maker in prison. They'll put a bit of Vaseline under their tongue and they'll have an 8 ml tablet of Subutex which will stay solid. Then they'll sell 1 ml for back then it was half ounce of tobacco, which was probably about £3. So you're talking they're making 25 quid off one tablet. and they're getting them on a regular basis. So, and you'll find that a lot of people coming out of prison are coming out with opiate addictions because of the painkillers that they're supplied in prison. And you get a lot of drug addicts coming out of prison that weren't drug addicts when they were in prison, which is a really, really bad thing, and it's something that needs addressing.
1,000%. And what sort of drugs were readily available when you was in young offenders back in the day?
Mainly pharmaceuticals, tramadol, which is an opiate based. I've seen people get addicted to that. You know,
Yeah.
there was gabapentin, which is for nerve damage. I saw that being sold. Obviously, you know, you got the people that make hooch and stuff like that, but with actual drugs, it would be like Subutex. It's all pharmaceutical based drugs, and most of them are opiate based. And that's why you get so many addicts that are coming out of prison that are addicts.
Have you ever seen anyone go to prison having never taken drugs and leave as an addict?
Yeah.
Or with an addiction?
Yeah, one of my cellmates, he was addicted to opiates.
Fucking hell. It's absolutely mad. And that then follows them out the door. And then it's all done in the name of rehabilitation. Brother, right, listen, are you okay with me ringing this kid on a WhatsApp now?
Yeah.
Do a little live
yeah.
fucking thing. Right, hold on. His thing is there. Right, so, right, hold on. So, continue. Right, I've never done this before. Right, hold on. Let me whip the camera around. Right, so I'm trying to ring the kid. He'll see it ringing. Yes, brother. Fuck it. Hold on. Let's have a look. Let's have a nose there. Hold on. Right, I need to show you to these. Look. Hold on, bro. I don't want to get your face, bro. You turned it, yeah. Bro, he is legit, bro. Straight. I was
uncovered my face.
Yeah, bro. Don't.
You know, live and direct.
Yes, I. Yes, brother. Living good. Living good.
Why
Shit,
bro.
Show us the bro. Show us the bro. Show us the yard.
This is my house.
This is my house.
I can't go on your live link on that thing because it won't let us do the iOS on my phone.
Yeah. Look, bro. Show us the bog, bro. The bog's at an angle. It's all right. Come, bro, with a privacy screen.
I can't even hear you properly.
You can't even hear me, bro. No. Can you see him all up?
It's definitely in himself.
Yeah.
Respect, bro.
We
Get
can
out
hear
of
you,
there,
bro.
man. Change your life around, man.
I can't hear you properly.
Hold on. Yes, brother. Right, Jimmy, listen. Jimmy, I'm going to bounce, brother. I'm going to bounce, bro.
Right, sweet. Anyway, Jimmy's not the real name, by the way.
Yeah, sweet, bro. Don't worry. Stay on. Hold on, stay on, bro. I'm going to keep showing you. There's a... Fuck, but yeah, he is as well, bro. I can confirm it is a Forest Bank fucking bad fucking jail mirror or the sink there.
That looks like a block cell.
Yeah, look.
Don't
bro,
show
us
face,
the yard, bro. Yeah, Jimmy, show us the yard.
Don't show your face, man, because you'll just fuck yourself up, mate.
Yeah, I don't want to get. Bro, the one thing I don't want to get you stitched up, bro.
It's probably Screws watching. Plus, you told him what wing you're on as well, man.
Bro, yeah.
Yeah, I can't see it, can you?
Safe one, brother. Right, listen, brother. I bounce off, yeah. I was gonna ask you to show the yard, bro. The yard.
Oh, the yard.
You won't be able to see it out the window anyway. It's too dark.
Yeah, hold on. I'll drop him off, bro. The one thing, right? Shit. When he first came on, I'm glad they didn't have it on the screen, brother, straight off the bat, because it would have fucking stitched him, bro, because he was fucking full face. So I'm glad they didn't show that. And then you just think, I was like, don't show your face, because I can tell you now.
Even still, he's got his name on there, and he's put his wing on there, man. If there's any Screws watching, mate,
yeah. He might have give a black name and a black wing, brother. But the one thing is, I've been in that jail. That is 100% one of them things. But the one thing I'm mindful of, I can't tell you, bro, how many prison officers, governors, and shit watch this channel, bro. 1,000%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Bro, he said the iOS thing wouldn't work, right? But the thing is, I think like you had the problem with the permissions.
Yeah.
I think that's what his problem is. Otherwise, he could have jumped on the fucking live, bro, from the pad. But the thing is, like I said, I've got love for it. I don't know who this geezer is, but I've got love for him. But the thing is, I think he'd admit himself that prison in the long term, it's a mugs game, innit, bro? Long term.
Yeah, of course it is, mate. Yeah.
And like I said, I don't want to glamorize prison to anybody. It's not a good way to live.
No, it's not.
It's the best. The only way is making the best of a bad situation. But respect to him, brother. He said to me there, he said, it's not my real name, and blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, it's cool. But I don't want to. But thank fuck I didn't have him straight on the screen, because he showed his face straight off the bat. And I'm not about that. Like I said, I don't want to. I just want to see his eyes. But I can't believe that, bro. Someone's saying here, how would it be for a really obese person in prison? I don't know how to answer this. I'll let you have a shout, bro.
They get fed well.
Yeah, if you, well, when I was in Strangeways on the first,
if you like hard potatoes and that, you know, you all right.
If you like chips, man, you'll be live. And if you like fucking bread that's like cardboard, you'll be live as well.
And hard potatoes.
Yeah, man. So go on, brother. So what was the biggest thing that you learned whilst in prison about yourself, you as a person? Or is that an odd question?
The biggest thing that I learned is, was that I had something to offer, something that I could work towards when I came out, and I didn't have to be the way that I was. You know, I had talent. That's one of the biggest things that I learned.
And then, like, if someone was watching this, say there's a young youth that's 12, 13, 14, that's watching this, that's doing what you was doing, smoking the weed, doing the drugs, going down that track of criminality, whatever that may be, what advice would you give them now, brother, having been through the system and lost 7.5 years of your life? What advice would you give to a youth that's watching this?
I lost 7.5 years of my life.
No, but but if they was copying you and going down that track, what would you tell them to do? Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Would you tell them to continue, stop what you're doing?
I mean, look at it this way, yeah. You go out. I mean, we used to do robberies, right? And we'd get, if we're lucky, we'd get £400. Yeah. No, my first sentence was 2.5 years. Yeah, and if you work it out, let's say I got £2 grand. Yeah, altogether.
Yeah.
The offences that I got done for 2.5 years, £2 grand. You get more on universal credit. Yeah, you got to work for McDonald's, yeah, minimum wage, or go to a warehouse, minimum wage. You're getting way more than that. You're getting 16 grand. Yeah, and that's minimum wage. You apply yourself, you do something that you know you're good at, and you know you're gonna get a lot more money. And people, I've had a lot of young people say to me, yeah, but I earn a lot more money selling drugs. And that might be the case. You might earn a lot of money, but you don't spend that money like you would spend legitimate money. You're not going to have anything to show for it. You're not going to have a house to show for it. You're not going to have a car. You're going to have illegitimate stuff. You're going to spend that money as it comes. And that's the main difference, is that, you know, you can earn money by crime, yeah. I mean, it's just one of the things. Like if you apply yourself and find something that you're good at, you can earn a lot more money than you can do with crime, and you have a lot less consequences. And that's the most important thing.
And it doesn't matter how good you are at being a criminal. Eventually, you'll get caught. You might get away with 100 offences. You'll get caught for one. And then, like I said, it just snowballs, and then your past catches up with you, and then everyone seems every dog has its day. You've got Curtis Warren. Curtis Warren's a massive. Well, he was a massive drug lord.
Liverpool.
Yeah,
I read his book. I was in jail with his Cody, Guy Nicholson. He was in his book. I was in a Braille workshop with him. And Guy Nicholson, he got 26 years. He was actually in Curtis Warren's book, and he got 26 years, and he was in my Braille workshop. And he used to sit there talking to me, and he talked to me like this, yeah, next to me, like really whispering. Like, he didn't want to let anybody know what he was saying. And I met the guy, and you know, it was he's probably got a lot of money to go out with, but he had 26 years, you know, and he was doing at least half of that. You know, that's a lot of your life you're gonna lose. You know, if you want to pay that, if you want to get to that sort of level of drug dealing, where you're doing international drug dealing, and you're prepared to lose 15 years of your life and come out of a couple of million, that's your choice. But other than that, if you're a low-level dealer, if you're doing robberies, if you're doing burglaries, you're doing stupid little crimes. Yeah, you're getting a little result for it, and you're gonna serve a lot of time for it. It's not worth it, man.
And what advice would you give to anyone that watches this, that they're on that path, they're potentially gonna end up in prison? What advice would you give them when they land in prison? What do you do? What don't you do? Do you borrow? Do you not borrow? All that sort of stuff.
Start working towards your future. Take whatever courses are available to you. If you've got bricklaying courses, if you've got some sort of trades in there, jump on it. Learn a trade. That's one of the best things I did, was learn a trade and realize that I could come out with a qualification and do something positive with it. Don't stick on a server. Don't get a cleaning job. Get on a bricklaying course. Get on a painting and decorating course. Get on a tiling course. Something like that. I learned a lot of trades out here on road with one of the guys that's probably you might be watching now, still Jay. And I'm a qualified decorator. We learned a lot together, and we literally, the first bathroom we did, we learned how to plumb and we learned how to tile on the same bathroom, on the first bathroom that we did. I said, let's do it, and we literally taught ourselves how to do these trades, and everything that came up, we was like, yeah, let's do it. Carpentry, he taught me how to hang doors. You know, there's a lot of things that I've learned out here, but you know, if you're in prison and you get these opportunities to do these courses for free, go for it, man. You're gonna get a full qualification. You're gonna learn a trade, and it's something that you can earn your money when you get out. That's the advice that I give. Don't get involved in prison politics. Don't borrow off people. Don't get involved in drugs. Just do your time and get as many courses as you can under your belt.
And so we're gonna move on. So on this last one, you eventually got out and stuff with a parole window and everything like that. And then how was it you leaving prison, the day you left prison after your longest ever stretch, 5 years? Where did you get released from?
I went to a place called Lindholm. They turned the immigrant center into an open prison. It was not open; it had walls around it, but it was a Cat D, and that's where I came out of, Lindholm. So it was right near Mullins. It's in Doncaster. I came out of there. They came to me on the morning and says, "Pack your stuff. You're going home. You got your parole." And if you ever felt adrenaline before, that was it was a pure adrenaline rush. I never felt nothing like it. You know, you can take drugs. It doesn't compare to the day you come out. It's a big rush.
So when you was released and stuff, what we talk? So bail hostel.
Yeah. Then after 5 years, I had to go and do 6 months in a probation hostel. And that was a curfew. Couldn't have a camera phone in there. Couldn't have certain newspapers. I had to be back at 7 o'clock. So it was like being on tag for 6 months. Couldn't really get any work because I had to be back on time. If you weren't back on time, then you'll get recalled straight back to prison. I nearly did get recalled because I took some drugs at a party when I came out. Mistake on my part, you know.
You talking drug test when you get back to the hostel?
Yeah, I got back to the hostel and they drug tested me, and at the time it was a swab test, and at the time they came off and told me, "Oh, I'm going to do a drug test." I was like, "Shit, what do I do?" So I got some hair gel, put it in my mouth, thinking that I could put the swab in the hair gel. I've gone down to the office with this hair gel in my mouth, like I'm trying to put this swab in this hair gel, and not speak to them. And a couple of days later, I was like, you know what, I've got to admit it to them. And I went down. I said, look, you know, I was at a party, because I'd had a weekend like leave, and I'd been to a party, and you know, I got caught up in it. And I said, you know, I took something while I was at the party. I said, I've got to be honest with you, and that's what kept me out of jail. But I saw people that went in there, they did drugs, and they got recalled straight away. I was lucky.
So when you're in these bail hostels, a lot of people that I've ever spoken to that have been through bail hostels say they feel that you are set up to fail in a bail hostel.
No, you fail. You set yourself up to fail. I don't believe that at all. You're not set up to fail. You know, you've got conditions. It's the same as prison. It's just another form of open prison, really. I had conditions. I nearly failed on them by doing drugs at that party, and I learnt my lesson. And I did my 6 months, and I got out of there. you know, if you get recalled, it's your own fault. At the end of the day, you're either being back late or whatever.
With the hostel situation, how did you feel, like being like nonces were kept separate in prison, and then you're in this,
No, they was in there with me.
There was no nonces in your.
Yeah, they was in there with you.
How did you feel about that? Because I know a lot of people that have been. I know people personally that have been sexually abused.
I didn't speak to any of them. I didn't speak to any people that was in there. No, the only person that I spoke to was my my roommate, and he wasn't a nonce. I didn't speak to nobody else in there. I stayed away from everybody.
Did you know who the wrongers were?
There was a couple of old guys in there that are suspects, but you can't judge a book by its cover, obviously. But you know, there was word going around that there was wrongers, but I just kept away from them. It was either that or I just, you know, lose my temper and go back in prison. What are you gonna do? You gotta keep your mouth shut, ain't you?
Yeah. So when you left the prison, what was your license conditions?
Not to go abroad. To basically just the standard conditions. If I was to stay anywhere, I'd have to tell my probation worker that I was staying somewhere else or ask permission. Just basic conditions. I've not really had any. Yeah, I had to do a thinking skills course. That was one of my conditions as well. I had to do that when I came out. It was on my sentence plan, but I didn't do it when I was inside.
And then so you're out of prison. Through the gate services, how do you rate them? Are they decent? Are they adequate? Are they piss poor?
There was no gate services when I
Through
came
the
out.
gate, like resettlement and things like that. Nothing.
No, nothing. No, I came out. I mean, to be honest, my probation worker had recommended that I stayed in prison, and because I basically complained about her and I basically gave a heartfelt speech that, you know, I should be released, and they released me and pretty much embarrassed her in my parole board. She didn't like me. So when I came out, I tried everything, yeah, to get on my feet. At first, I got accepted to the youth work. I got accepted for a full-time night job. My probation worker turned around and says, "No, I can't let you do that." Yeah. And then I got accepted for a full-time A-level in art at college. And something else, and she turned around and said, I can't let you do that. And she put a barrier up. Every time I tried to do something positive, she stopped me from doing it. It was almost like she was trying to get me to react and go back to prison. And every time I changed my direction, and I started doing something else. And she was the one that said to me, when I said to her, I want to set up my own business, decorating and painting murals, she said, "You've got unrealistic expectations for the future." And I came out and did exactly what I said I was going to do. But that's what that probation worker was like. There was no help. There was no encouragement to do what a rehabilitated person would do. She literally just put a barrier up. She wanted to stop me. It's almost like she was trying to get me to react.
Go on.
No, I say it's almost like she was just trying to get me to react and go back to prison so she could say, "I told you so."
It sounds from what you're saying that she's trying to antagonize you into reacting just so she could, recall, bam, straight back to prison.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what, brother? There seems to be a lot. I've clashed with probation officers. There seems to be there's a lot of good probation officers, but there are also those bullies that are power mad, and they've got the power. They know that they've got your life in their hand, and they recall you, bam, straight back.
I don't actually think it's about power. I think, and I've had several discussions with probation workers about this. I think that they have a certain way that they're supposed to question you, and they ask leading questions. And I've had arguments with these probations over the years because I've said, "Do you not believe in rehabilitation?" Because I've fully proved that I've changed. I've proven that I've rehabilitated. Right, but you ask me leading questions, and you're questioning me as if to say, "What are you up to now?" And you know them sort of questions, and I can see through the questions that they ask, and they've done it to me several times over the years, and I've had several arguments with them, and I'm like, you know, you need to accept that I've changed now, and that I've rehabilitated. I'm not the same person I was. I said, and your job is to look at me like I'm doing something wrong, and that's the problem. That their job is to look at you like and try and grill you and get you to trip up and open up to them. And if you do open up and you tell them that you got any problems, they start writing it down, and they increase your risk, and it's a risk factor. You know, anything that you've got going on in your life. But I proved time and time again since I came out, I've been homeless several times. You know, I've had relationship breakdowns. I've lost jobs. You know, I've been through so much stuff. You know, obviously depression, the family courts, all that sort of stuff. Every time I prove that my way of dealing with situations is totally different to how it used to be, where now I won't go out and commit a crime, whereas before I'd go and self-destruct and I'd go out and do something stupid. So I proved time and time again that their risk factors are bollocks, mate, and you know that you know I won't go out and do something stupid. I won't go out and commit a crime just because something's gone wrong in my life. Whereas their whole attitude is that something that goes wrong in your life, you're going to go out and commit a crime, and that's the problem with probation.
In your opinion, does prison work?
Prison itself, I mean, that's such a vague question, because I mean, prison itself doesn't work. Obviously, the first time that I went to prison, it just made me worse. I think adult prison and some of the courses that provide work if a prisoner is ready to change. I think that the way that they deal with prisoners and the attitude that they take with prisoners doesn't work. You know, if I think if they were more focused on, I've always said, especially with juvenile prisons and YY prisons, I think that they should, and I know they haven't got the resources to accommodate everybody's direction, so to speak. But if they was to do the inductions with new young prisoners and say, what are you interested in? What do you want to do in the future? Is there anything that you're good at? And try to push them in that direction. I think that that would make a big difference. And I think that they should accept that, you know, if they help people find their direction and encourage it, and I think they should start accepting that people do change when they find something they're good at. But they do basic courses that accommodate for everybody, and they don't particularly work on anybody individually. And I don't think they believe in rehabilitation, and that's a big problem.
You just took the words out of my mouth. My opinion is, when it comes to rehabilitation, is that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work, because a lot of these people have got very complex needs and everything. Like I say, for some people, they might be able to read and write. Other people might be illiterate. They might be dyslexic. The amount of people that are in the prison that have, like you've alluded to, autism, Asperger's. I became very good friends with a lad who had Asperger's, and he was an alcoholic, and alcohol was the root cause of his offending. And we actually met up on the Owl, ironically, for a beer, which is probably not the best idea, but it should be tailor-made. The sentencing plans should be tailor-made to that individual. And for those prisoners that want to go to prison and just rot behind the door, leave them rot behind the door. Focus on the prisoners that want to get something out of prison. You can't rehabilitate someone that doesn't want to be rehabilitated. It's like throwing a donut at someone's head and said, look, he's eating. You can't. You can only change if you want to change. And the problems with the system, with it, I mean, it worked for you, but it, like you said, you found yourself and you found your niche and everything, and you matured. But for a lot of kids, it's just an endless cycle of prison, get out, prison, get out, prison, get out, and it's sad to see, because kids are wasting away inside prison, and it's called it's sold prison as rehabilitation, but it's called the justice system, the criminal justice system. Who really gets justice? It's the most unjust system in the world. But the only time people want to talk about injustice is when it happens to them.
Yeah, it's not really justice, is it?
How would you change the system, brother? If you put in charge of the prison system tomorrow, as someone with 7.5 years experience of the criminal justice system, or as I call it, criminal abuse system, how would you change it? Just interested to know your answers, brother.
I'd concentrate on juvenile prisons and individual needs, and you know, in say like smaller sentence cases, I would, if a prison didn't facilitate what one of the young people were good at, say if like they had a really avid interest in cars or something like that, I needed to do mechanics. If there wasn't a prison that facilitated that, then I would get have a company, you know, train them and get them get them temporary day released, so they could go and do that, and they could do something that they were passionate about. And I would focus on individual needs and help them find directions. And I think that's the most important thing.
How would you tackle that? Obviously, we're seeing at the moment record levels of self-harm. How would you bring mental health services in? Would you reduce the prison population? Would you overhaul sentencing? So say that somebody's got a background of, they might be being tested for, I don't know, paranoid schizophrenia. Are you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry, I'm just reading.
Oh, brother, I've frozen on my screen for some reason. So, like, if someone was showing signs or was being tested for paranoid schizophrenia, I would defer sentencing. I'd get that person independently evaluated by a psychiatrist, and then I'd look at what the psychiatrist report said. If it said that prison would be more harm than good, but this person had to be in prison, I would put a hospital order in place and section them.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, yeah. I think there's probably a better mental health system in prison than there is medical system, and there's a lot of help for mental health. I mean, I had a psychologist for a couple of years when I was in juveniles, and I used to go and speak to this woman all the time and relieve all the things that were going off in my head. I don't think it really helped me, but there was that sort of stuff in place. But yeah, I mean, some people don't belong in prison with the mental health needs, and they need more of a hospital treatment, things like that. But I mean, there's always going to be a certain level of mental health problems when you go into prison. It's like I got arrested a year ago. I'll speak about this in a little while, but I got arrested for asking to see my little girl, and they came and arrested me for harassment, and they locked me up for 10 hours just for asking to see my daughter. But when I went into that cell, my old self came back out. Yeah, my head went, and I was literally just pacing my cell. I was shouting, you know, I was ready to kick off. My head went, you know, and that's the sort of mentality that's the sort of mental issues that just being put in a cell can cause. So I think there's always going to be a level of mental health when you're going to get locked up, you know, and it probably makes it worse for people that have got serious mental health issues. I don't really know what the answer is to that.
So when he was in prison, right, a friend of mine, well, he used to live with me for a time, Darren G from Liverpool, well-known figure, reform gangster, doing it the right way now, got an anti-knife crime shout, L5 alive, that's his shout. He's got he's got nearly 40,000 people following his anti-knife crime shout. Darren always said to me, when it comes to prison, this man had spent over 20 years of his life in prison. And he used to say to me, with prison, it is education or it is medication, right? So when you were seeing the psychiatrist, what were you on? Antipsychotics? Was it like low mood, antidepressant sort of thing?
It was just the psychologist I was seeing. It was just to talk about my issues, maybe my issues with going into care and family issues and things like that, things that were going through my head. It was just somebody that I could relieve stuff to. That's all I was seeing. I wasn't on any sort of medication. I wasn't diagnosed with anything like that. They obviously recognised that I had a lot of issues from my past, and you know, I got to speak to somebody, and that was it.
And when you was in prison, obviously we've alluded to the fact earlier that you grew up in care, but when you was in care, your parents they still used to come and visit you, send you money and things like that. When you was in prison, knowing that your family were from the, as we would say, the right side of the tracks, did your family come and visit you when you was in prison?
Absolutely. They came to visit me on a regular basis. It got less as the years went on, but even on my second sentence, I remember I've still got, I don't know if I've still got them actually, but I did have a letter from my dad when I first got locked up and when I was about to be released. And the difference in what my dad told me was like incredible. Like he was telling me that I really needed psychiatric help when I first got locked up on my second sentence. He'd spoken to my neighbor and apparently I'd put a balaclava on, and I've been looking through my next door neighbor's window and scared them and things like that. I really had a lot of problems with my head, and I think the decisions that I made. But then when I came out, well, just before I came out, it wrote me another letter telling me how proud he was and how much he'd seen me change and things like that. My mum and dad was always there for me. It was only the last couple of years that we've really fell out, and there's been a lot going on. And we don't speak anymore.
How important was, I don't know if you can answer this for you or make it a general question, but how important was for you, because you obviously been through the care system, how important was that family support network while she was in prison? Because you sound like you was used to being like a lone wolf, so to speak, but for a lot of people, their family connections, it's paramount from getting to through a sentence. What I'm trying to say is, was it a massive thing for you to have your family there supporting you, or could you have coped without that as well?
It's very important. I mean, even now, I'm a fully grown man. I'm 33 now, and my parents don't speak to me, and I'm suffering with like really bad depression. I'm going through a lot of stuff, like with my daughter and everything, and the fact that they don't speak to me now, I mean, that caused my depression in the first place. Is my parents turning their backs on me. And when I was in prison, them being there for me, that made all the difference. And I think if I was to go back now, knowing that they won't be there, I don't think I'd last. And I'm a man now, and I still need my parents. Everybody needs their parents, man.
Do you know what, brother? That is so fucking true. I just heard the thing in your voice that I like the emotion side of things. But yeah, like for a lot of people, brother, if you go to prison and you've been living in a shop doorway, prison and it's freezing cold, prison's not really a punishment. If you've got addiction problems, substance misuse, alcoholism, drugs, and you're sleeping in a shop doorway, prison's like a welcome because you've got a roof over your head, 3 meals a day, you can get drugs if you can afford it. And then but if you've got like something going for you on the outside, whether it's a family relationship, a relationship with a woman or a male, we've got obviously gay, and we've also got female prisoners. I've seen so many people that if you took that family support network away, I genuinely believe that person would take their own life. I genuinely, with my hand on my heart, believe that.
I do as well. Yeah, absolutely.
And the thing is,
it's very important to have some sort of outside network, especially when you're inside. You need to know that you've got something to live for and that you've got something to come out to.
And you know what? The one thing that I've never liked seeing, and we're going to move on to this shortly, is when people are in prison. I've seen, because obviously when you're in prison, you might be in a relationship. Men are more insecure by design than women. But if you're in a relationship with a woman and you've got kids with her, the amount of times where you're a paranoid wreck, you're in prison, you're accusing her of all sorts. And then I've also seen people on visits pick up the kid and walk out, and then he's called her a slag, and she said, well, this kid's not yours. Walked out and fucked up out the jail, bro. The kid's smashing the kid's dragged off a visit, he's smashing the holding cell up, bro. And I've seen that so many times where family relationships have broke down, personal relationships where the mother has used the kid as a weapon, and prison.
Well, mate, you know what? I saw this myself, and I was very thankful that on my sentence, on my second sentence, I had a girl that I'd pretty much fallen for before I got locked up, and we was only together for a short time, but she had a little girl, and we always stayed in touch as well, and she was lovely, and she wrote to me throughout, but I was always thankful that I didn't have a proper relationship, because I saw so many prisoners that were committed to women that they had so much insecurity, and knowing that their missus was out there and there's other blokes out there, and especially with the ones with kids. I had a really good friend that at one point he was crying on my shoulders because missed his kids, and his missus has fell out of him and said that he couldn't see his kids again. And I was really thankful at this time that I didn't have that, and I didn't have that paranoia. And I think that was one of the hardest things for prisoners while I was in there, was the ones that had actual girlfriends out on road, that some of them were loyal and some of them said that would stay by them, but even then it's probably one of the hardest things that you can deal with, is knowing your missus is out there, and not knowing what she's getting up to and things like that, and especially if you have a fallout or if you have an argument or something like that, you know, I wouldn't want to be in that situation, and if I was to go to prison again, and I won't, but if I was, and if I had a missus, then I'd finish her on the spot. I won't go through my prison sentence with a missus.
Now, can I just, I know the reason for this, and I'm going to ask you though, right? There'll be women that watch this that their fella might have recently been sent to prison for the first time. There'll be people that might watch this that that might be sent to prison for the first time. He might be coming up for trial or coming up for sentence. Why do prisoners that have been, they could be in a loving relationship 2 years, 5 years, when they go to prison, why do they fuck off their missus? Why do they do it? So people understand. I know, but I want to know your thoughts and opinions.
It's just torture being in a cell for 24 hours a day, thinking about your woman out there, and it's not about trust, so to speak. It's just, you know, it's just torture. It literally is torture, and I like I said, if I had a missus, and I'd finish her on the spot as soon as I got locked up, because I wouldn't want that torture. And it's not because of trust. It's not because I think she'd do anything. It's just because I won't be able to handle waiting and thinking all the time like what's going on. I've put myself in their shoes several times, and I've seen the effect it has on prisoners, and it's just mental torture, mate. It's really hard to explain.
I have seen it, right? Some prisoners, in my opinion, they do it because, like you said, they do. Some prisoners feel guilty. They're like, "Listen, babe, I've just got a 5. You get on with your life, move on, have a nice life." And then I've seen it where lads have just they've landed on the wing. It's the first time in prison, or they're back in prison, and paranoia consumes them. When you're in prison, if you're on the out, like, this isn't every man and this isn't every woman, but if you're in a relationship and you're very insecure and you're very controlling, or you're not wearing this, you're not doing that, what's your password for your fucking Facebook? Who's this man ringing you? Who the fucking hell's dad? I'll stab him up, right? And all this crazy shit. And I've seen kids just literally they're breaking their own heart, right? So they don't have to put the missus through it, or just because they'll be thinking, "Oh, my missus getting pounded by the postman, the boys." Like, but you've seen it yourself, brother. You must have seen other kids that have been like that.
Of course. Yeah, I saw it all the time, mate. And yeah, I mean, another thing what you said there is a good point. Like, it's about not putting them through it as well. And some girls might say, you know, I will wait for you. I don't care like how long it takes. But you know, some blokes and that'll play a big part in it as well. You know, why I'm gonna let you wait for 2.5 years for me? You know, it was my choice to do what I did. A lot of prisoners take responsibility for what they do.
Yeah, 1,000%, brother. 1,000%. This is what I do. So that when I'm talking about something, I always try to balance the argument. I always give, because if I just give one side, I try to give the other side as well to sort of balance it out. But yeah, a lot of prisoners do take responsibility. I've also seen prisoners that are just, they've got a missus, they've got a side chick, they're trying to manipulate them both. They both don't come up, they've got a visit a week, they're convicted. Oh, it's all right, babe, I'm not going to see you this week. And then they've got the side chick coming up, and then the missus the other week. But I've seen so many people that have cut the missuses off. I've seen kids that have just thought, you know what, if I'm not with my missus, I can't get through a sentence. I remember walking into a kid's pad. He'd split up with his missus. He ended up in prison. He was one of my best friends on the wing, and he had 3 kids to 2 different women, right? And to his ex, he had 2 kids. And bro, I walked into his pad, yeah, and the guy's just crying his fucking eyes out, right? He got a letter, slid through the side of his door, and his ex-missus had said, "Look, I don't want you seeing the kids. I'm not going to bring the kids up to see you. You're in prison. I don't love you anymore." Because it was his ex, but they still had this like weird bond, and he still loved her and worshipped her. And in his head, they was going to get back together. And then she wrote to him saying, "Look, I've moved on. I'm not going to bring the kids up anymore to see you. If you want to see the kids, you're going to have to go through a contact centre and all this sort of stuff when you get out." And one of his children was about 11 months old, and the other one was about 3 or 4 years old. And bro, this guy lived for his kids, and he was there's a lot of deadbeat dads out there, and this guy was genuinely like, he was in prison. That doesn't make him a bad person. He'd fucked up, he made mistakes, granted, but listen to this, right? So he kept contacting his missus whilst he was inside his ex, and they ended up having she got a non-molestation order, you know, like a restraining order injunction.
Yeah, I've got one.
Listen to this, brother. So when he was in jail, right, I ended up getting out, right, and stayed in contact with him and everything. And then he was due to leave prison a few months later. Anyway, comes to his release date, blah blah blah. He ends up getting gate arrested because he sent a letter. He sent a card to his 1-year-old, 11-month-old baby, a birthday card, brother, just a birthday card. And because it was in breach of the non-molestation order, and he'd done it a couple of times, he was actually gate arrested by Greater Manchester Police. And then they ended up charging him everything, blah, blah, blah. Strangeways. He ended up in Strangeways. So he literally was gate arrested, straight to Strangeways, just because this girl was being vindictive. He wasn't a nasty guy. He was actually, he just wanted to have his kids in his life. He accepted she'd moved on. He just wanted to see his kids. And he was like, look, give the kids to my mum. My mum will bring them up. And she's like, nah, I don't want to be doing that. And it was so annoying. And his name wasn't on the birth certificate. So he was saying to me, but in theory, there's nothing to say that I'm that kid's dad. He said, but the kid's the spitting image of me. My youngest is a spitting image of me. And brother, this kid, I was worried that this kid could have gone down the suicide route. He started to smoke weed, and that then became spice. And it was sad to see the kid went on self-destruct, brother, because of this woman not letting him see his biological kids.
Yeah.
Go on, brother, I'll just let you.
No, I was listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, but did you ever experience anything like that when you was inside?
No, I'm experiencing it now.
Well, yeah, it's true. So let's move on. So, brother, so you've left prison, you've got your £46, you've left. What was the journey? What was the journey from Nottingham? Obviously, you used to live in Nottingham. You left prison, and then you drafted down to London. What was the madness that happened next? The struggle.
It's been a long journey, mate. I left obviously when I got out. I was full of motivation. Like I said, I went through all this stuff with probation. And I was talking to a friend one day, and he was talking about London, and I thought, you know what, with my artwork, what I do on the walls and everything, it's probably the best place for me to set up my business. And at the time, I was doing a Princess Trust Business Enterprise course, and I'd written a business plan to set up my business, done a lot of market research. I applied for a loan and a grant, and I decided to come to London. I asked my dad to drop me off here. And I basically packed a bag of clothes, and my dad drove me down the M1. And it's mad because I knew I was going to be homeless when I got here. I didn't have any connections to London, but I was motivated. There's a film called The Pursuit of Happiness. I don't know if you've seen it. It's Will Smith.
I've not seen it. Go on.
It's Will Smith. It's a true story about a guy called Chris Gardner, and he sleeps on the streets with his son. And in the film, Will Smith sleeps in a toilet in a train station, and it inspired me. And I thought, you know, if you can do it, I can do it. And he went on to be a multi-millionaire. And on the way down to London, we stopped at a service station, and I got an email off Princess Trust telling me they'd accepted me for £3.5 grand for my business. And I was like, you know, I'm going to be homeless, but you know, I've got £3.5 grand for my business. And I remember showing my dad and feeling like really proud of that. And then we came down there. It was a Friday night, so he basically put me up in a hotel for the weekend, and then I was on my own. And I basically slept under a staircase for about 2 weeks. And the council down there had told me that they could help me, but I'd have to go private. So I was going in Costa in the daytime, and I was making a coffee last all day just so I could use the Wi-Fi to try and find a place to live. And then I was going in the pub at night time and making a pint last like 3 hours, 4 hours, just so I could use the Wi-Fi. And then after 2 weeks, I got a phone call, and it was a probation worker down here, and he said, "Oh, you know, I'll find you a place to live." And that's how I got my foot in the door in London. And for the first 9 months, I was literally on my own here, and I was trying to set up my business. So I was going out there. I'd got this money off Princess Trust, and I got all my tools. I got 9,000 flyers. I got business cards. I had a website set up. I started doing my driving lessons, you know, and I was starting my life. you know, and I was very motivated. And then I met my daughter's mom. At the time, you know, we met through Facebook. She was selling an exercise bike, you know, one of them ones you have in the house, and on a selling page. And I commented, "What's the mileage on that?" She's a bit blonde. She was like, "I don't know what the mileage is." I'm just trying to work it out. And I was pretty much taking the piss out of her, and that's how we started talking. But yeah, she, at the time she was engaged, and she was living with her son's dad, and we ended up meeting up for a drink, and we clicked and was talking, and I knew she was engaged, and you know, I didn't think there was any chance of being with her, but you know, we got on really well. We was always talking, and we ended up getting together, and she actually moved him out. She told him she didn't love him anymore, and we got serious. You know, I fell in love with her. She was beautiful. Initially, like, you know, it was, uh, I I loved her to bits, man. And you know, she had a 4-year-old son, and I committed myself to them. And I pretty much put all my business plans on hold. I got offered a job. At the time, I was doing some youth work as well. I was volunteering, working with like gang members in London and stuff like that. And I was doing like talks in schools. And then I got offered this job decorating for an agency, and I thought, yeah, I got to go for it. And I put everything else on hold. I quit my youth work. I stopped pursuing my own business. I wanted to provide for her and her son. And we kind of rushed into things. I moved into a house pretty quick. And I committed myself to her, and I was working long hours, mate, 12, 14, 16-hour days every day, just to provide and give them everything that I wanted to give them, you know. And I mean, I did everything for them. You know, I took her on holidays. I'm an old school romantic, you know. I did like all the rose petal thing and all that sort of stuff, and took her to Paris for her birthday. You know, I did everything for them. And in part, I say, you know, I'm writing a book about this at the moment because, you know, in hindsight, I got domestically abused. Yeah, the way that I was controlled, the way that I mean, I was into bodybuilding. I was 14 stone, ripped up, no body fat, absolute just ripped up muscle. When I met her, and you know, I was well into my gym. She was the opposite. Whereas I motivated her, she did the opposite to me. I got her in the gym. She started losing weight. She started getting more confident. I helped her with her agoraphobia. Whereas I started, you know, closing up. I started drinking more. Um, I mean, you're talking. This is a 4-year relationship, and by the end of the relationship, I was sat in my car at night drinking because I didn't want to go in the house. And that's the difference. Whereas I stopped going to the gym, I started drinking more. But anyway, it's just a long, like, complicated, toxic relationship that we had. But we had a daughter 3 years ago, and I'd already raised her son for a few years as my own. I treated him like my own kid. You know, I taught him how to ride a bike, took him on his first camping trip, did everything for him. I painted his whole room. He's got all, like, he had Marvel characters all over his room. You'll see it on my page. But I did everything for them. And, you know, eventually our relationship broke down and I left. It was about, it was after my daughter was born, probably about 8 months after. And I basically, I went into homelessness again. I left my family. I got back on my feet. At the time I was running a multi-million-pound job in London as foreman. And you know, I was dealing with the breakup, and I was trying to run this job, and then you know, everything came on top, and I had a bit of a bad luck, and basically I lost my job, and I got made homeless in the same day, and I decided to go back to Nottingham. So I went back to Nottingham. I moved back up there. Sold my car to get a place. This is when my mum and dad turned their backs on me. They basically know everything that I've done in my past, and I think that they thought, oh, he's fucked up again, you know, and they just I asked them for help. I asked my dad for a job. I asked my mum for a place to stay. They both turned their backs on me. So I sold my car, got my own place, and I was there for 6 months. And I was driving down to London every weekend, pretty much, getting my daughter, driving back, taking my daughter back, even though at Christmas. I picked her up Christmas Day. And you know, I had her for a week there. Me and my daughter had a fantastic relationship. She loved me to bits. You know, got so many good memories of her. She's a beautiful little girl. And I decided that I wanted to be closer to her. And I must have the worst luck in the world, mate. Because the same thing happened to me again. I decided to come back, and I saved up the money for a room to come back to London. And I gave the keys back to my house, and just after I gave the keys back to my house, my car broke down, and I had to put the money that I had for a room into my car, and I decided to stay at one of my good friends, Adam. I think he might be on now listening, and work for a couple more weeks to get the money again. And the company I was working for, they ran out of work, so I got laid off. So I literally fixed my car. I'd give the keys back. I had nowhere to live, and I had no work, and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna come back to London anyway. So I drove back to London, and I lived in my car for about 2 months. And I was still having my daughter at the weekends at her mum's house. She was going out doing whatever she was doing. And then I was living in my car in the week. I was doing like 18-hour shifts, like literally coming out of work, out of this house in Highgate in London. I had my decorating clothes still on. I was jumping under the covers, sleeping for 3 hours, getting back up, and then doing another 18-hour shift. And that was literally how I was doing it. And at that time, I was having a mental breakdown. I was living in my car for 2 months, and I was getting really badly depressed, you know, with everything that was going on with my parents, and things that were happening with my ex. And you know, it got to a point where I couldn't handle it anymore, and I went up on a car park roof and I tried to jump off. I was at a hospital in Harrow, and I had negotiators come up, they cordoned the road off and everything, and basically, you know, they sectioned me for about a week. They said that I was severely depressed, that I was clearly suicidal. They put me in the hospital, and they only kept me in there for a week. I'm not made to be locked up, and I was quickly telling them I want to be out of there, so they let me out of there pretty quick. But when I came out of there, I got a place through the council, and I messaged my ex and I said, you know, I've got a place now. Can I have Casey? It was my scheduled weekend, and I said, you know, can I have Casey at mine, or shall I come to yours again this weekend? And she said no. She said the arrangements have changed now. I've got plans. Now, a year before, she'd stopped my access because I changed the day from one day to the next. And she stopped my access for 6 weeks and didn't let me see my daughter for 6 weeks. So this time I was like, no, you can't do that. You can't make plans on my weekend. I said, last time I changed the day from one day to the next. You stopped me seeing her. I said, it's my weekend. You know, I want to see her. And she won't have it. So I said, well, I'm going to take you to court then. And she said to me, good luck seeing Casey again then, my little girl. And she blocked me. And at this point, I thought, well, I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to get access. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to go great. You know, I've had regular access for over a year. You know, I had her all the weekends. She's my little girl. Everything's going to be fine. And I was messaging her every day for about a month, saying simply, can I see my daughter, please? No aggression, no swearing, nothing like that. And a month later, I was arrested for harassment, for asking to see my own little girl. And they locked me up for 10 hours. I lost my job. And I'm currently in the process of trying to sue Wembley Police for it because, and I've got a formal complaint being investigated against the sergeant and the DC for discrimination, for harassment, for basically misconduct, the way that they treated me. They've written a lot of lies about me in my file. And then they recommended to my ex to get a non-molestation order, which she was just talking about. So she went and made false allegations of abuse And you'll find in the family court system that this is very, very, very common. There is a lot of mums that are making lies up of abuse to get a free solicitor. And that's the only way you can get a solicitor on legal aid in family court, is by making allegations of abuse up. So she then decided to say that I abused her for 4 years while I was together with her. And she got this non-molestation order, which is another form of handcuffs. Yeah, they're stopping you from being able to speak to them, to contact them. You can't go near them. You can't go near your kid. So at this point, I've been arrested for asking to see my daughter, and now I've got a restraining order against me to stop me from even contacting her or going near her. And I've got a solicitor that I've got to go through. So at first, I stupidly decided to wait, thinking that it would be better to wait until the case was dropped. I dropped the harassment case before I made a child arrangements application with the court. And it was going on too long, and I'm literally harassing the police. I'm saying, like, why have I been arrested for asking to see my own kid? This is not right. And I harass them so much that the sergeant that I'm complaining about, he in the end rang me and says, I want to give you your phone back personally, and I want to go to the family courts with you, because he knew how badly wrong they'd got it. And they told me, my solicitor didn't even know that they'd dropped the case. I rang her and told her. But yeah, they dropped the case after 6 months. But at this point, the damage was already done. So I made child arrangements application to see my daughter, and then I had to deal with all the allegations. So she made allegations of abuse. I mean, every type of domestic abuse that you can think of. You're talking sexual abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, which really made me laugh, because, while she was on benefits, I supported her luxurious lifestyle with the holidays and everything. And every type of abuse, it was listed. But I mean, with the non-molestation order and the family court system, you'll write the non-molestation order, you'll write an initial statement, and then you'll write a more full statement, and then it progresses from there. Now, in the first statement, she only put a few things. In the second statement, she included things like attempted rape, sexual manipulation, things that should have been really in the start. Yeah, like, these sort of things, you're gonna bring that up in the first place. Yeah. She's got no proof. I've actually got physical evidence, yeah, that disproves all of most of her stuff, right? So I've put my own statement in, and I provided a lot of evidence to prove that these are lies. Now, the courts don't consider that. They don't read your statement. They've actually given her a chance to pick out 6 allegations out of all her allegations that I've then got to defend again. So she knows what evidence I've got, and she gets to pick out 6 of them that she knows that I can't defend. Yeah, this is a family court system for you, all right? And my whole case, I've not seen my daughter now in 14 months, over a year. Yeah, and my whole case has been about these allegations that I have evidence for. Now, there's a good chance that I'm going to get sent back to prison for speaking about this today, because they've literally added conditions to my non-molestation order to say that I can't post anything. Well, I mean, I'm hoping that the fact that I'm speaking about it is going to make a difference, but I'm not allowed to post anything on social media anymore because I kept exposing them, and I'm not allowed to post any thing about her or a kid. But I'm one of thousands of dads that are going through this, and the cases that I read, I mean, I've recently set up a page with a couple of other dads, and we rebranded it to Fathers for Equality. There's a lot of fathers for justice pages that you see, and you would have known about Spider-Man getting on the buildings and all that sort of stuff. It's all the same stuff. Now, all the stories that you'll read are all the same. And, the moms make false allegations of abuse. Dads get arrested for asking to see their kids. And, a lot of these dads have had regular access to their kids before these allegations are made. And then when the allegations are made, it's just another technique to stop them. Fathers for Equality, yeah, exactly. It's just another technique to stop them from seeing their kids again. I recently came across. I mean, I went to a protest in London, and there was a story of a bloke that he had 50-50 shared care with his kids for 9 years, and he decided to apply for more holiday time. Now, when he applied for more holiday time, his ex-missus made some allegations against him, and the judge turned around to him and says, "You can only write one letter a month to your kids." Now, he's got 2 kids that he lives with, and he's got 2 kids with his ex. Now, his 2 kids were at this protest as well. They're missing their sisters, and he's now only allowed to write one letter a month based on these allegations. He had these kids for 9 years, and that's just one of many, many, many stories, just like mine. You want to say anything?
Brother, no, you know what? The thing is, right, I didn't want to interrupt you there, brother, because you was in your flow and you're talking so passionately about it. And what sung out to me, and the one thing I'd like to make the point of, like you said, this non-molestation or anything, you haven't named the female, you haven't named your little girl. And like I said, we're talking in open terms. I just want to make the point.
My little girl's called Casey. I'm quite happy
Right,
to say
there you go. But we've not mentioned the mother's name, and that's fine. Yeah. But the fact is like when you were talking about Casey, and it's like you was, and I know you didn't mean to this subconsciously, but you were saying she was, and it's like you're suffering a bereavement, like you said. It's because you are. Do you know what? It's so. I've got no kids. I'll be honest with you. I don't really have that instinct to have kids. Right? They drive me insane when you see them in the supermarket. But little buggers. But like having. No. But I went through this. I came from a broken home. I didn't see my real dad. But then we had a stepdad, and then my mum binned him off and got with another guy, and we used to go every weekend to Huddersfield and stay with it. He was my stepdad. He was my sister's real dad. And we used to go over and stuff. And the damage that it does to a child, whether it's a male or female child growing up, not having their parents in their life, if there are strict safeguarding issues, i.e., like the father is a convicted paedophile or the mother has sexually abused the children, then I support, wholeheartedly support the courts and the system. But the fact is, the one thing that rang true I spoke to David the other night. David is going through the same process. And even though you're a level-headed guy as David is, but it just seems to be that the system is stacked in the mother's favor. I mean, David said the other night that apparently it's only if you're a male, you can't get legal aid, but if you're a female, you can. Is that true?
That's not the case. It's if you claim domestic abuse, and 99% of the cases, it's women that claim domestic abuse because they know that they can use it as a tool. And you got sites like Mumsnet, and there's another one that I know that what was it? I basically went on their group. Mothers United, it's called, and I've seen some of their posts, and they're really misandristic towards males and things like that. But absolutely, I agree. And one of the main thing is we set up this page recently, this Fathers for Equality, and we're sticking to one agenda, because you see a lot of different agendas being pushed about on these pages, and our one agenda is an automatic assumption of 50-50 shared care unless genuine proven safeguarding concerns are raised, and that's the most important thing. These safeguarding concerns, I've got, in my case, social services have got no safeguarding concerns against me, right? Kafkas, who are like a social services sort of firm, they're involved in the initial process of the family court system, and they're like advocates for their children, so to speak. They have had no involvement in my case. I've still not seen my daughter in over a year. I recently passed safeguarding checks. I passed risk assessments and DBS checks to mentor vulnerable kids with mental health issues that are going through the criminal justice system. But I can't see my daughter in a supervised access center. I've been refused to see my daughter supervised, even though I had her every weekend almost for over a year. I still can't see her supervised. there's something
And
definitely wrong there.
Isn't it convenient though that the ex comes out with it? It sounds like she was like you was giving her all this positive energy by getting her in shape and healthy eating and all these things. Her confidence went up where she became probably, oh, I can get any man sort of thing or whatever. And well, not necessarily that, but she had confidence that she didn't have before. And then she zapped your energy. You've gone into yourself. Like you said, you're sitting in the car drinking and everything, right? You could, it's just the system. Just I don't know too much about it, so I've got to question you from what I know, which is not much. Cathcast, are they supposed to be independent, or is it again that they're part of the problem?
They're supposed to be independent, but they're massively biased and corrupt. Just the same as the police, the solicitors. I mean, my ex's solicitor knows that she's a liar. Yeah, and they're threatening me with arrest. Yeah, and because I keep exposing them, they're still threatening me to try and get me sent back to prison. But yeah, Kafkas. I mean, my first experience with Kafkas, they wrote. To be fair, they wrote me a neutral report. I know a lot of the dads that have had really bad experiences with Kafkas, but for me, it was like I put my child arrangements application in. Now, when Kafkas rang me, they do the initial interview. They rang my ex first, yeah, and they started my interview with, "We've spoken to mom first, and she's made this allegation against you. What have you got to say about that?" And I spent the whole, it was like a police interview. I spent the whole time defending myself, and I'm like, hang on a minute, I was the one that made the application to see my daughter. So why are you speaking to the mom first, and why are you grilling me on her allegations, which she's got no proof of? And that's what Kafkas are like.
And the thing is, if it was a court, obviously, if it was a criminal like thing, obviously, normally it's on evidence and things like that. But the thing is, with the family, like obviously, you're supposed to be charged if there's evidence against you. You obviously, the more evidence, the bigger the case. But in your case, there's no evidence against you. But how can you disprove something if there's no, like, she's coming out with all these allegations, but how are you supposed to disprove them? If you can't prove something, you shouldn't have to disprove it.
Yeah. Well, in family courts, you're guilty until proven innocent. And in my last court hearing that I attended, and when the judge said, "I want you to pick out 6 allegations," I said to the judge, "Does she have to prove them allegations?" And her exact words to me was, "We are not like criminal court. We judge guilt on a balance of probability, and that's 51%. So basically, they judge your guilt on their opinion. So if they believe, the balance tips over 50% that you did it, then they will find you guilty on it." And I mean, I'll even add to that. Yeah, like recently, I had another court hearing a week ago, and they spoke about these 6 allegations again, and I said that I refuse to answer them because I have proof that she's lied on all the other ones. I said, and you know, you're putting me at a disadvantage, and they want to do a fact finding hearing, which is like a trial. And they said, "We want to do a 1-day hearing about these 6 allegations." And I said, "No, I want to do a 2-day hearing, and I want to be able to question her on all the other ones." I said, because I can call into question her character, and that obviously demonstrates that she's a liar. And you know, they said to me that they will do a 2-day hearing, and I can cross-examine her on all the other allegations, but they would not find any of them in fact. They will only find the 6 allegations in fact, the ones that I can't evidence. All the ones that I've got physical evidence for to prove she's a liar, they won't find any of it in fact.
And what we're talking, when you're talking trial, are you talking like a criminal trial where you've got a jury of 12 independent people sworn in?
No, it's like a trial where I can question her. The judge will probably ask her the questions, and I can question her, and then she'll put her allegations forward, and I can question it. But the only ones that they're going to consider as evidence are the ones that I haven't got evidence for. The ones that I have actually got evidence to prove that she's a liar, like the attempted rape. We were still sleeping together up until she stopped my access, and I've got sex talk off her, things like that. It's stuff to prove that she clearly wasn't sexually manipulated. She said that I got done for ABH and GBH, which because they're violent offences, I've got my DBS, which proves that I wasn't done for ABH and GBH. Yeah, so I mean, she talked about a fight I had with my dad when I was 11, and she said as if it was a recent thing. I was 11 years old. Yeah, there's so many things in there that are just completely infactual that she's made up her statement with, and that's what a lot of them do to get these non-molestation orders. That have evidence to prove that, you know, she's lying. They won't find any of that in fact. They'll only find the ones that she's picking up.
How much does, because I put this ex of yours in without knowing too much. I put her in like a false, like that false accuser sort of role, which where you get women that not necessarily with your missus, but where women cry, oh, coercive behaviour, rape, things like that, and
That's exactly what it is, though.
but they actually take credit away from real victims of domestic violence and things
Of
like
course they
that,
do.
and it stops people coming forward, which creates more victims, in my opinion. And the fact that you've got to be in the UK in the criminal system, it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. With the family courts, it sounds like you're guilty till you get to be proven innocent.
Yeah, and it's very,
Without
very hard
evidence,
to
so
prove
you
yourself
can't prove it.
innocent.
It sounds like if you, it sounds to the people that are watching this, if you're in a relationship with a missus and you're going through a rough patch, you've got to start getting fucking phone recordings, catching messages, things like that to protect yourself, because further
You
down the
need to be on,
line,
you need to be on my group, mate, because everything you're saying is what I keep telling the dads to do. Because
how
that's
mad
exactly
is
what
that?
you need to do. Yeah, exactly. You know, I always tell people keep records of everything. That's the advice that you'll see on these pages, time and time again. Keep records of everything. Yeah, keep all conversations. Only speak about your child on email professionally. Yeah, and you know, don't speak about anything else other than your child. And even when you do, you still get arrested for asking to see your child.
If we flip the coin a little bit, do you believe is there women out there that might have suffered with addictions, things like that, and the father has got the residency order, and the female's actually in the same position as what fathers
Yeah,
for equality are in?
yeah, of course. I mean, we are called fathers for equality, but we're fighting for children's rights and we're fighting for equality. We're not fighting for fathers' rights, and I think that's a bad notion to push out there. And you know, we like I went to a protest recently in London, and that's the main thing that we're pushing across is that you know it's not just that dads that go for it. It is based on residency. You know, if a resident parent uh, makes these allegations, then you know they're likely to get legal aid. But you know, you're talking 90% of the time, it's the man that's on the wrong side of it because when a relationship breaks down, who leaves the house? It's dad. You know, dad leaves the house with the woman and the kids. You know, and then they get this advice to do what they do, and it's the dads that are suffering. That's why there's so many dads that are going through it. But actually, we set up our group with the notion that, you know, we're going to be fighting for children's rights to both parents. You know, 50-50 share care. That's the most important thing. It's about the kids. It's not about the dad. It's not about the mom. It's about the kids being able to see both parents an equal amount of time. And if there's no proof, if there's no genuine safeguarding concerns that are proven, then why should dads be stopped from seeing their kids?
Do you
Or
know
mom?
what? That's the one thing that rang true. Like when you were talking, when we was talking yesterday and today, and the one thing, it's not, oh, it's the men, it's the women. It's not about men. It's not about female, male. It's about the children, and it's
Of
about,
course it is,
like you
yeah.
said, it's not, oh, the parent should, the father should have 70%, the mothers get 30. It's a 50-50 split. It's not in the best interest of the mother. It's not in the best interest of the father. It's in the best interest of the children. The children are most
Exactly.
important. But in this, and
100%.
the sad thing is these tug of wars are not being played fairly. For example, your ex-partner, she seems to be using the kid as a weapon, which I despise. It does so much damage to the kid in the long run. This years in the future, they must be like, they must also be fathers that you come across or that Kieron's got experience of that have actually saw, well, yourself included, saw suicide, attempted suicide, or sadly and tragically committed suicide because they've lost the right to be in their children's life.
I've attempted suicide 6 times in the last year, and the last time was about a month and a half ago, and I actually stopped breathing and I went blue. And just by chance, I happened to be at a friend's house when I did it. I took a massive overdose, and I took a lot of stuff, and I intended to go home and do it. I happened to go to a friend's, and She rang the ambulance, and I stopped breathing. I went blue, and when I woke up, the paramedics were around me, and he says, "I've never seen anyone that far gone that's come back from it." And I said, "Am I going to die?" He said, "I don't know." And I went to the hospital, and I came out of it. And to be fair, that kind of helped me in a way, because I came so close to death. And although I'm depressed, it motivated me to start fighting more. And that's when we started setting this group up, and I started going to protests, and I find it easier to fight for all dads, and I'm fighting to change the system, than I find it easy to fight for my own fight, because I feel like my own fight is just it's helpless at the moment. That's how it feels. To go from having regular weekend access to your daughter, and having a brilliant relationship with her. I used to take her everywhere, go out for meals. I'd have her in a week and go out for meals with her, take her to zoos. I've got a video where she's pointing out the window. What my ex sent me one day, she's showing daddy pointing out the window and things like that. Me and my daughter had a beautiful relationship, and now I've not seen her in over a year. And now she's free and she's grown up, and I don't even get any photographs of her. It's fucking. I mean, my case it's bad for me, yeah, but it's not even the worst that I've seen, man. I've seen a lot worse cases than mine.
And the sad thing is, brother, like, you're going through all this now, and like I say, the support for people, good people on the channel that are like, look, this guy's amazing. Like someone saying here, he seems such a nice guy and a good dad. It's such a shame when another parent uses kids as a weapon. No child should be brought up without their dad and a good male role model. And it's, and this is the thing, and the sad thing is you're going through this struggle now, and like I said, so what we talk, have you missed like first steps, first words and things like that, or have you seen these?
Well, I mean, the first steps, when I said that she stopped my access for 6 weeks a year before this, I missed the first steps then. Now I've missed her second birthday, I missed her third birthday, and I missed Christmas. I got a star named after her for her last birthday, which was August just gone. So she's actually got a star named after her. So when I do get her, I can show her in the sky where her star is, and it's going to be named after her for life and things like that.
That is deep. Do you know what though? The thing is, like, and the scary thing is the and I'm going to sound uneducated. Well, I am uneducated, but with this whole thing, in the end, what are the possible outcomes in the end for your case particularly?
I'll have to go to an access centre if I get accepted for it, and then build up trust that I can obviously parent my daughter, which I'm perfectly capable of parenting my daughter. And then the end game is to get a court order where I can have at least a minimum every other weekend and half of the holidays and that. But then you'll find that a lot of parents are breaking court orders, and when you try to enforce them court orders, there's no punishment, there's no deterrent for these parents. There's no punishment for breaking the court orders. COVID was a big excuse for a lot of moms and maybe some dads to say that their parents couldn't see their kids as well. There's a lot of dads that have had court orders and they've been broken. I think Kieron went through that as well. The guy that messaged you, my old boss, he actually got full custody of his kids, and his kid's mum was, I hope you don't mind me speaking about this, but his kid's mum was a bit of a psycho, and basically it took him, I think, 2 years to gain full custody of his kids, and all the people surrounding his case, she had chance after chance after chance, said that if the genders were reversed, it would have been a clear-cut case, and she would have got custody straight away. It took him 2 years to get custody of his kids, and there was genuine, proven safeguarding concerns there. And it's just a massively biased system that's weighted against dads, unfortunately, 90% of the time.
Is this Kieron that's commenting? Big KH.
Yeah,
is this Kieron? Right, so he put, not all women are bad, which is a good point to make, but it's too easy for women to manipulate the court system. He said here, my ex used COVID to stop me seeing my daughter properly.
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
If these, if these court things, right, obviously these allegations that made against you are made up and fictitious to try and smudge your name, to stop you getting access to your daughter. If these bullshit allegations are believed in court by this family court judge who's they all seeing, they all doing, just how bad could the situation be with regards to your access to your child if these judges believes 51% that you have done these things and 49% that you haven't?
You could get a no contact order. Like I said, that guy that he had his kids for 9 years, and then the judge said you can only write 1 letter a month to your kids. I met him. I met his daughters who were missing. They had banners saying like, you know, they stole my sisters from me. They got 2 sisters they can't see. They had for 9 years. I watched the video with them, and they've got so many happy memories, you know. And he had 50-50 care for 9 years, and then because he applied for more holiday time, the judge turned around and said, whatever allegations she made or whatever, the judge turned around and says you can only write 1 letter a month. Imagine being told you can only write a letter a month to your kids. You can't see them.
And is that why so many fathers and mothers, because obviously the roles can be reversed, where they break them non-molestation orders simply because their desire to see their children is that much? They're desperate to see the kids, and that's why they break these and then they're liable to arrest because it falls under the Police and Criminal Evidence Act.
Yeah, of course, and that's why a lot of dads kill themselves as well. There's so many. I mean, since I've been fighting, I've probably seen 7 or 8 suicides. That's not including my own attempts. And these are dads that have successfully killed themselves.
Brother, how much? I'm interested to bring Kieron on shortly if Kieron's up for it. If the worst case scenario ends in your case, and I'm going to ask a very bold question here. If a non-contact order was handed out down the line, God forbid, right, touch wood, where would it lead?
Very long. I probably won't be here for very long.
It's fucking wrong, bro, that on a level. And it's like, the thing is as well, how much is the fact that you grew up in care, which was yes, you was a naughty kid, and yeah, but like I say, the fact is just because you're hard work doesn't mean, in my opinion, you should be put into care. It doesn't matter how bad you are. But how much is your past criminality, the fact you had, you didn't have a bad childhood, so I can't say that, but the fact you've been in prison, the fact you've been in the care system, the fact that you used illicit drugs in the past, how much is that now used to besmudge you as a person and your good character?
In every statement that she's made, the first statement is he's got criminal convictions. I've been out for 8 years. I got in trouble last in 2007, 13 years ago. It's historic. They've used my mental health against me, my depression. 15 parents killed themselves a week due to access issues. Well, there you go. But yeah, no, she uses it all against me.
With the suicide attempts, right? Like you said, it stems from you not being allowed to see your kids. For me, that should be seen as, I'm going to sound really bizarre, like it should be seen as, this is someone, there's a lot of deadbeat dads out there, and you're trying to take your own life because of the one thing that you live for, your child. You just want equal access. That's all you're asking for. But your suicide attempts are used against you, I'm assuming, as opposed to in your favour.
Yeah.
Not in your favour. Not in your favour. That's the wrong word to say. In your favour, but you know what I mean.
Well, one of the emails that I got sent was because she's basically her and her sister have got fake profiles that they're using on the dad's pages to stalk any of my posts, and anything that I post, they send a screenshot to her solicitor. And there was one time where I'd actually took an overdose, and I'd commented on one of the dad's posts, and I don't know how they saw it, but I just commented saying like, you know what, I just took a massive overdose. Yeah, good luck with your fights, Dad. And I'd lost my head, and she got a screenshot of that, sent it to her solicitor, and then her solicitor emailed me saying, we've heard about this overdose here, we hope it's not true, we might have to bring this up with the court about your mental health. They used it against me. So.
And you know what, brother, the strange thing is though, when there's a non-molestation, was the non-molestation order in place then?
Yeah, it's been in place for before the court, before the arraignment.
Brother, what annoys me, right? How can it be that you can't contact them? You can't, if you search for them on social media things, right, and the police arrested you and then they downloaded your phone and said, you've been on her Facebook, you set up a fake account, whatever the allegation might be, you'd be fucked.
I'd get arrested.
But they'd be okay, but it's okay for them to stalk your social media to benefit their case. And brother, how fucking low do you have to be to try and use a man's attempted suicide, right, to try and benefit your own fucking case in a fight for a fucking child, a living, breathing thing?
Exactly. I mean, the thing is as well, I've suggested several times to her solicitor that I consider it harassment that she's using fake profiles to stalk my Facebook. I mean, she even takes innocent posts and turns them against me. Yeah, and like puts a bad spin on it, and I'm like, she's stalking me, like she's harassing me by using a fake profile to get screenshots of my post, and they send me emails back saying, no, you're harassing our client and things like that. I'm like, hang on a minute, if she's got a non-molestation order and she wants to get as far away from me as possible, she used it to get a new house and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, then and if she's like really that scared of me and she wants to distance herself from me, then why is she so involved in my life? Yeah, and why is she stalking me using fake profiles? And why are the courts accepting that? And that's what she does, and that's what a lot of them do. It don't make sense, does it?
So
if I did that,
what,
I'd be arrested on the spot. I'll probably get arrested for this, but this live.
if you need me to take it, if you need me to unpublish it, brother, I will unpublish it in a second.
No, it's fine. If I go to jail, yeah, if I go to jail, I'm a political prisoner. I don't consider myself a criminal at all. I'm talking the truth. And Article 10 of the Freedom of Speech Act, it says that no public authority can stop you from speaking about anything. Yeah, basically, pretty much freedom of speech. I should be able to speak about anything. This is my case. This is my life. Yeah, that's freedom of speech. So if they arrest me, then just campaign to get me out.
Yeah. So Adrian Jeffries here says people wonder why there is a stigma around mental health when it's used against you in cases of access to your own child.
100%. Yeah, there is a stigma about mental health, but then they use it against you.
This is the thing, but you turned your life around. You came away from it all. The one thing that I've got to say, brother, and no disrespect, brother, it's not my place to say anything, but your fucking family, brother, just fucking cunts, bro. I don't appreciate that. I think it's fucking wrong, bro. You was on. Your dad was taking to London to drop you off and put you up in an hotel for a weekend. Should have had you back in the house, man. Your mentality is different. You've changed, brother. You've grown up. You've become a man. You're not the kid you was. You've probably still got it deep inside you, but your family should have, in that moment in need, brother, should have taken you in.
No, but I asked them to take me to London. It's only recently when they've really turned their backs on me, and considering all the bad decisions that I made in the past, I don't blame them for not trusting, the decisions that I've made, and I've made some bad decisions, and I've not been perfect since I came out, but they turned their backs on me when I needed them the most, and I think they gave up in the end.
Yeah, but brother, there's no reason for that. I don't care how bad somebody is, brother. Right, there's a lady that subscribes to me called Julie. Her son's been in and out of prison, brother. Goes on the run. Police at the door every 2 fucking minutes. Right, he's just been recalled recently. Was in a probation hostel in Blackburn. Disappeared. He was living with his granddad, and his granddad's like 70-odd-year-old, and he's too old for all this shit. But she still loves her son unconditionally. He suffers with mental health. He takes drugs. He drinks. She's still there for him. That's what a mother does. But your mum and dad, as much as, like I said, your dad's a PCSO and all this, but the way that you are, desire inside you, you're a talented guy. You've got a good heart. You've been to hell and back. What you've survived would have killed a lot of people. And you're still on this journey. And it's sad to think that your life, from what you've said, potentially could be, if you get a non-contact order, that it could be the death of you, and that scares the life out of me, brother, because you're a fucking good guy. You've got more about you than this fucking scumbag, right? Who I don't know her, but when you're using your kid as a weapon, you don't need to know the person to know that they're a vindictive, nasty, coming out with fucking false, like, sexual assault allegations and fake rape allegations. That someone that was abused sexually, brother, as a kid, I despise. I know I speak to people, bro, that have been raped, and abused, and some of them have come forward and some of them haven't, right? fake accusers, and that's what it is, false accusations, right, puts people in prison and can ruin lives. People get remanded having never committed these offences because of a say-so, because of a woman, right? And even though you've got to, go on, I'll shut up, go on.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, well, she tried to have me sent back to prison. She had me arrested for asking to see my own daughter. I mean, you can't write that shit, mate. I was arrested for asking to see my own daughter. Literally, can I see my daughter, please? They arrested me. They locked me up for 10 hours, mate. It took 6 months to get it dropped. That's why I'm trying to sue them.
But
You can't write that stuff, mate.
That's been no further action. That's gone.
Yeah, but it's still getting used against me in the courts. It's still on my police.
But how? But it should be inadmissible in court because you wasn't done for it. You wasn't convicted.
No further action doesn't mean not guilty. It just means they're not taking any further action. That's how they look at it. Family court, mate. It's not criminal court.
Yeah, but the thing is, the criminal court mentality, even the criminal court mentality is fucking corrupt. But just how unfair and unjust is this fucking family court system? And has it always been like this? As long as, like, obviously, it's the first time you've been down this route, but it's been like this.
The guy was dressing up as Spider-Man and jumping on Parliament and the original Fathers for Justice guy. I mean, he didn't really do the dads any favors, yeah, because, you know, he cast dads in a bad light, and the term Fathers for Justice really doesn't go down well, especially with the courts. But you know, he set a precedence, and, you know, he raised a bit of awareness. Now we're trying to do things a little bit of a different way, where we're going to do things properly, and we're going to fight for a decent agenda and try and actually change the policies and the system so that it works properly, and you know, that dads aren't refused access unless there's safeguarding concerns that are proven. And that's how it should be. Or mums.
So Davy Kavanagh says, let him see his kids. It's not like he murdered or nonced anyone. He's only asking for a second chance. Seems like a decent bloke who admits he made a mistake. Very, very true, brother.
I agree, but I don't need a second chance. You know, I was a good dad, and I never had any safeguarding concerns for my daughter. I looked after my daughter. I was a brilliant dad. You know, I raised my ex's son for 4 years. It's not about having a second chance. She's made up lies to stop me seeing my daughter. I had access 1 minute, next minute she took it away from me. That's not a second chance. That's not like I've done something wrong and I need you know, I don't need forgiving for anything. I've not done anything wrong. I literally haven't done anything wrong. All I've done is being a good dad. Simple.
I think he might be making reference to the crime.
Yeah, to my past. Yeah, but that was a long time ago, man.
But just because you went to prison doesn't mean you're a shit father and a bad father.
Exactly.
If you were sat here on camera now, right, as a convicted paedophile, right, or a convicted rapist, right, I'd have no fucking sympathy for you at all, because I fucking despise those cunts. But the fact is, people that have been to prison, that have you bettered your life before you knew you was going to have a kid. You changed before you was a father. So
of course.
This woman, brother, must be one fucking, and like I said, I've got to be careful what I say, but very twisted, manipulative, very clever, and fucking underhanded, and it's deliberate as well. It's not by accident; it's completely deliberate. And what by you having access to your daughter?
That's one of thousands, bro. That's one of thousands and thousands and thousands. One of the dads pages is like 20,000 people in there. You're talking of thousands of dads across the country, thousands and thousands of kids across the country that have got only one parent, because the mums I say mums, and I don't want to make it about a gender thing, but 90% of the time it's mums that are making false allegations and stopping their dads from seeing the kids.
The one thing that I can't get my head around is, but say the judge said, right, I can have your little girl Casey every weekend. How's that gonna impact the mother? It's not going to impact her financially. It's just that right that you've got to see your daughter. So it's not going to change her life. It's not going to affect the money that she gets. So what has she got to lose by letting you see your daughter?
In my particular case, it's more about spite, but there are dads where there are mums that do it because of child maintenance. Child maintenance is based on the amount of contact each parent has with their child and the amount of money that the parent earns. So there are dads that are finding themselves without contact because the mums know that if they don't give them contact to their kids, they get more money off child maintenance.
Can I ask you a question?
Money does come into it sometimes.
Cool.
No, I'm just saying, so money does come into it sometimes. Not in my case, but in some dads' cases it does.
Yeah. So, like, I'm interested. I remember reading a story many years ago. There was an American story and there was a UK story. So there was a woman in the UK. I don't know where it was. She was raped, right? She went on to father this child, and the rapist, who was the father, actually fought to see his own child.
Yeah.
Do you think that's right?
No, I don't.
He raped her, and then do you know what, brother? This is the thing. He raped her. She carried the child. He somehow found out. He'd gone to prison. He got out, and he actually was fighting for access to his daughter, to his child that was conceived through a rape. Which is just
No,
then people don't.
I don't think the morality of that. I don't think it's right at all, mate. I don't.
No.
I mean, you know, if you have a child with a woman, you know, it's a consensual thing. And if you
Yeah.
rape a woman and have a child that way, then no, you shouldn't be allowed any access to your child. I don't think that that's right at all. I mean, imagine the psychological implications of that for the woman that he actually raped. Do you know what I mean? She's got to go through torture. It's not right at all.
A million percent, brother. So Marcus says here, my ex is doing the same thing to me now, stopping me seeing my daughter. Best thing I ever did was get a solicitor involved. But the thing is,
That's all
though,
right. That's all right if you got 30 grand spare.
That's what I was going to say. That's all right if you can afford to. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Pushing the kids to, if anything, I'm just clicking through. I went through 11 months, offered 1 hour a month, 4 and 1, 50-50 residency. I don't know if you know this guy, if he's one of your group. He said, I went through it for 11 months, offered 1 hour a month, fought and won 50-50.
That's a quick battle, man. That's good.
So how is there I'm going to sound really weird, is there a success rate when it comes to like court orders and things like that, like 50-50 residency and things like that? Is it like a win and lose percentage? I'm sorry to put it in them terms, but
I'm currently collating data. I've literally written down in the past couple of days 200 emails of different family courts, and I've got a series of questions I'm asking them for freedom of information to get some statistics, and I'm going to put a report together for when we do our protests and stuff like that. I don't know the percentages.
But the thing is, when you're in but the thing is, under the FOI or freedom of information request, you can obviously collate those thingies, brother. Do you know what? So Marcus is saying here, yes, it's costly and it takes time, but it's worth it. Had to pay £200 just to send her a letter to her. But the thing is, Marcus, you're in a privileged position. What about all those fathers that are working either on benefits or that are working low, unskilled work on minimum wage? It sounds like they've got an uphill struggle to because they're not represented. They've got to study the law, and they're not lawyers. These people are not lawyers. The normal guys, and they're trying to. You're going to have to represent yourself in court then, from what you've said.
Yeah. I represent myself in court. Yeah, she's got a solicitor. It's apparently I read a while back that when they changed the law to make legal aid only available for domestic abuse victims, the cases went up by 37%. People claiming domestic abuse. It's 37%.
And the thing is, brother, do you believe there's enough media coverage on this subject?
No, not at all. I mean, you've got I don't want to bring other causes into it, but you've got cases like BLM and LBGT. You know, they've all fought for their rights to equality, and at the end of the day, what dads suffer in the family courts is discrimination. It's just the same as any other form of discrimination, and we need more awareness, and that's what we're trying to raise now.
If it was a male that was in a domestic abuse relationship with a woman and he was the victim, would he also be entitled to the legal aid in the family courts and everything, or would that not apply?
Yeah, of course it would. But the thing is, and I'm not just fighting the family court system or the police or the solicitors. I've actually recently had it out with the National Centre for Domestic Violence for advocating sexist posters that depict women as victims. Also with my probation office, I put a formal complaint in because they had a poster depicting a man as a domestic violence perpetrator, they didn't have any depicting women as perpetrators. And my probation worker's manager came on the phone to me and turned around and said, yeah, but the statistics show that more men are likely to be abused than women. And I said, well, that's not the case. I said more women are likely to report domestic abuse than men. And that's the fact. Yeah, I didn't realize I was being domestically abused. I got emotionally abused. A lot of men don't realize they're being abused, and a lot of men don't report it. And if you take into account false allegations, you take into account the amount of men that don't actually realize they're being abused. And if that was all put into the numbers, and imagine the difference in the percentage, then it'd be a massive difference.
1,000%. So I'm just going to take the time. So I've never met Kieron. Kieron contacted me. So I'll let you introduce Kieron, guys. I'll let you, Andy, you introduce Kieron, or Kieron introduce himself.
Kieron's he's a brilliant guy, and he's fought the court system. He's got access to his daughter, and he's fighting for all his dads now. I met him at a protest. He's had a massive influence in our group, Fathers for Equality, and I've got a lot of respect for the guy. He's got a very good head on his shoulders, and he's fighting for all dads out there and mums. He's fighting for the children and for equal rights. And he's definitely someone that's he's playing a big part in our fight for change.
So can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, it's a bit quiet then, but yeah, I can hear you, Kieron. Yeah.
Okay.
Just not my volume. I just need to knock my volume up. Go on.
Right. So this is a massive issue within society, but as I've spoken to Andy before, unless you're personally affected by this issue, it's never going to come across your mind. It's never going to affect you. But like I said, there was a picture that I sent to you. I think there's some statistic. There's like 6,000 men a year killing themselves, and a big percentage of that is men who are affected by this issue. At least 10% the aggregate the factor that affects the person killing themselves is a lack of contact to their child. Now, I'm in a fortunate position, like Andy said, where I've been through this system. I had to fight this system. I think yesterday on your, when you were interviewing Andy, you said that you don't really know people that have like straight-laced, they're churchgoers or whatever. Now, that was my upbringing. I was straight-laced. I've never, ever had any influence from the criminal justice system. I've never been in a police cell. I've never been in a prison cell. And yet my ex, she could make allegations up, unfounded, totally unfounded. She said that I was domestically violent. I threatened to kill her and my unborn child. She said I was an alcoholic. She said I'd got mental health issues. She said I was even as... Am I still there?
Yeah, you are, but
Yeah,
your camera angle's way off. I can barely see your face. Go on.
Let me try and get this sorted. Right, can you see
I have
me now?
problems with the camera as well, trying to position it. Like, how do I get my head in the middle?
Can you see me now?
Yeah, clear as
Okay,
can be.
Cool. So my ex accused me of being an alcoholic. She accused me of mental health issues. She accused me of threatening to kill her and my unborn child. She said that I was a reckless driver. She said anything that would stop me from having access to my daughter, she basically accused me of. All of it was made up. And because of those few words that she said to an organisation, CAFCAS, that meant that I couldn't see my daughter for the best part of a year. Now, me and my daughter were always close. I'd always been a good dad. All of that stuff was made up. And I had no recourse other than to go through a long, lengthy court process in order to see my daughter. And this is a massive issue that's affecting good men that are killing themselves because and attempting suicide. I mean, Andy's a top man. Anyone watching this video can see he's an honest. He's a good guy, and he's got a lot to offer. I've had the privilege of seeing pictures of him with his daughter, and you can see that his daughter thinks the world of him, and yet he has no access to her, and she has no access to him. Her rights, the Human Rights Act says that children have a right to access with both parents, and it's an institutional abuse, really. I mean, you've talked about. I mean, Andy's told his story, and it's an incredible story. But he's talked about like the institutional abuse within the care system. I've been a subscriber of you, Cody, for a long time because I've got an interest in criminology and serial killers, and I just find that interesting. I've worked in forensic settings myself. I work as an occupational therapist for the NHS, and I've worked in low secure settings with various offenders in the past. And I've got a strong passion for rehabilitation within the prison system and within mental health systems. But the family court system is an institution that is discriminating against innocent men. And I think Andy used the expression earlier. There's only two areas in life where you're ever going to be deemed guilty until you're proven innocent. And that's employment law. And I know that through my job. And also the family court system. If someone alleges anything against you, you're always going to be deemed as guilty until proven innocent in family law. And that process means that children are being denied the access to have a relationship with their fathers. And fathers are denied access to having a good relationship with their children. And having those positive parental relationships are a massive impact on society. Children need both parents in their life, and this is a huge problem in society, and we never hear about it in the media. We hear the occasional story from Fathers for Justice, like Andy said, maybe Spider-Man climbing up Big Ben, but this is a huge issue that needs more coverage, and it's a passion that I have. And I don't really have a horse in the race anymore because I've got a court order. Fortunately, I've been through this system in 2014. I've seen how corrupt it is. It cost me several £1,000s to fight to see my daughter. I disproved every allegation that my ex threw against me with hard evidence. And I've not got a horse in this race anymore, but I know that how it impacts on fathers. And it's an absolute travesty and something that needs to be in the public domain more so, so people are aware of these issues that fathers are facing. I mean, we fight for equality in all. We fight for equality in all aspects of society. We've got LGBT rights. We've got feminist rights. We've got prisoners' rights. And I fight for equality. I believe in equality for all sectors of society. But fathers, at the moment, there's a huge discrimination against fathers. And I don't even hold women at fault for that. I hold the system at fault. And the system needs to be reformed because the system is totally corrupt at the moment. And unless you're in that situation, as I said, you're not aware. No one without children would be aware of it. And before I went through separation and divorce and my ex denying me access to my child, I was totally unaware of this issue. But when you've been through it, it's absolutely horrific. And I think that you mentioned earlier, Cody, about it's almost like a form of grief, but it's worse than grief because you know your child is maybe 12 miles up the road and you can't go and see them. The law is against you. If you go and see them, you're going to get a non-molestation order, as Andy spoke about.
You see that, Jameel? That's what I was just talking about. Who got custody, and he's still going through it now. Look, you see his comment.
So Jameel's part of Fathers for Equality.
No, he's my old boss, the one that messaged you.
All right,
And
is
I
this
said
it?
that he got custody, yeah.
So, he's knocked himself off. Kieron's knocked himself off. I'm sure he'll click the link. He'll come back in. So Jamal, who was your boss in London, said 3 years after gaining custody, my ex has now decided I'm a paedophile, and I get police on my door weekly. Last time was a few days ago. Nothing has happened despite the blatant false allegations. And Kieron is back. There we go, brother.
Hello.
So what's the impact? Is it so? It seems to be, like you said, it's just not spoken about in the media. Like Fathers for Justice. I was speaking to Kieron about this, and where Kieron supports what they do underneath, it's now become more of a money-making exercise. From what Kieron was saying, I hope Kieron doesn't mind me saying
Definitely it has. Yeah. That's the truth. Fathers for Justice. If you go on their website and try and get any advice off the original Fathers for Justice, you know, they're just some money. They're like solicitors, just leeches. We're fighting for kids, mate, and we're fighting for equality. And I'm quite happy to do it for free for as long as it takes, mate. And even when I get access to my daughter, I'm still gonna carry on fighting. I won't stop until it changes.
The whole system at present is a money-making racket, from the court to solicitors to the whole system is about making money, and it's a long lengthy I mean, just to give you some perspective, I didn't see my daughter for the best part of about 9 months, and in that time I spent about £7,000. So you're talking about £1,000 a month on average for legal fees, and this is just literally to fight to see your own child. And it's not like you've committed a criminal offence. It's not like you've done anything wrong. It's basically you're just fighting for your own human rights, but you're paying through the nose to just have those human rights respected, and for your child to have their human rights respected.
I'm paying in mental health.
Yeah, and I think, like Andy said as well, that they create these mental health issues. I mean, I was at the lowest point in my life when I couldn't see my daughter. I mean, like I said, I had a good upbringing, quite a conservative upbringing, and during the time that I was fighting to see my daughter, I was suicidal. I literally went to Devon, and I had a belt hung, like ready to hang myself, and I was probably minutes away from killing myself because I thought I'm never going to get through this, and it's a massive issue. And
sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but just touching on something that Cody said earlier. You said it's like you're talking like it's a bereavement, and one thing that I've always said, and one thing that a lot of dads have always described it as, it's a feeling of mourning for your child that's still alive. That's how it feels. Yeah. It's like mourning for a child that's still alive. So when you mourn your child, you can get over it. You know, you mourn your child and that dies, and you know, at some point you're gonna find a way to get through it. Imagine your child's still alive, and you still got that feeling. It's something that you wake up to every day, and it's a feeling that never goes away. That's how it feels.
I think one of the biggest issues as a father in this situation, and there's thousands, like Andy's alluded to, there's thousands and thousands of fathers up and down this country who are now fighting to see their children, who are depressed, anxious, and no one will know about it, probably apart from their close circle of friends and family. But the court system, the problem with the family court system is it's not a level playing field. If you go in there and you've got a fair chance, then you've got a positive outlook. But everything's stacked against you. The whole system is stacked against you because you're a man. So any false allegations, like I've said, are you're guilty until proven innocent. Society perceives that women are caregivers. Society perceives that women are going to be in the best place to give children that parental role. However, my Kafkas report said that I'm equally as capable of looking after my daughter as my ex-wife. I'm equally as capable, but the law is stacked against me. The system
I did it living out my car.
Sorry, Andy.
No, sorry. I'm just saying I did it living out of my car. I still looked after my daughter.
It's just not a fair playing field, and it's stacked against men. And I think we need massive reform, because this is thousands of men a year are killing themselves because of this issue, and no one seems to give it the attention that it deserves, in my opinion.
Kieron, if you didn't have that £7,000 that it cost you to get your 50-50 residency order, do you believe you would have won your fight for your child?
not at the time, because I was in the lowest place I've ever been, and I wasn't in a position. I mean, I know I've spoken to Andy at length. Obviously, we're good friends now. We met in recent weeks, but at that stage in my life, I wasn't as strong and confident as I am now. I couldn't have gone into court and faced my ex, and faced this situation by myself. I was fortunate that I spoke to Andy about this the other day, that I had a good friend who's in a very good financial position who was able to help me out. If I had to self-represent, I would have crumbled. I was in the lowest place. I was suicidal, anxious. I was minutes from taking my own life because I was totally hopeless. And the one thing I had to fight for was my daughter. And I thought, I'm never going to get access to my daughter. Not where I am now. I'm just not in that place. So it's only the grace of a good friend who was able to help me out financially, that I had a solicitor who was able to support me through the process, that potentially I'm even here today. And that's the truth of the matter. That's the fact of the matter.
Kieron, can I ask you an honest question? If you would have got a no contact order, where would the worst have happened, do you reckon?
I reckon it seriously would have. If I'd have been granted no contact with my daughter, I wouldn't be here today. I can say that 90% 90% surety.
It is my best friend. He's one of my best friends. He's not seen his daughter in 9 years. His daughter's mum moved to the Isle of Man, and he didn't know that what access was available for me. And he won't mind me speaking about him. He hit the bottle, and he's an alcoholic now, and it's killing him. And he's got a lot of health problems because of it. Now he's got 2 kids that love him to bits, his sons, and he's a great dad. Now this guy's got a heart of gold. When I started going through my own experience, I knew I'd lived with this guy twice, and he's been my friend for a long time. I've been crying on his shoulder, and he's been hugging me. That's the sort of guy he is. But he's been through it for 9 years, and it's killing him. It affects a lot of people, man. And his daughter's mum was violent towards him, and she moved away to the Isle of Man where his parents were, and took his daughter, and he had no say in it, and he couldn't do nothing about it. And it's ruined his life. And that's sort of affected other people.
Sorry, brother, I interrupted. Sorry, so Wayne Keenan said compulsory DNA tests for all childbirths. Do you agree with that?
I think there should be prenatal agreements. That's something I came up with. Like prenuptial agreements. Should be prenatal agreements. When you have a child, you should be able to sign something to say that if in the event of separation, then you get 50-50 automatic share care, unless there's safeguarding concerns that are proven. I think you should both have to sign something when you have a child.
I mean, I think a big issue, following on from what Andy just said, is that I mean, we're past the days of Jeremy Kyle now with DNA tests, but a lot of mothers, one of the big issues is that it's around parental responsibility. So I was fortunate in that me and my ex were married, so we were in a good place when we had our daughter. So I was on the birth certificate, and being on the birth certificate is a massive positive when you're going through this, because you've got automatic parental responsibility. Whereas if you're not married, or you're not in a good place when you have a child together with someone, and they deny you being on the birth certificate, then you've got an extra battle on your hands to have those arguments about who should be on the birth certificate, who's got parental responsibility. And it's a legal minefield, to be honest with you. And again, it's one of those things that unless you're in that situation, you're never going to have to face those issues of if you're not on the birth certificate. But
I see so many dads as well on these pages.
With the DNA comment, it's case specific, that if you're denied being on the birth certificate, then a DNA test would be beneficial to prove that you're the biological father and that you've got those parental rights.
Why is
I see a lot of that.
Go on, brother. Go on.
No, I was just gonna say I see a lot of dads on these pages that are actually going through that, where you know they've got pregnant a girl pregnant and they fell out and they're not getting put on a birth certificate because they know that they've got more parental rights if they do, and they've then got to go to the family court system, fight for a DNA test, fight to get on a birth certificate, and then fight for access, and then they're obviously gonna say, oh well, I'm breastfeeding, or you know the kid's too young to be with their dad on their own. And they got their battles 100 times harder than even mine. You know, imagine that. I mean, I think it's a lot harder if you've had access to your kid in the first place, and then you know you get that access taken away from you. But even still, man, you know, if you love your kid from birth, then you know you should be still automatically granted the right to time with your child.
I think a big issue as well is that family court is deemed to be a civil matter rather than obviously like a criminal matter. So if for instance, in my situation, I can only speak from my own personal situation, but if someone's got a court order granted, so I've got a court order where I see my daughter every other weekend, every Wednesday night, overnight, and half of all the school holidays. However, if my ex decides to breach that agreement, that order,
there's nothing you can do about it.
I've got absolutely nothing I can do about it apart from go back to the court. Now, to go back to the court,
which you have to pay for.
I've got to pay a court cost. I've got to wait for a court date, which could be months. I mean, during the coronavirus, I've never, again, I'm fortunate in that I've never really had any issues of my ex breaching the court order up until coronavirus hit, and then she stopped access, even though the government had made arrangements for non-resident parents for children to travel between a parent and a non-resident parent. And my ex totally breached that order, said that my daughter couldn't stay with me overnight. And basically, if I went and got her and stuck to the court order, my ex would have had me arrested for kidnap, and I would have been in breach of the order. However, she can breach it, and my only recourse is to go back to court at cost to myself. I got legal advice at the time, and all the solicitors I spoke to said, all the legal advice I got, all the solicitors said were, so many mothers are denying access to their families and using COVID-19 as an excuse. By the time you've got a court hearing, lockdown will be over, so it won't be worth your while. So I literally went for nearly 3 months again with very, very limited access to my daughter, total breach of the court order, and there's absolutely nothing I can do about it.
What's the average?
Thousands of dads.
What's the average cost to go through the family court scenario? Is there an average cost, or is it unknown?
I'd say that if I estimated, I'd estimate at least
30 and 100 grand.
Yeah, probably between 50 and 100 grand. I mean, I spent 7 grand in 7 months, and that was literally about 4 face-to-face meetings with my solicitor and 2 court hearings. But some dads have 10, 12 court. I would say 100 grand would be like a conservative estimate if you're gonna go through the whole process.
I actually watched a video yesterday, I think. The guy spent 100 odd grand and he still didn't get nowhere.
The system is totally broken. It needs reform. There are lots of dads groups out there, because there are thousands and thousands of men in this situation, thousands. And it needs some positive reform. And I don't have all the answers. I mean, I've come back into it recently, and I've supported people like Andy.
I have a lot of them.
With position statements and stuff for court. Because I feel so passionately about it, because I know how it affected me. And I've said this in group forums before. I think if you've been through this situation, I don't think you ever get over it. I don't think I'll ever get over this situation, and I think it's almost like a form of PTSD that men have after you've been through this. And and it's honestly horrendous. It's inhumane. It's against all of our human rights, and I think that personally that we're last on the agenda when it comes to media coverage, and unless that's why I reached out to you, Cody, to ask, can you cover this topic, because we need some coverage. I mean, you've got 20,000 subs. I've followed you for a long time because of my interest in criminology and various things and prison life, and just from an academic point of view more than anything. And we need people with these platforms to really give this agenda some time and public awareness.
At
So
the end of
how
the day,
do
as well. Sorry, go on.
no,
No,
brother,
speak.
no.
No, I was just gonna say, at the end of the day as well, it all relates. I mean, you're talking a lot of the kids that enter the criminal justice system come from single parent households, and you know that's a big, massive, important aspect of it. That, you know, if a kid grows up without one parent, they're guaranteed. You know, I don't know the percentage of kids that end up with problems, but you know they're going to end up with drug problems. They're going to end up getting involved in the criminal justice system, something like that. So, you know, it's very important that this is addressed, where, you know, healthy relationships are encouraged between both parents, and you know it shouldn't be such a lengthy battle. If you actually Google the original guy that was the dressed up as Spider-Man, the Father for Justice guy, I don't remember his name. I read a couple of articles about him. His daughter's life was ruined by all this sort of stuff, backward and forward in the court hearings and stuff like that. And she speaks out now, saying that my childhood was ruined over it. You know, and he shouldn't have to gone through that. Now he set a precedence for our cause, and I say that, you know, he casts us in a bad light because he has, because of the methods that he took, but it had to be done, and he had to do something drastic, because you know he was in a situation where none of it was known about at that time, and you know he stood up for himself, and he made it known. But it definitely is, like we say, is children's rights, and it's going to affect the children. You know, if I was to, by some crazy notion, get a no contact order, my daughter was to grow up without a dad, I guarantee she's going to end up in the criminal justice system, or she's going to end up with a drug problem or something like that. She's going to have some sort of problems when she's older. You know, and it's the same with every kid that goes through this, and it's not right, man. It needs to change, and it needs to be a more productive process for dads to go through, and or moms, and you know the need to there needs to be some sort of change in the system. I mean, I could write something now that, you know, would be a good solution for all the problems that we face. But you know, it's got to be written in law, and it's got to be a policy. Do you know what I mean? And that's why we're fighting against the system.
Sorry. Yeah. So there definitely seems to be a direct correlation from children that grow up from what they would call broken homes and entering the criminal justice system, and the same applies to those that grow up in the care system as well. Now, the statistics fluctuate up and down, but it's a high percentage. It really, really is. And during this, sorry to put it in this terms, tug of war, if you will, what is the impact on the children, like psychologically, emotionally? It must be massive, because the longer it goes on, the more. The fact is, a little girl should have her father there. A little girl should have her mother there. It's as simple, unless there are genuine, as Andy said, safeguarding issues. We're talking paedophilia, we're talking rape, and those like sort of like parameters. Them
Even
sort of
proven abuse. That's the main important thing. Proven abuse, not hearsay, not their word. I mean, imagine my daughter was only 1, but she had a consistent relationship with me, and you know, she loved me to bits. Now, I don't know what mental effects this is, I don't know, but she's had her dad zapped out of her life, and I remember bumping into her and her mum one month after she stopped my access, and me and her mum was arguing in town because I'm asking her, why are you doing this? Why won't you answer me? I want to see my daughter. And my daughter turned around and went, "Daddy," And I just got down and I gave her a cuddle and a kiss, and I just hugged her, and then I left. And then you don't know what sort of damage this is causing, even to younger kids. It can have a lasting effect. Imagine if this goes on for years and she don't see her dad for years. It's just crazy, man.
There's a vicious cycle, and there's some statistic that I think it's 63% of people that attempt to commit suicide later on in life have come from a broken family where they've not had a positive relationship with both parents. My daughter was 4 at the time that she met with Kafkas on her own, and there were statements in the Kafkas report that her face lit up when she spoke about her father. And still now she's caught in the middle. I mean, me and my ex, still a lot of animosity between us. There's probably things that she can't forgive me for, and there's things I can never forgive her for the fact that she tried to wipe me out of my daughter's life. So there's still a lot of animosity, and my daughter's still caught in the middle of all this. So I try to be civil with my ex. Hopefully she tries to be civil with me, and when it's all civil, things work out better for all of us and for my daughter's mental health. When things are torrid, and when there's animosity, then I can say that my daughter suffers for that. And so I try to be as positive as I can. I'm in the process where I'm considering getting a variation on my court order to have more time with my daughter, because she's now, she was 4.5 when we went through the first court battle. She's now nearly 11, and she's consistently asking for more time with me. She's asking to have more overnight stays with me. So I'm considering going back to court in order to vary the order. But I think that the mental health effects on children, and there's actually a statute in the human rights law that says that children have a right to a positive relationship with both parents. And currently, I believe that the UK family law system is in direct violation of that human rights law. And I believe that the only way to find reform is through a large coalition of men who are going through this situation, and women and mums as well who are going through this situation,
and grandparents,
and to all come together and actually take the family court to the European Court of Human Rights or some higher authority in order to change the law of our land.
On the process. It's funny you say that, because I've always said that I would forgive my ex in a second if she was prepared to be responsible for my daughter's sake and let me have equal access to my daughter. I'd forgive her in a second. I won't hold anything against her. I won't even mention any of it. I literally would. I'd forgive her in a second.
How long's the process from start to finish? Obviously, it's gonna. How long's a piece of string? I'm assuming, but there must be. It must be a lengthy, very drawn out process and everything.
I think it's very. I think again, it's very case specific. Like I said, my ex alleged all sorts against me. She alleged mental health issues. She alleged I was an alcoholic. She alleged threats to kill. But because I got no criminal history, I've got no criminal record, it still took me approximately, I would say, about a year from the start of the process to get to the end of the process. However, I would estimate for someone in Andy's situation, maybe with a criminal history and the stigma that comes with that, wrongfully, I believe wrongfully, because I know Andy as a father, and I'm sure that he would be absolutely fine with his daughter tomorrow. But because of perhaps his history and because of the allegations his ex has made, it could be, like you said, how long is a piece of string? It could be years fighting the battle, and that's why men give up. They can't face it, and that's why we set up this group, this Fathers for Equality group, as a support network. Because when I went through it, I wasn't on Facebook. I didn't have any support network apart from my family and friends. and it's a lonely place to be. It's honestly a lonely place to be, even if your family are supporting you through a situation. Unless they've been in that situation, they can never know the depth of how it affects someone. But it can be a long, lengthy process, and men give up on the fight, and they take their own life, and it's tragic. I mean, I've only been back involved in the movement for the last few months since COVID, really, because, again, it's not really affected me personally. But in that time, I can say legitimately I've seen about 9 or 10 Facebook posts where men have they've killed themselves. Men have taken their own lives. Their family are left bereft because they can't fight this battle, because there's no light at the end of the tunnel, because the system is totally discriminatory. It's totally discriminatory against men. It's sexist. And again, I don't blame women for that one bit. I don't. I just blame the system because it's just totally corrupt. It's just bent.
It's not, like I say, it's not. And Cody pointed out rightly so. It's residency, and it's not a woman versus man thing. But like I said, unfortunately, it's usually the men that leads the women with the kids. So the women automatically get the residency, and that's why it's dads going through it, because 9 times out of 10, it's a dad that leaves the family home. So it's not a gender thing; it's a residency thing. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, it is a dad that's going through it.
And I think a massive issue as well is, like Andy said earlier, about the I forgot what they called it, Andy. Is it the law of probability or whatever it is?
Balance of probability, yeah.
The balance of probability. So if a woman says, Andy hit me, he did this, then on the basis and the law of probability, the law will say, okay, we believe you. We believe that Andy did do these things with no evidence, not one scrap of evidence. And that will mean
and
that
how can you prove you didn't?
That will jeopardize every one of his chances of seeing his daughter. And I mean, Andy's gone over a year without seeing his child. His child's gone over a year without seeing her father. It's and that's all based on probability, not one scrap of evidence whatsoever.
I actually have evidence that she's the one that's the liar. They don't consider it. That's the mad thing.
Is there any legal ramifications for, like, in the criminal court, which I know is not reminiscent of the civil family court, but in the criminal court, if you're caught lying, you get done for perjury or things like that?
They don't get done for perjury, mate. No,
Nothing.
they don't get done for perjury, mate.
So
even if it's disproven.
My ex accused me of having mental health issues. So I went to my GP. I got a letter from my GP. He said, we've never treated Mr. Harper for mental health issues whatsoever. He's not on any medication currently. The medication he's on is anti-anxiety medication because of the situation, the current situation he's going through. She accused me of being an alcoholic. I rarely drink, even socially. She accused me of threatening to kill her and my unborn child. No police reports, nothing. Her say so. I've never been in a police cell. I've never been interviewed by a policeman. Nothing in my entire life. She said that I had pushed her. Domestic violence was used against me. Again, not one police report, not a criminal reference number. And because of her say so, I had to wait 7 months between 2 court hearings. And it was all based on probability. Because she was a woman, it was probably right. What she said was probably right. But I disproved it. I went to Kafkas. I took cards that my ex had sent me 3 months before we separated saying, you're my rock. I don't know how I'd have got through this situation without you. But because she just used these few simple words, she knew she'd get legal aid potentially. She knew that how do you disprove hearsay? So there's and this is one of the big issues, and I've said this to Andy, and this is one of the agendas of the Fathers for Equality. At the moment, there's absolutely no deterrent whatsoever for a woman making a false allegation. So Andy's openly said that his ex has accused him of rape. There's absolutely no deterrent because there's no perjury charge that she'll face. If Andy disproves everything that she said, she'll face no consequences whatsoever.
Yeah, look,
And,
this is what I took to the process. This is the little girl that I'm so dangerous towards. I don't know if you'll be able to see these pictures.
well, others for just, yeah, little baby there with a little blue dummy in its mouth.
See that?
She's got red hair.
Yeah, well, no, it looks like it on the picture.
All
See
right.
that one?
Just look like just a doting dad to me.
Exactly. This is my little girl that's that I'm supposed to be dangerous from. That's probably the last time I saw her.
Well, I don't have kids myself. I don't have kids myself, but I fully like it. The thing is, where you guys are doing what you're doing for fathers and everything, and as soon as the battle starts, it's in the, without being sexist, it seems to be in the mother's favour.
Yeah.
And there must be women's groups out there that are like, well, this is a loophole. This is how we manipulate the system. Not all of them, I want to make the point, but there must be women out there.
Mum's
yeah, well, there you go.
Mothers United. I've seen posts from Mothers United, right? Now, I exposed these, and they tried to get a harassment case against me, right? Mothers United. I basically made a female profile and I went onto their page because I was interested in the difference between women that make false allegations and genuine victims. So I wanted to study actual genuine mothers pages where there's genuine abuse victims on there. And I saw posts where one of them put, have you got any good nicknames for your kids' dads? Yeah, and there's hundreds of mums on there going, oh yeah, scumbag, this and that, yeah, just absolutely ripping the shit out of the kids' dads. And I basically I blocked out all their names, yes, just to protect any of them that might have been genuine victims. And I put it on one of the fathers' pages. Now, some of their mums infiltrate our pages, so they come on there and they saw what I was doing, and they basically reported back to their page. Next minute, my face and my daughter's face was all over their page, and they're saying this guy's a perpetrator. We've put a report into the police. They contacted my ex. They found my ex. They stalked my Facebook, contacted my ex, and they said they got a harassment thing. So I made a counter allegation against them, and I said, look, they're stalking my page. They're harassing me to protect my own back. Now they're absolutely ripping the shit out of their kids' dads. Now, if we did that on the dad's page, now bearing in mind on Fathers Rights UK or Fathers for Justice Support Group or on our page, if any of the dads was to start saying bad things about the mums, they quickly get pulled up on it, and I've seen it happen loads of times. And if we was to do that and start a post like that, we'd all have non-molestation orders and we'd all be arrested for it. They can do it and get away with it, you know, and that's one of many posts that I saw from these mothers pages that literally and they advise each other how to get the upper hand in court and how to get these non-molestation orders and things like that.
When it comes to like CAFCAS and all these sorts of like third-party agencies and everything that do like collect things and put things towards the court, is it predominantly a male-dominated industry or a female-dominated, or is it split? What's that?
All female.
So you again, a mother that doesn't know this mother is going to sympathise with a mother, surely.
I work in like I said, I work for the NHS in occupational therapy, and 90% of my colleagues are female, at least, if not more. My university dissertation is about being a male within a female-dominated industry. But I walked into the CAFCAS office in Birmingham. You might tell from the accent.
Yeah.
I walked into a CAFCAS office in Birmingham, and 95% of the workers were female. My CAFCAS worker was female. I was fortunate, and I can only speak the truth and say as I found. My CAFCAS officer and the report I had was in my favour. But I've seen a lot of CAFCAS reports that go against men, and it causes a lot of issues down the line. But I mean, my CAFCAS report went in my favour, but a big part of that was actually what my 4-year-old daughter said, as opposed to what I said. It was what my daughter said. But again, another issue with the process is the length between court hearings. So my first hearing was in something, I think it was in like February or March. And then my second hearing was in September, October. And in that time, you've got absolutely no right to see your child. And the mum can say, I mean, in my case, I saw my daughter for the equivalent of 48 hours over an 8-month period. So my ex would ring me up on the Saturday and she'd say, you can see your daughter for an hour this afternoon. And she lives nearly an hour away in Birmingham. And I would have to drive an hour to get to her, which was fine, to spend an hour with her. But and during that time, I had no rights whatsoever as a father. It was everything on my ex's say so. And she was doing that only to look reasonable in front of the court. So she could say, I've allowed some access. However, that went in my favour because I just said, well, if she's allowing me unsupervised access for short periods, surely she doesn't deem me to be a threat to my daughter.
It seems to be as soon as the battle lines are drawn, it's a case of and it seems to be, like I said, you've got to defend yourself, but the allegations are thrown towards you. They muddy the water as quickly as they can, and whilst being spiteful because a relationship might have broke down and you got with somebody else and you think, right, I'm going to use the kid as a weapon. During this tug of war, which sadly that's what it is, it's the child that suffers immeasurably. But the mother in the short term obviously doesn't see that. But then in the long term, the issues are going to be prevalent throughout this child's life.
Yeah.
Kids are going to grow up to hate their moms.
Yeah, do you know what? Exactly that. So what age, is it 16 or 18 where a child is free to make their own decisions and find their parent if a non-contact order was in place?
Lower than that. If a child is considered, I think maybe 10 or 11 or something like that, if they're on like of sound mind, then they can be considered in court. Their opinion can be considered. Like if they say I want to see dad.
I think that they assess the maturity of the child, and if the child is deemed mature enough to have capacity to make that decision, then I think it's around about 10, 11, 12. There would be. Yeah. But if my daughter said to a court, "I want to live with my father," then the court would take consideration.
But if your daughter's my daughter's age, like she's free, you know, what can she say? I've got to fight for her. She can't fight for herself. I was talking the other day about it, and I was saying that I think that children should be given an automatic representative to fight for their rights. It shouldn't be dads fighting to see their kids, because that can come across as selfish. It should be a child having a representative to fight for their rights to see both parents.
Go on, brother. Carry on.
Oh, just saying, I think that's important, man.
Can I ask you a question, Cody?
Go on.
A personal question. So did you have both parents when you were growing up?
Did I have both parents?
Yeah.
No. So I was born in Huddersfield. My real dad was a waste of space. The relationship broke down after 19 months. I last saw my dad when I was 3 years old. My mum got with another guy. They had a daughter, so that was his first child. So I was automatically pushed to one side. After a few years, after about 4 years, their relationship fell apart. My mum met with another guy, and then they got pregnant, and that was his first daughter. So you've got his legitimate daughter, my youngest sister, Taylor. Then you've got the younger one who was, like I said, she was cute and small. And then I was like the oldest one, and I was the troublesome one. And I was sort of, I was guilty of playing. I was the black sheep, and I was guilty of playing up for attention. So I never belonged. So my childhood was really messed up. But the weird thing is, when my mum got with the second guy and had the daughter, my sister, 4 years junior to me, strangely enough, there was a court order that there was like something went through the court, and he wanted to see me as well. He wanted to see me as well, and my mum agreed to this. And every weekend we used to travel from Manchester to Saddleworth Hotel, which is in the middle of Saddleworth Moor, and then we used to go back to Huddersfield. We'd spend Friday night, Saturday night, and then about 6 o'clock Sunday, we'd get dropped back off. I then fast forward many years, so I had an abusive childhood, all this bad shit, bullied at school, all the usual stuff. And then when I was coming up to my 30th birthday, my mum said to me, "Oh, your real dad's in the paper." Now, we'd never spoke about this guy. He'd been mentioned about 3 times in my life. And I googled his name, and he was going to be in court for stealing his dead dad's pension for 8 years to the tune of about 38 grand. So I went to bed that night. I couldn't sleep, and I didn't know what this guy looked like. And I thought, I'm going to look for him. I'd never done this before in the social media craze that we live in. I searched the name, and I was going down, and I thought, is that me dad? Is that me dad? Is that me dad? Is that me dad? So I screenshotted about 30 profiles, and then my mum said, that's him. So I then messaged, his Facebook was open. He had about 30 friends, and I copied and pasted a message to everybody on his friends list saying, "Oh, do you know Stephen? He's my dad, blah, blah, blah." I woke up in the morning to a message from a mixed race girl saying, "Oh, brother, I've been looking for you since I was young." She's sending me pictures of myself in the army and stuff, and like me as a kid. And I'm thinking, I didn't know these people existed. So this was on around the 30th of December, 2014. And I literally turned up on my father's door with my birth certificate on the New Year's Day. And I was banging on his door. I'd spoken to my brothers and my sisters. He had 5 kids, including me, to 3 different women. I've got a mixed race brother. I've got a mixed race older brother. Then their relationship broke down, got with my mum, had me, went back to this lady that's roots were in the Caribbean, had another daughter, Steph, my sister. And then my dad didn't want to be with them. Did a midnight flit from London, back up north, fathered 2 more children. For the last 18 years, I've been a gay alcoholic, which slotted perfectly into my life. And the truth is has it impacted me, the fact I didn't have my father there? Probably. But if I was raised by my dad, who's an alcoholic, I believe I wouldn't be the person I am today. I believe that, and don't get it, like, I was jealous of my brothers and sisters when I found my dad, but he'd been a bad dad to them as well. And I thought he'd been a constant in their life, and he hadn't. And I don't know whether that was down to the tug of war. I'm not sure. But if I would have been raised by my stepdad by my real dad in Huddersfield, it would have probably done me more damage than good.
Do you think that if you'd had okay, that's the situation with your dad, but if you'd had a positive male role model, do you think that might have influenced your upbringing?
Honestly, I'll say yeah, because I was fathers, like my mother was really strict, but I wanted to be, I put myself in, if I was a father, I'd want a little boy and I'd want him to be like me. I'd wanted to learn my traits as a person, not the negative traits bad things that I've committed in the past, but sort of, if I had a son, I would want to correct the problems I've made with my life and my choices. And I wanted to be have manners and things like that. Because I was missing that, I was disrespectful, I was rude. Because I was the black sheep in the house, you've got to think, my mum's got 3 kids to 3 different people, which sounds bad, but bad relationship, and then just, yeah, it is what it is. But so I've got 2 other sisters. One of them's his first daughter. So then you've got my cute younger sister. She's not his, but she's cute, she's small. And then you've got me. And I used to play up for attention. I'll be very open. I did play up for attention, and I was naughty because I thought, well, when I'm being good, no one fucking notices. And subconsciously now looking back, but when I played up, it was like, oh, well, attention. But then the attention came with it, the bell and all the bad stuff. But would I have been different if I had a father figure there? Yeah, 1000%. And I think that's what you're referring to. Going back to what we're talking about is, you need both parents in your life. You need that balance.
I mean, I can only go off, again, my own experience. I mean, I always had my dad in my life.
Yeah.
Good upbringing. But, I mean, like I said to you, I've worked in forensic units, like low secure forensic mental health units of offenders, people with learning disabilities who committed index offences. there was a clear pattern that the route to criminality often started in the first 3 or 4 years of someone's life.
Yeah.
Where there's neglect, there's maybe sexual abuse, maybe physical abuse.
Yeah.
And it starts early on. So some of the patterns and some of the evidence shows that not having a good male role model can sort of direct you in a certain path in life. And that's not true in all cases. That's a generalization, but I think that there is definitely a pattern there and some evidence. So I just think that for any parent to try and erase another parent out of their child's life with no valid reason, I just think it's criminal, and I think that it has a massive knock-on effect, whether a child goes down the route of criminality or having mental health issues. I think all those things, there's still a lot of research to be done, but I think that it's something we need to address now because it's going to have massive impact in years to come.
I think the research has been done for a long time, to be fair. Like single parent households, a lot of the gang work that I've done, a lot of the youth work that I do, I've worked with a lot of young people that get into trouble, and most of them come from single parent households. You know, they don't know who their dad is. That's a big factor.
It's like I've been, because when I was, well, I'm single now, but when I was a womanizer, which I'm ashamed to say, but I was what I was, I became to see a girl, and she had a young daughter, and her young daughter used to call me Dada, and I used to say, and I used to be like, no, I'm not your Dada, and it's that sort of young age. She doesn't know. I didn't want to get into the habit of calling another man. If I was the father of this little girl, she just sees me there as that male. I was constantly there, so she saw that male figure and thought Dada, and used to put her hands up and all this, and I'd be like, I used to say to the girl I was with, I used to say, I don't like, if I was the father of that child, it would kill me, right? That my daughter, if it was my daughter, hypothetically speaking, was calling another man who was a stranger Dada, and that must be something that has definitely happened with Andy's situation. Possibly, I hope not, but
I think it's
well, I mean, sorry, go on, Kieron.
I think it's an absolutely massive issue in this situation, and within the groups that we've formed. I mean, we've only had the group formed a few weeks, but even within that time, we've had several fathers say, here's my ex with their new partner trying to replace me. And again, that has a massive impact on dads, because I mean, my ex started at one point seeing someone in the US, in Atlanta, and she took my daughter out to see this guy and introduced my daughter to this guy in the United States. And then my daughter was coming back after she'd been out there to meet him and saying, my mum's saying, how would you feel about moving to America? And again, I nearly had a mental breakdown because of that, thinking my daughter's going to go to America and I'm not going to be a part of her life. And it's all too easy for, again, mums to introduce another partner. And I've got friends who have been stepdads who have said the same as you. It's not right for me to be called dad. I'm not the child's father. And that's the right thing to do, because the child has a father and the child has a right to have a relationship with that father. And it has a massive impact on men's mental health. And it might seem to bystanders or someone not in the situation that it doesn't have a big impact, but it's absolutely massive. For you to hear that your child is calling someone else your daddy or mummy, it's an absolutely massive impact for men's mental health. And it caused, this is the things that, so the expression, the straw that broke the camel's back. You could be in a low place because you're not seeing your child, and then you suddenly see your ex with another partner, and your child is calling that partner daddy or mummy, and that could be the thing that tips you over the edge. That could be the thing that makes you want to end it all. And it's massive, these things.
That's mad, you know, because when I got with my ex, like I say, she had a little boy and he was 4. And, you know, I was going from the prison system to you know, going through a little bit of a disruptive lifestyle. So living on my own for 9, 10 months to going into a ready-made family with a 4-year-old boy. And I fully threw myself into it, you know, and you know, I took that role as I say, Dad. It wasn't long before my ex told her little boy it was okay to call me Dad, and I didn't know what I know now. Whereas now I would say no, it's not. Whereas then I was like, yeah, whatever, man. Like I'm a male role model, and you know, I'm like a dad, but at the time I didn't put it like that, you know, and I just let it happen. And you know, there was times when he did call me dad, and I treated him like my own son. Don't get me wrong, I raised him for 4 years, and you know, I spoiled him like he was my own boy. And I probably did more for him than his dad did. You know, his dad didn't really um, uh, show him the love and care that I did. I don't think he still had him there, and I shouldn't have took that away from his dad. Do you know what I mean? I think that was wrong, and it was wrong for her to suggest that in the first place. And she's probably doing that with my own little girl now. If she's got a partner, she'll be telling my girl to call him dad. Do you know what I mean? And it's wrong. You know, her little boy had a dad, and now, I mean, even still after separation, there's a couple of months before she stopped my access to my own little girl. I went down and I picked him up and I took him go karting and bowling for his birthday, and you know, I still looked after him, and you know, I still treated him. I still looked after him even after we separated. But you know, he lost a major male role model in his life, you know, and that's probably affected him as well. And I can't imagine how that will affect him in later on in life, like her telling him, you know, you can call him dad, and me being that constant in his life and treating him the way that I did, and then all of a sudden I'm gone, and she's obviously feeding him with poison about me, and you know he probably thinks bad of me now because I don't see my own little girl. Um, you know, he's a 9-year-old kid now, but it's probably going to cause him a lot of mental health problems in the future.
I think just adding to that, there's a big movement at the moment. And there's an expression that probably people not in this situation will never have heard of, called parental alienation, where one parent tries to turn the child against another parent by telling them various lies. And there's a movement at the moment to get that to be classified within sort of the same category or umbrella term as domestic violence, so that if you're alienating,
it actually has been now. I think it's been criminalized now.
So if you're alienating your child to think badly of one of their parents, then that's actually categorized now as a crime, and it can be used in court as again evidence to sort of back your case, if you like.
So Jamal, who I don't know if Kieron knows, it used to be the boss of Andy, but I agree, Kieron. But there are times a parent can be so bad they don't even deserve the title mummy or daddy. My youngest chose to call my new partner mummy after the abuse that she suffered.
That's different though. That's you know, if it depends if I mean, I know Jameel personally, and I know his kids and his wife. She's lovely. And I think it's a lot of a different situation. Whereas Jameel's kids, mum, you know, she's toxic. I know you weren't mum saying that. She's toxic, man, and Jameel's wife is a mum to them, and I think that's a lot different if than in my situation where my ex's son was being told to call me dad, but his dad was picking him up on weekends and things like that. And at the time, obviously, like I say, I didn't realize how wrong that was, but I wouldn't ever let that sort of thing happen again. If his dad's playing playing a part in his life, that's his dad. You know what I mean? And he shouldn't be calling anyone else dad. With Jameel, it's different. You know, Jameel's got his family, and his wife is mom to his kids, and you know, he's dad to her kids, and you know, they've got a great family. But you know, if his kids' mom was still a major part in their life, then obviously that would be a little bit of a different story.
If so, What's if you guys were like take turns with this? If you guys were in charge of the family court system tomorrow, top of the tree, how would you change it? How would you reform it from top to bottom? How and why?
I would make
in a society where every group strives for equality, whether you be male or female. I think that there should be, as Andy's already alluded to earlier in your conversation, there should be an automatic assumption of 50-50. Now, we recognise that that's not going to work for all families. You can't blanket referral all families and say 50-50 because working arrangements, but that should be the starting point, so that whatever access the non-resident parent, whether it be mother or father, gets is an absolute maximum. So if they can see the child for maybe not 50-50 but 60-40, then that should be the minimum. That should be what they aim for, and that should be what the court aims for. Whereas at the moment, it's probably, I would say, 85% 15 in a woman's favour. You're going to get to see your child every other weekend if you're lucky, and that's the norm. And it shouldn't be the way. It should be the maximum that the non-resident parent can offer should be offered. There should also be court orders should be enforceable by police. So if my ex breaks my court order, or if I break the court order, if I don't drop my daughter off at the right time, the police should be able to get involved. Whereas now there's absolutely no criminal deterrent to my ex stopping me seeing my daughter. You can do it, and my only recourse is to go back to court. For me, those are the two big reforms, and that should be the norm. That should be the starting point.
Yeah, I think, in my personal opinion, the most important thing is, like we say, an automatic assumption of 50-50. So it should be an unwritten court order that if a child's parents were to separate, then they automatically get a right to equal shared care, unless there's proven safeguarding concerns. And then that means that the dad don't have to fight for their kids, but if the woman was to decide to stop access, then they can automatically enforce it, instead of going through a long, lengthy process and having to fight for their kids. A dad shouldn't have to fight for their kids, neither should a mum. And the second thing is the allegations. They have to be proven. You know, allegations should be proven. Why are you going to be judged and convicted before any evidence is put forward on allegations that are just made up? Like I said, my ex just said that about a fight I had with my dad when I was 11. Something that I told her just in a conversation at one point during our relationship, that I had a fight with my dad when I was 11, and she put it in her statement as if it was a recent thing, and that's considered fact.
I mean, yeah. Carrying on from Andrew, I think there should be a minimum standard for evidence, as within criminal court. So if an ex accuses domestic violence, there should be criminal crime reference numbers for when they've reported that. There should be a minimum standard of evidence for allegations.
What's annoying though is like how it seems to be that so many, when you're in the relationship and you're loved up and things are great, there's no accusation. Even when things get bad, there can be no accusations. But then, like, as soon as it comes to a tug of war over a child, and I'm sorry to put it in terms, but that's how it comes across. It's
true.
Every accusation, oh, he's this, he's a rapist, he's fucking all these bullshit. And the thing is, and like I said, it discredits actual victims of sexual abuse, domestic abuse, coercive behavior, coercive control, financial control, all these things. But it's quick for a woman. And like I said, the thing is with this argument, you're going to get feminists that are like, oh, well, it's a male dominated world. And it's not. But the one thing with this argument, women seem to be, oh, I want 100%, I control, and the kid's mine, and that's it. But all fathers are fighting for is they're not fighting for 100% of the child. They just want equality, 50-50. And that seems to be the difference.
Exactly.
That's exactly right.
Exactly. Why should dads have to fight for equal access to their children?
Like I said, it's literally they want the whole cake, and all you're asking for is I would like my child that is half of me, 50% of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So how does it?
And not even that. Most dads can't even do 50% of the time. You know what I mean? Most dads are asking for a weekend. I've asked for every other weekend, and then one night on the weekend that I can't have it. You know, and maybe one night. I think I've asked for one night after work for a couple of hours. So it's not even 50-50. Like most dads are working most of the time. You know, so and you still can't even get that.
Yeah. And I hope Andy doesn't mind me like making reference to his particular case, but I've seen some of his paperwork where his ex hasn't even like objected to sort of unsupervised contact in the future. However, so she's saying in the future he can have unsupervised contact, but until then he's got no contact. So why can't Andy go and see his daughter in a contact centre? So at least he's maintaining some relationship with his daughter, even if he saw her out, let's say, as an example, for 2 hours a month. 2 hours a month in a contact centre where his daughter sees him, she knows that's her dad, and that he's fighting to see her, and he's still a part of her life. But up until Andy disproves the allegations, then he gets no contact whatsoever. But then his ex in other parts of her paperwork is saying, in the future, if he proves this and this and this, he can see her unsupervised. So why should he not see her now in a supervised setting?
I actually had in her last statement, she said, sorry, in her last statement, she actually says, I have no problem with him seeing his daughter in a supervised access centre. And when I asked for it in court, his solicitor turned around and said no. And the judge backed her up on it. And I'm like, but she put it in her statement. She's got no problem with me seeing her supervised. So why are you saying no now?
Yeah. There's a comment on the screen at the moment about saying with divorce they favour women when it comes to assets. No offence to women, by the way. When I got divorced, I left a mortgage. I signed the house over to my ex for a clean break on my solicitor's advice. She said, if you want a clean break, sign the mortgage over to her. And I took on all of the joint debt. So I left the relationship with the clothes on my back. She came away with a house. She was financially secure for the rest of her life because we've got equity in the house. And I came away with literally the clothes on my back. The whole system in this, and don't get me wrong, I love women. Do you know what I mean? I love women. And it's not their fault, it's just the system. The system is just stacked in their favour in divorce and in family court. The system favours women and men are discriminated against.
But yet they go on about equality with women's pay and women's rights and all these things. But then when it comes to, like you say, marriage, possessions, and children, the child's treated like an object in the sense that it's like a tug of war over, but not in the father's side of things. And like I said, and not because I'm a male, because if it's proven that the male was a convicted paedophile or a convicted rapist, then I'm straight on the woman's side of the fence, 1000%.
Of course.
Of course.
So, and that's what Andy said at the very outset of this conversation. If there are proven safeguarding issues, fair enough. If a man is deemed to be a nonce, a paedophile, violent, then that's fair enough. That's fair enough. But Andy, he's never been abusive to his daughter. I was never abusive to my daughter. Yet on our ex's say so, we're denied all access to our daughter with no evidence and no rationale whatsoever for that decision. If I'm a nonce, fair enough. Don't wrap me any, because I hate nonces as much as the next normal man. I hate nonces and I hate paedophiles. And if they're deemed to be that, yes, good. A woman should have 100% access. But unless you can prove with evidence that a man is a threat to his child, if a man is a damn good father, a damn good role model, and a damn good influence on their child, they should have the option for 50-50 shared parenting. If that doesn't meet that family's needs, then that should be the starting point, and they should get as much of an influence in their child's lives as possible. But it should not be so stacked in a woman's favour, and a man should not have to fight to see his child if he's not if he's not a threat. Why should any innocent man fight to see his child?
And like I said, Andy was referencing saying that his ex, from what he was saying, was like, "Oh, I'm a bully, I'm controlling, I'm a rapist." But then, like you've alluded to yourself, Kieron, she's then saying in the future she's not ruling it out. So a rapist would be a danger to anybody. It's like a paedophile saying someone's a paedophile and then saying, "Oh, well, years down the line, if someone's a danger to children, they're a danger to children." And it just seems nothing more than a mud throwing exercise to try and besmudge Andy's name, ripping up his past. Wasn't his fault he ended up in care. Yes, he was naughty, but being passed around from pillar to post, abandonment issues, things like that. But then there's a saying in life that those with the worst starts in life can actually provide the best futures, whether that be in a relationship sense or as a father. And like I said, Andy would make sure that his child, his daughter, the apple of his eye, wouldn't go through what he's been through and stuff, and would teach her right from wrong as a reformed character. Yeah. But he's not being given the right to do so.
You're exactly right. In the big scheme of things, it's tit for tat, and all it is. In my case, I can only speak for my case. I can't speak for anyone else. It was purely control and manipulation of the situation, and because my ex that was the only thing she could use to control and manipulate me with, and she knew that was the only thing that would bother me, because money didn't bother me. Once we'd sorted out the financial aspect of our relationship, the only thing that I was bothered about was my daughter and having a relationship with my daughter. And that was the only thing she could use as a weapon, and to be vindictive. That was the only thing she could do.
And by these women coming up with these like allegations, false allegations, like I said, it takes away from real victims of domestic violence and things like that, because they might not come forward and think, well, I'm not going to be believed. And like I said, you've got two women. One's a genuine domestic abuse victim. She's been coercively controlled. Then you've got another woman that looks the same or dresses the same or whatever, that's saying exactly the same thing. The only difference is this one's lying, but you can't prove it. And you've got to somehow, then the allegations are cast at your door. And when you can't disprove something, the only mindset you could have is, well, if you can't disprove it, then it must be true. But like you said, the criminal element should come over to the family court side of things. So if you say that the person, like with your ex-missus now, say there's a court order in place now, and you've got a certain date and a certain time, and she decides that she's not going to give you the child, you can't ring the police and say, it's my time for my daughter, she's kidnapped my daughter.
The moment I phone the police, it's a civil matter, and that they're not going to get involved. And my only recourse then is to pay £250 to the court, make an application to the court, wait for a court date, which could possibly be 2 months down the line, and then by that time, like, what's the point? So I have she has no deterrent to stop me seeing my daughter whatsoever, and I have no incentive to fight the system because it's against me. And the
mad thing is, sorry, go on.
The irony is, if I murder my daughter tomorrow, I will be deemed innocent until proven guilty in a criminal court. However, if my ex says my ex-husband came round and he was harassing me, I will be deemed guilty until I can prove myself innocent. And they will stick on me a non-molestation order, which is the equivalent of a restraining order in layman's terms, which means I can't go near my daughter or my ex. So I have no recourse in law whatsoever to see my daughter, and that's the irony of it. I could murder my daughter and I'll be deemed innocent. But in family, the only two areas are family court and employment law, where you will always be deemed guilty until you're proven innocent. So the only
thing is as well, I was gonna say, if you got your kid over the weekend as well, and you go past your time and you decide, oh, I want to keep my daughter, the police will come and get you.
Yeah.
If you're the
But I've just give Kieron a scenario where I said, if you've got a court order in place, a residency order, 50-50, whatever, and she doesn't drop the child off to you, there's no ramification. It's a civil matter. But you've just said if you decide that you, as the mate, as the adult, as the man, as the father, keep hold of that child and say, right, I'm not giving her back, that automatically becomes a criminal offence.
Yeah, and the police
No,
will be.
it won't
How
be.
the fucking hell? How
It's
that's not fair.
it's
That's
still a civil
bullshit.
matter. It's still a civil matter, but the
police.
police nine times out of 10, yeah, the police will come and get the kid. If the dad keeps the kid, it's still a civil matter. But if the woman doesn't uphold the order, the police won't do anything about it.
So they must have.
When my court order was granted, the magistrates at the time said, basically, you can be 5 minutes late dropping your daughter off. So I've got 5 minutes to play with dropping my daughter off. I've got to drop her off probably a 30-mile trip to drop her off. And if I'm 5 minutes late, that's acceptable. But anything over 5 minutes, my ex could potentially sort of deem that to be a breach of the order. However, when coronavirus struck and Michael Gove was on my TV saying, this does not affect non-resident parents, children can travel between parents, my ex phoned me up and said, right, she's not travelling during coronavirus. And I said, well, I've not got any symptoms. Why can't I see my daughter? And I had absolutely no. If I went round hers, knocking her door, the police would have been there in 10 minutes, and I would have got a non-molestation order for harassment. Yeah, if I keep my daughter for more than 5 minutes past the court order, the police will be knocking my door because I will be kidnapping my daughter. It's absolutely stacked in women's favour.
So Chris has asked here, it's a good question actually. How can a dad or mum kidnap their own child? ? These aren't matters for the police at all. Should be through social workers.
The law as it stands, if I, like I just said, like the example I just gave, if I keep my daughter more than 5-10 minutes over when I'm meant to drop her off, I will be deemed to have kidnapped her, and my ex can phone the police and they will come and see me. If my ex keeps my daughter from me for more than 10 minutes, it will be deemed as a civil matter and I will have to go through the court.
So there again,
I've seen videos. I've seen videos where kids are getting dragged away from the dad. I watched one recently. And the kids are getting dragged screaming away from their dad, saying, I don't want to go. And the son was saying, Dad, help me. And he's there like, I can't do nothing. And the police turned up saying, we're here to enforce a court order. But if a woman was to deny you access based on a court order, police won't do anything about it.
So two mirrored situations, but two different outcomes.
Yeah.
Hypocrisy at its best.
It's absolute bollocks. And you know what? You guys are enlightening me. And like I said, I don't know the right questions to ask, but I'm sort of trying to dial in. And all the time, you've got a child where they're away from their parent, whether it be the mother, whether it be the father, that the parents becoming a stranger. The child, the adult, the father, the mother is becoming a stranger to the very child that carries their DNA.
And the problem is, this is no isolated incident. I'm not one on my own telling you this story, and Andy's not one on his own. If you go on any of the fathers' rights group, this is thousands of men. When like I said, I can only. The
stories are identical.
I can only consider myself fortunate that I've got a court order, and up until COVID, it's never been breached. But when COVID happened and my ex said, "You're not seeing your daughter," I put a post on one of the fathers' rights group on Facebook and said, "Is anyone else facing this situation?" And within about 10 minutes, there was about 50 cases identical to my own. Okay, I've got a court order, but my ex is saying because of COVID, they're not going to let me see my daughter or my son. And it's up and down the country. It's nationwide. It's systemic. The problem is systemic. I don't blame women. I don't blame. I blame the system and I blame the government because this is a national problem. and it doesn't get anywhere near as enough press coverage as it should. And that's what me and Andy have sort of discussed, and we're fighting for that sort of coverage, because it's an absolute travesty. It's an absolute travesty. And like I said, 15 to 20 men on average are committing suicide per week. 15 to 20 per week. 125 per week in normal circumstances and whatever. But 10% of that is because directly related to child access issues. That's a massive proportion, an absolutely massive proportion, and people don't realise it. And unless you're in this situation, no one can realise how deeply it affects you. I mean, I consider myself a fairly intelligent, level-headed guy, and I hope I come across that way. However, Andy knows me better, but honestly, it's a massive issue, and it's a fire that burns in my belly every day of the week, and I will fight for fathers' rights. And I'm in a fortunate position where I have a court order, so I don't have a horse in this race, but I will fight for men's rights and for fathers' rights, because it's an absolute travesty, and it needs.
Kieron, can I just ask, and I'm gonna ask you your own, what you've just referred to there, and I admire what you do, by the way, massively, both of you guys, like you said, but because you've not got a horse in the race, and the fact that you have won your case, you rightfully so, I don't like that word, but like, so you've won your battle, you've won it. Why are you so passionate? Why do you campaign for the rights of other fathers going through exactly what you've been through when you don't have to?
It's a really good question, and I will fight for fathers' rights because I think
children's rights.
That it's almost like a form of PTSD. I will never get over the period in my life where I was denied access to my daughter. I will never get over that, because you only get that once.
The pain.
You only get that once. I will never see my daughter do the things that she did in that period of her life, because I was denied that right. And I don't believe that any father should have to fight to see their child. I don't believe that it's right. I don't believe that it's morally right. I don't believe that it's legally right. I believe that it's inhumane. I genuinely believe, when, like I said, I am like a level-headed guy. I'm like balanced, I hope, to thinking like my political views in whatever views. And I was minutes away from taking my own life, because my ex would not let me see my daughter with no valid reason. I could, in other circumstances, as you asked me before in this interview, I would not be here today having this conversation with you guys. And I'm, thank God that I'm here. But it's only by the grace of God that I'm here talking to you guys now, because I could have killed myself. And it would have been that easy. It would have been that easy because of the pain I was suffering. And I look at people like Andy now fighting their battle, and Andy's again one of thousands of guys, but I look at him and I think, why should he have to fight? He is the most honest guy I've ever met. Look at his interview with you tonight. We're 4 minutes, 4 hours, 37 minutes into our interview with Andy, and he's not going to bullshit you. I know that if he had access to his daughter, he's not going to be a threat to her one iota. He's not a threat to her in any way. Yeah, he is denied that access, and like you just said, from his daughter's point of view, she is denied that access to her father. She doesn't have that positive male influence in her life. And for what? For absolutely nothing other than a mother's anger, being vindictive, and that's the only reason. And children should not be denied that right. Fathers should not be denied that right. It is a passion that burns in my belly personally. And even though I will be seeing my daughter tomorrow, I will still fight for every father in this nation, their right to have a positive relationship with their child, because that is a human right. 100%. I'm glad that I had my father in my life. If I hadn't, I don't know where I would be today. I believe that if you don't have a positive male influence, it can lead to all sorts of, which is why I asked you the question, do you believe this influenced you? And I think that it's just a basic human right that men are being denied up and down the country. I can't say any more than that.
Right. So what I was going to say to you, so when you went through this battle, I think you said about 8, 9 months. I think that it took you 7, 8 months. So what age was your daughter? Is it daughter?
Yeah, my daughter was at the time she was denied contact with me. She was about 3 years and 6, 7 months.
I'll be back in a sec. I need toilet.
No worries, bro. You can knock your camera off if you need to. There he goes. He knows. So when that court order was issued and he was in court and this presiding judge on the day where it was like you find out either way, and it literally, and I'm going to sound dramatic, but when you find out this day whether you're going to get a residency order or a 50-50 order, whatever it's called, it was literally like live or die from what you said earlier. Like literally, if you would have lost that battle, you would have probably, sadly and tragically, God forbid, thought suicide's a way out.
I had a folder of evidence this big. I had a folder of evidence this big with character references, letters from my GP, cards off my ex, text messages off my ex, screenshots saying like how I'd supported her. And I said, does this to you, I went to Kafkas and said, does this to you seem like the actions of someone who's domestically abusive? I said, I've never had a criminal offence. I've never been in a police station. And believe me, I'm the most non-judgmental person. So I don't judge people who've been in that situation. I'm not trying to come across as holier than thou. But I had a very conservative religious upbringing. So I just took all my evidence to them. And honestly, if the court hearing on that day hadn't gone my way on the evidence that the Kafkas report came back in my favour, and it said like I should have access every other weekend, weekdays, and half of all the school holidays. My ex even tried to minimise the Kafkas recommendations. She started wanting to negotiate a few days before the court hearing. And if that court hearing hadn't gone in my favour, again, I would have given up hope in the system.
When you was in court and that order was made before you was obviously going to be there in court, can you give us that moment where the judge, whether they smash down the gavel like they do in a criminal court, and they make their what they're going to say is like it's there, it's in black and white. Can you give us that moment or that lead up, that minute or two leading up to it?
It wasn't that climatic, if I'm honest with you. So what happened with me was Kafkas sent their recommendations. They'd met with me, they'd met with my ex, and they'd met with my daughter. And my daughter had said, so I'd had sight of their report beforehand.
Yeah.
And so basically on the day of the court hearing, we got in there. My ex had said that she wanted a family member with her, which I objected to because based on the court hearing, but that's another story. And then, so the court, the three magistrates that I was in front of, they said, you're not a million miles away in where you want to be. So I want you as a father and a mother to go out of the court and see where you can make compromise in order to get a final order, because we want to get a final order today. So we went out, and because I had a solicitor, she was litigant in person, so she was representing herself. So my solicitor was coming into me and saying, this is what she wants, and I was saying, well, this is what I want. And we sort of met in the middle, more or less. Again, more in her favour. And then a lot of the things were like sort of stuff that my ex was saying, unless he agrees to this. So again, this proves that women are in control. So my solicitor would come into me when we were meeting, and she'd say, your ex has said, who's representing herself, unless you agree to this condition of the court order, she won't sign anything today. and unless you sign something today, you will have no access to your daughter. Basically, it will all be on your ex's terms and conditions. So again, my hands are tied to say, okay, I agree to this. So I agreed to all of her terms because I didn't want to go any longer without not seeing my daughter. And then we went into the court and sort of presented what we'd both proposed as a reasonable solution to the issue, I guess, and a reasonable arrangement. And then based on that, we just got the court order was granted, and then my solicitor wrote it up and sent it to me and sent it to my ex, and we signed it both, and then it's legally binding supposedly, yet not legally binding. So it wasn't that climatic, I suppose, because it was sort of a negotiation. It was like, you want to, and it was pathetic in all honesty. It was like a half hour here and a half hour there. So in the CAFCAS recommendations, they'd recommended that I drop my daughter off at 6:30 p.m. on a Sunday, and my ex was saying, well, I want that to be 5 p.m. on a Sunday. And then
but again, it seems to be, again, the power struggle in the mediation that you took outside the court. Again, it's like, why would you deprive you an hour and a half with your daughter?
Well, you would have
to. Is it that fucking nitpicking, that fucking minor, just to say,
it's all about control, mate.
It's all control. And so it was an hour and a half here and an hour and a half there, and so my solicitor said, unless you sign today to agree to this proposal, she'll still have full control, and you'll have to wait for another hearing, which would be another 7 months down the line. So I said, well, I'm not willing to take that risk, so I will agree to this, and I will sacrifice an hour and a half here. And then the court order was drawn up. So it wasn't like a climatic sort of, wow, I've won or I've lost this situation. Yeah. It was like, I'm willing to accept this because I want to see my daughter. And it was
so after the order was granted and everything like that, like you said, it was, like you said, a hollow victory in the sense that you didn't want to drag it out longer and lose more time with your daughter. But like, so what was that first, how long after the order was granted did you actually get to see and hug and collect your daughter?
Oh, so it was like, I think it was not the following weekend. I think we met on the Thursday. So it was the following weekend after that. And it was amazing. And it was, I can't describe to you how, and it sounds pathetic in a way, but I got to see my daughter. I picked her up from school on the Friday, and I dropped her off at 5 o'clock. And because I'd only seen her for this, like, such a limited time in between the hearings, it felt like I'd spent 6 weeks with her, just 2 days, and it was like amazing. But then it hits you again, because then I dropped my daughter home back to her mom. And then I went home and walked into her bedroom, and then I broke down in tears because, like, her shoes are there and the toys are there, and it's like, it's that sort of sense of grief again. You feel like you're losing your daughter over and over again, and it's difficult to describe, and it's difficult to empathise with someone unless you've been in that situation.
It must have been emotional. Sorry, brother, go on, Andy.
I was just going to say, I understand that. It's like, because I asked for every other weekend, and then I asked for a night on the third or fourth weekend, and, you know, a couple of hours after work, somebody said that I was being unrealistic, and I'm like, hang on a minute. Even if I have every weekend, that's, you know, eight days out of the month. You know, and mom gets all the other days, you know, and if you got to wait every other weekend, that's every 2 weeks you don't get to see your kid for. You know, and I think that one night on the other week is perfectly acceptable.
The one thing that rings true from this whole discussion is, in the tug of war, like I said, if the father gets the residency order and then it's the mother, the father wants 100% or whatever. But the one thing that's ringing true is, you guys are not fighting for 100%. Again, I'll bring it back. You just want equal 50-50. You're not saying but the vindictiveness of the other party seems to be like, no, she's mine, and use the kid as a weapon, and it's vindictive, and it's only going to harm the child in the long run. And the child, very plausible that the child's going to grow up, and when they find out how much they love their other parent, whether it be male to female or father or mother, they could hold a massive grievance because, like I said, I used to speak to my mate that I was in prison with, who his missus was stopping him see the kids, and I told him, I said, set up a bank account, buy him presents every year, put them away, put money in a private account, and if you have to watch him from afar, fight to get him. But if you can't do that or whatever, not knowing the system, then put money to one side, buy presents every year, write them letters, write them poems, keep everything in like a memory box or a memory room or a wardrobe. And then when that time comes, say, I never forgot about you. Your mum wouldn't let me near you. The non-molestation order handcuffed me because if I broke that, I could end up in prison.
That's what I do. I write letters to her. I've wrote poems. I did that painting on my wall. I buy a birthday presents and a Christmas presents. It's all waiting for her, man.
And this is the thing. And Andy, so sorry, not with Andy, Kieron, because Andy has been down the, like I said, the care system, which and the more and more thingy, the criminal justice system. Is he already? Well, he's a disadvantage because he's a male. Let's be honest. But then, because he'd been in the care system, because he'd probably admitted to this girl that he used to take illegal drugs back when he was that person, the fact he's been
she used to do it with me.
Oh, there you go.
She used to do drugs with me.
But
now she's using drugs against me. So I just say, like, I mean, we used to do drugs together, and now she's requesting that I do a drug test, and I'm like, well, does she have to do one as well? And I said no, and I was like, well, why not? And this is because you're applying for access, and I'm like, but she lives with her. She's gonna have her 90% of the time. Why does she have to do a drug test?
But it's straight away. Andy's at a disadvantage because he's a male, and then the fact he's been in prison, surely that's going to play some part. It shouldn't do. It shouldn't do because people can change the spots. But surely that could be, oh, well, hang on, well, he's been in prison, and there's this sort of media narrative that all people that have been to prison are scumbags, they're violent, dangerous offenders, and that's not always the case.
I can only give the perspective that, I mean, like I said, I was squeaky clean, for want of a better expression. I was squeaky clean, never been in a police station, never been in a police cell, nothing, absolutely nothing. Got a good career, and it took me 7 months. So for someone in Andy's position, I mean, I like to think that I'm supporting Andy through his scenario and trying to help him as much as possible to fight the system, because the system is the issue. But for someone in that situation, you're fighting a losing battle. You're jumping over hurdles, you're knocking down obstacles left, right, and centre, because anything they can use against you, they will use against you. And the problem is, going back to the issue of equality, is that the minute that a woman calls domestic violence, whether rightly or wrongly, whether truly or falsely, they're going to qualify for legal aid. So they're going to have a solicitor for free. So Andy's ex has got a solicitor for free because she's got free legal aid. Where Andy, he's fighting his battle on his own because he doesn't qualify for legal aid. He doesn't qualify. So he's fighting against the system like tenfold, because she's got some legal representative on the side who's in it for the money. So that solicitor is going to be getting thousands of pounds off the government to fight his ex's case,
and then make it last as long as possible.
And they'll make it last as long as possible. So it's a losing battle. It's a losing battle from the start, brother. And you just got to. I don't know. The system needs massive reform, and like I said earlier, we're
going to make it change anyway.
But I will fight to my death to see that change, because it's not right the way the system is set up.
Yes,
so
responsibility.
Go on, Andy. Sorry.
So yes, we have parental responsibility, both on the birth certificate. Kieron's got a court order. I don't, but I'm on the birth certificate. She's got my last name. Doesn't make a difference.
But the thing is, so a big thing is made like about the name on the birth certificate. Andy's name is, but yet he's still not nearer to seeing his daughter.
So the difference between having your name on the birth certificate and not having it on is basic parental responsibility. So Andy will automatically qualify to having parental responsibility in the eyes of the law once the order is granted. So, and if his name wasn't on the birth certificate, then he would have a battle to prove parental responsibility, which would come down to DNA tests and whatever to prove that the biological aspect of being the father. But because he's on the birth certificate, it would mean that once court order is granted, he would basically have equal legal rights to stuff like knowing about like a child's education and having a say in what school a child went to, medical information, that sort of stuff. So that's the only difference that a parental responsibility on a birth certificate would really grant. But now we're going through the stage where a lot of mothers are denying parental, like not putting a father on the birth certificate. So you have to go through another process to get that done. So it's another obstacle, another hurdle to jump over.
I'm going to ask a really silly question now, and this is more aimed at Kieron, just because he's been through the order and everything, and the order's been granted. How does it work with like parents' evening, for example? I don't know if that's a silly question or not.
What? Sorry, parents' evening.
Parents' evening, like, so obviously you're not going to be sat there with the ex or whatever, because I can imagine you could cut the tension with a knife. But how would it work?
So it might seem like a simple question, but so basically, on my daughter's like school where she goes to, there's like an online system for booking parents' evening appointments. So on the very first evening that we'd like booked an appointment, I got there first. So I booked an appointment, but then they will only grant one per child. So then I turned up on the right time, but then the teacher wouldn't see me till the end of the parents' evening. So I literally sat there for about 3 hours waiting for a 10-minute appointment because my ex took precedence over me because for whatever reason, I don't know what it was. So basically now all I do is I just manually book an appointment with the school and I just say, can I come at a specific day and a specific time to sort of talk through her progress. But I have that right because I've got parental responsibility and on the birth certificate. And the same with medical appointments. But it's just, again, I suppose you're running through sort of sand, or it's just a difficult, like you're always like battling the system. You're always battling the system and it always seems to be against you. So
even still, I know Kieron's got a court order, but I should have a right. Like I know my daughter started nursery and things like that. I should have a right as a dad to know where my daughter's going to nursery. I should be able to have some involvement in that. I should be able to speak to her teachers. I should be able to know that sort of thing about her upbringing and what's going on with her. Even without access to my daughter, I should still have that right to know that. I can't even get a photograph of my daughter.
I mean, my daughter's going into year 6. She's just gone into year 6 at primary school, so she's going to be going into sort of senior school and going to a new school. So technically, with parental responsibility, you should have rights to sort of some input into that. However, again, like sort of how do you enforce that right? So if my ex-wife says she's going to this school, what right do I have to contest that? So it's like I just have to basically go along with whatever decisions that she says. But in a lot of ways, it's keep the peace with stuff like that. And it does annoy you, but you just got to keep the peace and just because for the good of your child again, really.
This is the thing. Even though the order's been issued, you're still second best. You're still second. Yeah. But the thing is, you're that desperate to be involved in your daughter's life that you grab that and accept. It's not what you want, but it's better than zero contact.
Yeah, I consider myself massively fortunate. I speak to Andy all the time, and I say like I mean, I went to the protest at Downing Street because.
What was this protest about?
So it was supposedly about sort of like 50-50 shared parenting, but it sort of got hijacked into different agendas. But I suppose it was good.
The last one I went to was good.
Yeah. But I mean, the problem is again that in the big scheme of things, and in the, I suppose you've got to look at it from a national political point of view. In the big scheme of things, with stuff like COVID and the NHS and whatever, fathers' rights is low down on the agenda. Fathers' rights is way down here in the big scheme of things. And unless it affects you, you're not going to be particularly bothered by the issues. But if it affects you, it just has a massive impact on you, and that's all I can really stress.
And the one thing as well, which rings true, that there'll be people watching this, young lads, young females, that might view this, that then might go on to mother or father a child themselves, and you might just think, well, that'll never happen to me. And I think that there's a lot of people that are only bothered about justice, or should I say injustice, when it happens to them.
Yeah.
None of us thought that it would happen to us. I just commented on a post, I think it was yesterday, saying that how many dads knew that this was going to happen, 1%, 2%, and I think that was generous. Not one of us knew that what they were capable of, or what the system would allow, or what would happen. You know, I fully went into my first court hearing full of hope, and I walked out of there crying my eyes out. I actually broke down in front of the judge when they turned around to me and told her I couldn't see that with my daughter. You know, and I lost all faith in the system from that day. And ever since then, I've just been screwed over left, right, and centre. Not one dad realizes that they're going to go through this, but I guarantee it can happen to anyone.
I think that when you're in this situation as well, like Andy will probably back me up on this, that it becomes all consuming. It's all you think about 24/7. You wake up in a panic. You wake up. You wake up in distress. It affects every aspect of your life. And until you're in it again, like you can't sort of empathize with someone who's been through it. Like I can never imagine what it's like to be in prison because I've never been there. But you two guys can relate to each other with that because you've both been in that situation, and that's cool. And like Cody, with all due respect, you'll never relate to this to the fullest extent because me and Andy are in this, and it's one of those that. But it is honestly all-consuming, and it takes over every aspect of your life. And you think about it 24/7, and you're looking at information 24/7 about it, and it's debilitating.
I had to leave my job because of it.
It's debilitating.
I had to leave my last job because of it, because I couldn't stop. I was just constantly on my phone. I couldn't give it 100%. I couldn't concentrate on anything. And I just had to take time off. I'm still not back in work now, and it's not because I can't get work, it's because I can't concentrate. All I can think about is getting my little girl back.
Yeah. And the thing is, then that will have impacted your mental health as well, Andy, like you've alluded to, and it's just a slippery slope. And like I said, at the end of the day, just like actual wars, there's no winner in the end. There's only losers, and not in the loser sense, but by the effect that it's going to have on the child. And these mothers and these fathers, if the roles are reversed, that deprive the other parent of seeing their child. It's the impact. If they could see into the future, I think the whole course would change. But unfortunately, people are very petty, very vindictive, and like I said, it's a sad state of affairs. And like you said, the reason that I support you guys and isn't because I'm like a sexist or anything like that. It's strictly to do with these people that are trying to deprive 100% of the child, and all you're asking for, you don't want 100% of the child. You're only asking for equal 50% rights. And that's all you're asking for. Exactly. So when it comes to contact centres, what are your thoughts and opinions on contact centres? It's better than nothing, or again, is it biased?
I've asked for it. I've asked for contact centre. I got refused it. I asked, can I see my daughter in a contact centre? It's a supervised access centre. There's going to be 3 people sat there watching me. And I got told no. Yeah. That's after having her every weekend on my own. I'm like, I'll quite happily do the contact centre for as long as it takes to prove myself, which won't be that long. As soon as they see me with my daughter, they're going to realise that I'm a good dad.
And the thing is as well, that if Andy sees his daughter in a contact centre, he's got to pay to see her.
Well, you got to pay, hold on, you got to pay to go to contact centre?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're talking 70, 80 quid, 90 quid for the hour.
Yeah. So if
On
Andy
what
wants to
grounds?
You got to pay to see. No, you got to pay to use the contacts, don't you?
Yeah.
You got to pay to see your kid, mate.
Before you get to the family court system, before you get to court, you've got to go through mediation. So you've got to
Pay for that as well.
£100 at least an hour for mediation, and then if your ex doesn't turn up for mediation or refuses to go for whatever reason, then you'll pay the £100, and then they'll say I'm not going. So you're £100 down for you've spent, like I spent £100 on absolutely nothing. But if Andy
And then you
wants
pay to get your certificate signed to go to court.
if Andy wants to see his daughter in a contact centre, he's paying £90 an hour to see his daughter.
Yeah, you'll pay for mediation, then you'll pay for your certificate to get signed, which is another 90 odd quid, and then you'll pay £215 for the court hearing, and then you pay for the contact centre, and then if you get a solicitor, then you're paying 150 quid an hour.
I wish I didn't go down the criminal route. I wish I would just become involved with the family court system.
What's that?
I wish I didn't go down the criminal route. Fucking hell, just think about, I should have gone down the family court route and got involved with that, because I tell you what,
I
think
wish I'd
about
have been a family court solicitor. I'd be rich.
But getting rich, getting fat and rich, or people suffering, child suffering.
I couldn't do it, mate. I couldn't do it. I've actually sent my ex solicitor an email, trying to call out to his humanity, saying like, how can you do this? You know for a fact that she's a liar. You're keeping a little girl from her dad, and the solicitor just don't give a shit. It just puts more hurdles in front of me, and I'm like, how can you do that, man? How can you sleep at night?
And going back to the mental health aspect, if it affects your mental health in any way whatsoever, that'll be the reason you'll go into a mental health crisis is because they're stopping you seeing your child. But then the minute you go into a mental health crisis, they'll use that against you to say, well, he's not mentally stable to see his child. So you get depressed because you see your child. And then once you're depressed, they'll use that against you and say, well, he's disclosed he's depressed, so now he can't see his child because he's a risk to him, despite the Disability Discrimination Act and whatever. So literally whatever, for me, when I've been through this, and like I said, I consider myself fortunate, whatever angle I went down, I was always fighting the system every single time, without doubt.
It's like them races you see with them hurdles, mate. That's exactly what it's like. And they use my mental health against me because of my depression, which they pretty much caused. They made my depression 10 times worse, and then they used it against me, telling me I've got to get doctor's reports, I've got to get this and that. So when I finally got my doctor's letter, which actually Kieron gave me the money for, I went and got it. I put it to the courts, and they just changed the goalposts and concentrated on something else. So that wasn't even considered anymore my mental health.
Do you know what? I feel like with Andy, like he was in the system, he was IPP'd off by his own admission, rightfully so. But he's always, this is a man that's faced hurdle after hurdle in his life, and he's jumping over one, but there's no end in sight for him. Like I said, from the care system to the prison system, to release after prison, to sleeping in his car, to this fathering a beautiful little girl that is the apple of his eye and gives everything to live for, to then take it away, and then he's jumping through hoops and hoops and hoops, and it's such an expensive thing that it's almost as if you're either not going to be able to complete the race because the way that there's so many obstacles, or you can't fucking afford to get a solicitor, or you're a male, or you've got mental health issues, and like you said, it causes mental health issues, the struggle, but then they use the old mental health to fuck you up the arse. And I mean that in the nicest possible way. And then it's like, even if you did a fundraising thing, you're not going to be able to raise 50 grand, 100 grand per case, per man, per thingy.
And as well, the system's biased against sort of people like, in say your situation, two situations where you've got a criminal record.
Yeah.
They'll use that again. They'll use whatever again. I mean, I'm an occupational therapist. I've worked with sort of offenders in the past, and I strongly believe in rehabilitation. I strongly believe that the prison system needs reforming. I mean, I've only sort of had a glance of it compared to you guys, but I strongly believe that what Andy was saying about earlier in his interview, before I even joined the conversation, about sort of the courses and doing that educational approach, is a much better productive, a much more productive way of dealing with people in prison, rather than like the sort of the current system of just locking people up and throw away the key, that sort of mentality. But the fact is that, I mean, look at Andy. I mean, you've seen his artwork. He's turned his life around. He's a talented guy. He's an honest guy. I mean, we've had some good conversations, and he's a genuine guy. He's rehabilitated from the prison system. He wants to turn his life around. He doesn't want to go back to prison. He doesn't want to return to a life of criminality, the way you've turned your life around, and you've got your really positive YouTube account that helps people. So people can change the spots. People can reform. People can rehabilitate. But the system is very judgmental, and that's a massive issue. And I guess you guys face that in all sorts of areas of life, with employment and
mental health.
I don't care.
Mental health, and I'm a big advocate for sort of people can rehabilitate. People can build skills that will help them to be a positive member of society. And I believe that you two guys are really good advocates for people that have been in prison and been in your shoes. And I've got all respect for both of you. And I think that we need to change the system and change people's view, because people are all too quick to make judgments about all sectors of society, like whether it be ex-convicts or whatever the politically correct term is. But we need to sort of give people a chance to be a positive member of society, contributing.
I've seen people judge me in front of my eyes, and I've always been honest with people, and I've always been even with new people that I've met, I've never really held back, and I've always said, like, this is who I was, but this is where I've come from and what I've done, and this is who I am now. And I don't care if you want to judge me. As far as I'm concerned, I will tell you what I did in the past, because I learned from it. And if you want to judge me for what my past decisions, then that's on you. And I've seen the attitude in people change when they've actually judged me, and I don't have nothing to do with them sort of people. But people are quick to judge, man.
Yeah, you definitely face like stigmas and mental health and labels and everything. And like I said, like you change your criminal. It'd be much easier for me. Let me tell you straight, and same for Andy as well. It'd be much easier to go back and live a life of fucking crime. Fewer police on the streets. I was good before. If I went back to criminality, I'd be in a lot better position than I am fucking now. But the fact is, I have changed, and I don't want to. Listen, I've been offered money to go back to crime, to revert to type, right? Thousands upon thousands of pounds to go back, and I've said no, and I'm on my ass, and I'm ashamed of that. But I'd much rather be a law-abiding citizen than go back to fucking jail. I've got nothing but love for kids in jail. The only people I don't like are nonces and rapists, right? I've got nothing against anyone else, and anyone can change the spots. But what's the point in changing your criminal behaviour if society and employers, more importantly, will not give you the chance to prove yourself as a rehabilitated, reformed individual?
Yeah. And apparently they're not allowed to refuse you a job based on your criminal record, but they still do.
That's bollocks, though. They can say that, oh, they're not supposed to discriminate, but if you've got 50 people go for a job and you've got a fucking criminal record as long as your arm, because the stigmas around prisons, oh, they're untrustworthy, they're unreliable, they'll steal, and they take drugs, they're violent, all the misconceptions. So what I do with my channel is I try to take it brick by brick down and give people real stories. And the channel's changed up recently, and I'm very grateful to people like yourselves for coming on. It's a hard-hitting issue that needs to be discussed. And like I said, I might not have asked the right questions, but I'm trying to dial in and sort of trying to understand what the problem is without having experience of it. But it's like the criminal justice system are trying to be a deterrent. We're trying to give education. We're trying to deter. We're trying to break the fucking media narrative of everyone that goes to prison is a scumbag, because it's bollocks. If you're raised in a violent house and a violent home, right, and you become violent, even though you can't 100% say, oh, that's because I was violent, but by becoming a product of the environment, was you an offender or was you first a victim? Right, and you can't say being a bad person and blame it on bad things that have happened, but were they contributing factors? You bet your fucking life they was. But the thing is, look at this, right? You've got 3 guys on alive, 2 of which have been in prison, 1 that's been through the care system. I was non-stop. I don't know Kieron's background, but from what he said, he's had a pretty good life, and he's very blessed to have done so. But then you guys are united through a struggle of a vindictive fucking female and the court system. Yeah, discrimination. Yeah, with the family courts, like, we know about bias and we know the criminal justice system is racially biased and things like that. Is the family courts, apart from being sexist, is it also a racially biased thing as well, or do we not know that?
I've not had any experience, or I've not heard any stories of people being discriminated based on colour, but definitely based on being a dad.
It's definitely sexist. 100% sexist.
Yeah.
And the minute you step in there as a male, as a father, you're deemed to be less than a female. And I mean, I'd be interested to know about your guys' thoughts about like how you've been discriminated against, looking at sort of employment options and looking forward, because I know Andy's gone down the route of like self-employment.
Yeah.
Well,
I lie on job applications.
I feel like I'm taking your place, Cody, so I'm asking all the
No.
questions.
You know what? I love it. Roll with it.
But I'd be interested about, like I said, I'm a massive advocate for rehabilitation, and I believe that despite people making mistakes in their past, they can learn from those mistakes and make massive contributions towards society. And I believe that you two guys are perfect examples of that. But I know Andy's gone down that route of sort of self-employment. But I would imagine that for you guys, it's very difficult to sort of get employment, because on sort of application forms, there's always criminal disclosures and that sort of stuff, which would automatically sort of put a black mark against your name. But I mean, I don't believe in that personally. I believe that that should be a case by case sort of review of what was the incidents, and you guys are like perfectly capable of doing a number of jobs and employment. But I would imagine that's held against you. I would imagine that you're massively discriminated against because of your history. I
got a job. Sorry, I was going to say, just going on what you said there, I got a job a little while back. Well, I said it was a couple of years ago. It was for a decorating company, and I actually told them the truth, and it was an employed job. And it was good money in that. And I told him, it said something about criminal record. I said, is that going to be a problem? And the guy nodded his head at me, basically. And he took me outside, and he's like, why? What's going on? And I said, look, I was in prison, and I told him why. And he says, oh, let me get back to you. And I sat there nervously waiting, thinking I was going to lose the job that I'd already got. And he came back and he said, no, it's cool. And within 2 weeks, they made me supervisor, and I was running like all the jobs in Mayfair, like doing all the contracts for like all the decorating works in Mayfair. So it doesn't always go against you. You can tell the truth sometimes, but most of the time I just lie on the application because you get judged.
But it's a no-win. I agree with you, but it's a no-win situation, because if you do admit your criminality and you've been to prison and all that stuff, right, you'll be discriminated against, but they can't tell you that. You just won't get the job, or you won't get the interview. If you do lie and you're in your probationary period and it comes to light, or they say, oh, well, we saw you on a podcast talking about prison, Yeah, this is what I'm saying. You can lose your fucking job and that's it. You're fucked. It's a no-win situation. It really is. But like, I'm just when I left jail, right, I went for a cleaning job. Right, I've been cleaning in jail and all that bullshit, and I went for a job as a cleaner at a fucking gym up at Media City, where all the Coronation Street's filmed, all the big TV things are up there and all that bullshit. And I literally didn't get the job. What's that?
Bernardo Studios, is it?
Yeah, man. It's up at Media City, and all the programs are made. A lot of programs are made there. Coronation Street there. And I went for a job, and I didn't get the job. Cleaning, bro. A cleaning job. I cleaned in prison, and I was like, yeah, sweet. And he was like, nah. And then someone else got it, and I thought, well, that's me. Then I just thought, it's as if the system wanted me to go back to crime, but I refuse, and I'm on my ass, and my channel keeps me going, brother. And bro, some days I wake up and I wish I wish I was dead. I wake up other days, I want to end the fucking world. I wake up other days and I'm just like, I'm level-headed. It's just so fucking up and down. And people are slapping labels on me with mental health and things like that. Oh, we think you've got this. I think you've got this. I think you've got ADHD. I think you've got this. And people are slapping labels on me. But the thing is, like I said, people can judge me. If I wanted to hear from an arsehole, I would fucking fart. Like, your opinion counts nothing. Like, if it's somebody that I respect, then I'll take their opinion on. But like I said, for most people, if I wanted to hear from an arsehole, I would fart. And people can judge me. I've been a criminal. There's no shame in having been a criminal. Judge me how I am now. Don't judge me on my past. I come forward. The only way I look back is to see how far I fucking come. Sorry, guys. Get passionate.
Can I ask a question?
Go on.
So, like,
I feel like Kieron was built for this. Go on.
So, you know, within like the prison system, you've obviously got like the screws.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if they're deemed to be the enemy or if that's the right expression, but they're like the screws are the screws, let's say. But then you've got like people like in my
screws for a reason, mate.
Right, mate.
Yeah. So they're called screws for a reason.
But then you've got people like me that are like health professionals, say nurses, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, speech and whatever. So how like psychologists, for instance. So how do you guys like perceive those sort of roles within the prison system? Like, say if you come across, like, I don't know if you've ever come across an occupational therapist. That's my profession by background, so I suppose. But like those sort of professionals, how you view those, whether you view them like screws or part of the establishment, or whether you view them as part of the solution, I guess.
They're like outside workers, man. Screws are like part of the screw. A screw is like a prison bed. In my opinion, like when I was in there, it was like the screw is part of the system. Like the people on the courses, the psychologists and the people that ran the decorating course and things like that, they were all like civilians, so to speak. Yeah. Really hard to explain, but yeah, they were definitely viewed and treated a little bit differently. But that's because the screws, like, you know, they're more about authority than teaching. Do you know what I mean? They're more about like enforcing the rules. They're not about trying to benefit you.
And do you believe in the current? I mean, I've never been in prison, so in the current the current criminal justice system as it is in prison, I've only worked in forensic hospitals. So do you believe that with the structure of sort of rehabilitation, whatever that may be, do you believe that people have got a chance to be rehabilitated in that, like with courses, like Andrew showed, like his certificates earlier and stuff like that? Like,
Andy, you go first.
Sorry, repeat the question properly.
So do you believe that the way that the system's currently set up, in that, like with, say, for instance, training courses or training opportunities or educational opportunities, let's say, or vocational, do you believe that that system is set up to the advantage of prisoners, or do you believe it's a bit tokenistic, like this is an education course, you could take it or lose it?
There's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities in prison for people to change. I don't think it caters for individual needs, and that's where I think the difference needs to be. There needs to be more individual focus on how a prisoner can move forward and benefit them, like better themselves. Yeah. But you know, there's still a lot of opportunities, and there's no reason why people can't go in there and make the most of it, and change their life. You know, I think that it can be changed, but I think that there is the right opportunities for people. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And with me, like I said, I agree with Andy. We were talking about this earlier, where when it comes to rehabilitation, for me, it is a politician's word. It is a fictitious word. You've got to be, number one, you've got to want to change, right? And you've got to, for a lot of people, they need to be shown that you can be successful down other avenues. But that's hard to say to a drug dealer with no education, that if on the out and he becomes a law-abiding citizen, chances are he's going to be working an unskilled, low-paid, minimum wage job, but he's been earning a couple of grand being a fucking drug dealer. But yeah. And Andy said it yesterday, you get out what you put in. If you want to engage, and if you don't, so many kids just fucking, mental health's a big thing within prisons. People go on self-destruct and their heads are fucked and they can't do it, but they're bouncing around the wing like everything's cool. But you've got to want to change. Like I said, we were talking earlier about rehabilitation and courses. You can't do a one-size-fits-all approach. You've got to have tailored, structured coursing, and everything needs to be structured and tailor fitted to that individual, because people have got different needs. People at different educational levels. Some people, the amount of people that are in prison that can't read and write, Andy will know, is astronomical. Really is.
So going on from that, what you've just said, do you think that in prisons there's a massive niche, for want of a better expression, for these services to support prisoners to get the skills they need once they get released to be valued members of society? So, for instance, if a prisoner goes, like as an example, if someone goes into prison struggling to read and write, if the structure was there within the prison system, so this group of the prisoners need this course to help them read and write. Mm. Do you believe if the prison system was reformed to do those sort of things that are prisoner focused, what the prisoner needs, that there'd be a much lower turnaround in reoffending once released?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So it's a very, very, very good question. The way the system's broken, and it continues to be broken. The prison system has never worked. It continues to fail prisoners, prison officers, prisoners' families, the taxpayer, consistently and across the board. Now, if you threw courses and tailor-made educational qualifications for people in the system, are they all going to rehabilitate overnight? Absolutely not. But it will give them a fighting chance. Now, I look at the Norwegian model with rehabilitation. It's actually focused on the sole purpose of prisons in Norway is rehabilitation. So if you look at Halden Prison is a maximum security facility in Norway, about 50 miles from the Swedish border. Now, you arrive at this prison, you're spoken to on a first name basis. The amenities are top drawer. It's not about being soft on crime, it's about being smart on crime. And they have car workshops there, there's a music studio, everything you could ever really want to get out of a prison is there at this prison. And it's about re-engaging disenfranchised individuals. And where in the UK it costs £40,000 per annum to house somebody in prison, approximately, in the Norwegian prison system, it's £120,000, which is 3 times more than here. And 120 grand on prisoners, are you mad? But that pays dividends when they've got the lowest reoffending rates anywhere in the world at about approximately 30%. And like I said, if that's the way that you're running your prisons, where the UK system actually creates more victims, prison creates more problems for society. Now, people that are not in the know, that are law-abiding members, will think, well, lock them up and throw away the key and brutalise them, give them bread and water, don't give them a TV, don't let them have visits. I ask these people, is that conducive to rehabilitation? No. Does it act as a deterrent? No. Does it succeed in demoralizing, desensitizing, dehumanizing, and making that person even more disenfranchised than when they entered? Yes. You come into contact with more criminals that might have. People think people in prison are stupid. People in prison are not stupid. They might have been caught for one offence. They might have got away with 100. So when you're in prison, you're mixing with fraudsters, gang members, people that have access to firearms, stolen credit cards. It can actually germinate the problem. It really, really can. So the way the system is, should it change? Should it be about rehabilitation? Yes. You can't both rehabilitate somebody and punish them at the same time. The punitive measure of prison, 1000%, is loss of liberty. Once we get over loss of liberty, we need to focus on the basics. The thing is, though, the way the system is currently, you can do all the courses that Andy's done and more, but then when you leave prison, you leave with £46. You don't get asked if you got somewhere to live. You leave prison, you might have lost your accommodation, you might have been living in a 1-bedroom flat, you've just done 12 months in prison, you walk out, not everyone's got a support network and a family network. So when you leave prison, you've got all these courses, but you've got nowhere to live. As soon as you slip through the cracks of society, you might have picked up a drug habit whilst in prison. You've got to steal to feed that drug habit. If you're an alcoholic, you've got to steal to get the drink. If you're not taking any sort of substance misuse, you've got to steal, shoplift to feed yourself. You're breaching your license conditions in doing so. If you're caught, you'll be returned to prison. So the system
is set up to make you fail, isn't it?
In my opinion, yes. But again, Andy's got a lot more level-headed thingy with it than me. But like I said, what's the point in throwing courses at people? Right, and oh yes, and it looks good on paper, and Andy's courses will be able to help him. But again, if you're going to leave prison, and you walk thousands of prisoners every year leave prison homeless, right? If you leave prison homeless, it's inevitable that you're going to commit crime. Like I said, if you picked up an habit, you'll have to steal to feed the habit. If you're an alcoholic, you'll have to steal to feed your alcoholism. If you're not on any of them substances, you need water and food to live. So you're going to have to shoplift. If you shoplift and you get caught, you're in breach of your license, bam, go back to prison. You've reoffended, bam. And then that's why people that go to prison on short sentences, it's counterproductive. You don't get a sentencing plan. A sentencing plan are courses, and it's a set thing for you, things to achieve. When you go on a short sentence, you're not given these courses. And in the short term, yes, lock them up and throw away the key. But what society needs to remember, while they want to brutalise prisoners, give them bread and water, fucking all this stuff, what you need to remember is that 99% of us, unless serving a whole life tariff, are going to be reintroduced into society at some point. It's how we treat prisoners that are in the system, how we treat them, which will ultimately dictate and determine how they act upon release. So brutalising them, let's not hope that these people that want to brutalise prisoners, let's hope that they're not one of the 13.5 to 15 billion pounds a year annually it costs in reoffending. Let's hope it's not their grandma or their mother that gets carjacked or their house broken into, right? This is the thing. People are short-sighted. They don't see the bigger picture. And if you look at the bigger picture, when I'm talking about prison and the cures, I'm not doing it to make it cushier for prisoners. I want it to be better, treat our prisoners better. That will then hopefully in some part reduce reoffending. And this is the thing. So the taxpayer, it costs less in reoffending rates, fewer victims of crime. That's what I want. I'm not looking to, well, make crime. And again, it's not about being soft on crime. It's simply about being smarter on look at the root causes of criminality. We live in the 5th richest democracy in the world. There are people homeless. There are soldiers that have served the country that are living homeless, right? You've got people addicted to substances in fucking shop doorways, right? In the winter months, for the elderly, it's a choice of heat as in warmth or eat as in a warm meal. They can't afford both, right? And we've got third world population with third world problems here in the UK. So when I'm watching these fucking children in need and fucking UNICEF things about Africa, and don't get me wrong, I've spoken to somebody on the channel that does brilliant work in Africa. But the fact is, charity should start at home. And we've got all these problems here in the UK. On the mainland, you've got children grown into abject poverty. Youth services have been cut. Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, all those centuries ago said, poverty is the parent of crime and revolution. And it's as true today as it was all them centuries ago. And like I said, I talk bollocks. I'm a thick, uneducated street kid. I've got no GCSEs, but life experience, I've got a wealth. It's as simple as that. Sorry, brother, I'm going like proper passionate, Kieron. No. And the lady on the screen, this is Muffin Mouse. So Muffin Mouse said, myself once tried to volunteer for the elderly and was denied for being once arrested when I was 19 for a non-violent offence. Now, Muffin Mouse came to me the other day. She's actually in Canada. Her mother is Scottish. Her father was in the British Navy, in the Royal Navy. She was born in Canada. She's lived a crazy life herself. She's got friends in Mexico. She's traveled the world. She actually studied in the UK, but she's Canadian. She lives in Edmonton, Ontario, Canada. Lovely lady. She's been through a hell of a lot, but it's not my place to discuss those things. But just international stuff, and I talk too much, man. I'll go and get you some ibuprofen.
I like to think of myself as like one of the least judgmental people that I know, and like I don't judge anyone based on their past, their present. I just take people as I find them, right? Mm-hmm. And I work as an occupational therapist, and I've worked in a low secure forensic unit for adults with learning disabilities who've committed offences. And there was one particular gentleman, he'd committed a really violent crime. He'd done a random stabbing. He'd stabbed someone several times. And part of my intervention with that gentleman was, and again, you've got to look at it from, the way I look at it is from a public perspective. And from a public perspective, people would probably judge him at that. He stabbed someone at random. He's a massive risk for society. But I look at his case file and I see he did this offence. He was psychotic at the time. He was going through bereavement at the time. He'd held a job down for several years before this happened. So he's not that mentally unstable that he can't be trusted if he's in a good place mentally. And I got him into a place called Better. I won't give you the full title because it'll give away like where it was. Yeah. It was basically a dementia charity for people with dementia. Yeah. And I got this guy a placement where he was going in and making like cups of tea for people with dementia. And he absolutely thrived doing this placement. And he was in a public domain and he did absolutely brilliantly. And he went from doing 1 day a week to doing like 3 days a week when he was back in the community. And I think that he had a lot to offer society, but people would judge him based on his crime very quickly. People would look at him, they'd look at what he'd done, and they would say, this guy needs to be locked up indefinitely. But this guy, he was contributing to society. He was working at a dementia charity. He's worked there for like several years now with no incidents whatsoever. And I think that, I mean, for me, rehabilitation is the key. And I think that it has to be a case-by-case basis, because within occupational therapy, you're taught that whatever a person doing has to be of meaning to them. So for Andy, what has meaning for him is his painting, his artistic, his creative. Whereas for you, it might be motivational speaking. And for someone else within a prison, it might be doing something very basic that might hold meaning for them. Doing like a cleaning task might be what drives them to improve as a person. And I'm all for that person-centered rehabilitation. And I think that I come across a lot of stigma of prisoners and a lot of lock them up and throw away the key type mentality. But you've just got to like judge each person. And so for some people, you do need to lock them up for life because they're a danger to society. That's the reality of it. If someone's a murderer and they've got psychotic tendencies and whatever, lock them away and not throw away the key, but they need to be locked away for their safety and for the public safety. But I believe for a large percentage, and I won't quote percentages because I don't know the actual figures, but I think for large percentages of offenders, you could give them the right course and they would be a valued member of society and they won't reoffend again.
Yeah.
I genuinely believe that. And I would love to go into some sort of I don't know, business, or not to make money even, just to, but I genuinely believe that people just need to be given the benefit of the doubt, and they have a massive can have a massive contribution to society. I mean, look at someone like Sean Atwood. I mean, I went to see him at one of his like live talks, and like he was a big time drug dealer. And
I've been on Sean's podcast. I've done it. I've been on there.
Yeah, I've seen, bro. I've been following you for a long time. I've got, you know, when you say about writing to serial killers and all that, I've got this like internal interest in criminology, and that's what drives me. I watch criminal documentaries all day, every day. And I've been to see Sean Atwood live and stuff, and people would say to him, lock away the keys. People would say about you with gang violence, lock him up, throw away the key. But you know what? Everyone's got potential. Everyone has got potential to change, and that's my mentality. And I would love to use that. I'm not. The problem with me is I'm not very entrepreneurial, and I reckon I could make like a fairly big difference in certain sectors of society, but I'm not very entrepreneurial or confident, let's say, in certain aspects of life.
This is the thing though, like with like this channel has just gone from, it was all prison, right, and now it's like, because I've done 1,400 videos about crime, prison, and all that stuff, right, and it's still very much about that, but like it's just this when Andy like contacted me, and then yourself. And then I've heard about this fathers equality thing, which is, like I said, it's the Facebook group, guys, check it out. And I'll put a link in the description. Like it was prison, it was the care system, because there's a direct correlation between the care system and the criminal justice system. They go hand in hand. I don't know the specifics with statistics. I'm not really a statistic guy. I'm more of if I'm doing a debate, I'll look at my figures and stuff like that. Oh, I think Andy's back. Yep, he's here. Here we go. There you go. Back in, Andy. Oh shit! I thought it was.
I've been there for ages.
Sorry, brother. You dipped off. There's only been us two on the screen, man.
Yeah, I was there for ages, mate. I was listening.
Yeah, man. I just like charge your battery and just have a chill and that.
I was listening for ages.
I've got much respect for you guys, and I think that that you're really good advocates for people that are leaving prison. I mean, like I said, I've never been in the criminal justice system, but if I had been, I can imagine that I would look at guys like you, and it would be quite inspirational in that you can turn your life around, you can have a future outside of crime, and you guys are doing well, man. You're doing good. You're doing good things.
That's why I talk in schools and stuff like that, because I make quite a big impact to young people, and when I speak about what I've been through, and you know, when I did the gang work, I used to go around the schools in London, and we was working with one of the biggest gang projects in London, and we used to go to schools, and there was like highlighted gang members in there that were, you know, young kids and that. But you know, when I used to talk, it's like they're hearing somebody that's been through it and they listen. Whereas, you know, you get someone at a university that's got a degree and they're telling these kids that, you know, this isn't the way to go forward. They're not going to listen to you. But they listen to me because I've been there.
1,000,000%, brother. I remember going into Salford Uni for the first time, and I sat down with these two doctors of criminology, and I was like, look, I can't bring anything to you guys. It's all textbook. There's like, I said, I'm a thick, uneducated street kid. They said, Cody, let me stop you there. There's people that walk these halls with letters after the names that have got no life experience. You've got a lot of life experience. You've been there. Textbook and academia only gets you so far, and then it's life experience, and life experience trumps any academic qualifications. Yes, on paper you are clever and you are intelligent and you're good in your field or whatever that field may be, but it doesn't mean you know anything about life. And that planted a seed in my brain where I thought, you know what? I'm not a thick, uneducated street kid. And look at Andy. I could sit and listen to Andy's story for hours because it's something that I've been interested in. Because, yeah, well, yeah. Look, we're nearly rocking on for nearly 5 hours and 45 minutes. And even with this occupational therapy thing, Kieron, you'll have to excuse me. I don't actually know what it is, so I'd like you to explain. It sounds like a counsellor or something, or what?
IQ.
So, like a shrink, I think.
So occupational therapy is. I went to 4 years at university to do this, and that's not a boast, but it is what it is. A lot of it is very common sense, and I don't believe that 4 years at university is needed to do this because it is very common sense. So basically, the principle and the philosophy behind occupational therapy is that as humans, we are occupational beings, so we need to be doing things, whether it's stuff that we want to do or whether it's stuff that we need to do in order to have a meaning in life. And the stuff that we do impacts on our health and our well-being. So, and it's a massive, massive broad subject because it's like 4 years at university to study this. Well, I can work as an occupational therapist, for instance, in an acute hospital where grannies have fallen over and broken their hip. And for that, I will need to provide equipment to potentially like help them to do the things that they need to do. So they might need to make themselves a cup of tea. So I will provide them with equipment like a trolley to help them to carry their cup of tea through from the kitchen to the living room. Or I can work in a forensic setting where it's more vocational. So it's, okay, you've committed this crime. You've got this black mark against your name. What do you want to do? How are we going to get you to that goal? So you committed, let's say, for instance, a burglary. So I could work with a young lad with a learning disability who's been influenced by a gang to commit a burglary. And so they've got a criminal conviction. But I could say, well, what do you want to do with your life? And they'll say, well, I want to be a chef, for instance. So I'll say, well, your conviction doesn't stop you being a chef. You've made this mistake. You've messed up. I can't deny that you've messed up. You did something stupid. However, we all do some. I've done stupid things in my life, but let's look at how we can get you to doing this thing that you really want to do. So it might be college courses or vocational courses, and it's different. So I work with people with learning disabilities at the moment in community. So it might be people with severe learning difficulties who need adaptations to their home. So I do also that sort of stuff at the moment. But it's really varied. But it's just looking at like it's a little bit like physiotherapy, but physiotherapists will look at how does your body function to do something, whereas occupational therapy will deal with these are certain tasks I need to do to survive. These are certain things I want to do to have a meaningful life. How do we overcome these issues to get to where you want to be, basically, in a nutshell?
Interesting, and hopefully get very well paid for that 4 years of university. So masters, was it 5 years masters?
4 years at uni, because I was an OT assistant, so I worked in the field. But you can do it over 3 years full time. But
and how mad is this that like with you guys are united through this family court horrendous situation? And the one thing that's rang true as well from the family court discussion is, well, I was just about to say it doesn't discriminate, but I was going to say it doesn't discriminate. It actually does.
That's one of the one points I was going to make at the very, very start of this.
Yeah.
That family court does not discriminate, because you can be someone who's squeaky clean. You can be someone who's got a good career, never had an index offence.
But they are discriminatory.
Or you can have a criminal offence this long, and it will still affect you in exactly the same way.
Yeah.
And like I said to you before, I'm not judgmental. I don't judge anyone based on what decisions they've made in the past. What is important to me is what someone has in mind for their future, how they want to change. And if they want to change and they've got that mindset that they want to change, then let's look at how can we change this situation with family court. How can we change this situation? The situation's shit at the moment, but let's see how we can make changes to that to reform it. So guys in the future don't have to with criminality. Let's look at how can someone who's committed an index offence, what led them to that? How can we change their future? Forget the past. They've made that decision. It's too late to worry about that. How can we change their future? Let's look forward rather than looking backwards and judging people.
Yeah.
Andy's been yawning for about 2 hours now, bless him. You're not sleeping, bro. I can't even imagine you sleeping, bro, with what's going on and everything. And then
I had about 3.5 hours last night. Yeah.
I don't know how you can do that, bro. I popped sleepers last night. I fight sleep, man. But then, because I've got to, I try not to become reliant on my medication. But then, last night, I took 2, and yeah, they fucking just helped me sleep. But then I've got some weird fucking person that I don't know who they are saying, "Thanks for this morning, Cody." I'm like, mate, what the fuck? Like, putting kisses and shit. I was just fucking, I'm single.
Didn't wake up till like 3 o'clock.
That's it, bro. I'm single. I ain't seeing anybody, right? And the thing is, I don't normally get that. I normally get, if I don't take my medication, probably between 2 to 3 hours a night. But then I'm running on empty, and then my focus isn't there, and I become agitated, and then my hypervigilance plays up, and this fucking CPTSD bullshit. But the thing is, life is cruel, man, and life's fucking hard. And like I said, but whatever sick fuck think that it's beneficial to their child to stop the other parent seeing the kid. It needs the fucking head testing, in my opinion. So what's the role of fathers' rights? How do you guys help each other? Is it advice? Is it like pointing people in the right direction? Is it people that have been through the system, educating others that are going through the system?
All of that.
It's a real mixed bag at the moment. We're fairly new. So we set up a few weeks ago, really. We were both in various groups, and we met each other at Downing Street. But the main aim is that equality issue, in that why should fathers be discriminated against at will? It shouldn't be the case. So we set up with that idea of 50-50 should be the assumed starting point.
Yeah.
And we basically a group of guys that are in various stages of the process. So for instance, myself, I've been through the process in 2014, still coming across obstacles now, even 6 years later. Andy's going through the process. Some men that are joining the group are just at the very beginning of making application to court.
Yeah,
we're just like a support network, really, of guys who've been through the court system, going through the court system. We offer advice, we offer support. We don't want any men to kill themselves because they can't cope, so we're a sounding board. If you want to vent, then vent. It's better for you to vent with us than think that you've got to hold everything inside. It's very much an open forum. We've got a banter group as well, because you need a sense of humour to go through these issues. So we have a good banter between us. And we support
it's a wicked banter group as well.
We offer each other professional advice, in that none of us take money for anything. But I've been through the system with a solicitor, and is self-representing, so he's not got a solicitor at present. So I've helped him with stuff like position statements, and because I know what to expect, and that doesn't make me better than anyone else, but I'll sort of just say, word it this way, say it this way, say, I want to do this for this reason.
If I want anything proofreading, I'll send it to Kieron. I mean, I'm pretty good with the advice. I've got a lot of experience with most aspects of the family court system.
Brother, sound.
It's just really
it's
just really a support network for guys going through similar situations, and women as well. We've got women in the group who are non-resident parents. We don't discriminate against anyone. If you need some support, we'll be there. We'll offer some help. And we're just a friendly group of guys who've been through it, and we'll support where necessary.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put a link in the description for Fathers for Equality. So what sort of, is there any like you get sometimes you get these like factions like yourselves, like more or less a brotherhood, and like you get like a solicitor that's retired that comes back and advises or even represents in some cases. Have you guys got anyone on side like that works as a lawyer in family law, family courts?
So,
no, but if people come from all walks of life.
Go on, Andy.
I was just going to say, no, we haven't particularly got a solicitor there or ex-barristers or whatever, but people come from all walks of life, and you know, some people have got a massive amount of experience in the system. Some people are really clever. A lot of people, I mean, we're literally starting a process where we're trying to fight the system, and we're working on various things. We're collecting data. We're going to be working on a protest of things like that, and everybody has something to bring to the table, and everyone's got an idea. There's somebody that came up with an idea the other day. It started, it's planted a seed. It started something else off, you know, and everyone seems to bring something to the table for the fight, and that's the thing with our group is, I mean, we're small at the moment, but everybody is very, very motivated to fight the system, and that's the difference between ours and the groups that have been established for ages that have got 20 different agendas being pushed. You know, we're solely focused on fighting the system and getting a change.
And there's no joining fee, there's no like yearly, annually fee or anything like that. It's completely free.
Yeah,
I would never charge for anything.
At the moment, we've got a Facebook group, Fathers for Equality. We've got a WhatsApp group that if anyone wants to be to join, they can join the Facebook group and send us their DM, their sort of personal details, their phone number, and we can add them to the WhatsApp group. Like Andy said, we're in the early stages. We want to make some. We want to be big. We want to make some real change to the system, because otherwise we won't be doing it. If you don't think you're going to make any real change, you may as well give up now. But we think that we've got the potential to make some real changes to the system. We've got ideas where we can proactively sort of even stuff like writing letters to MPs, protests, petitions, just to get our voice heard and just to get some recognition and to try and influence some change. So we're in the early stages. We want to keep progressing forward. The more the merrier. Anyone who's willing to fight this fight, we'd welcome you. And I can just say that the system's broken. We want to change it, and if you want to be part of that change, we're going to try our damnedest to stand up for our rights and the rights of our children.
So exactly.
So, like with when Fathers for Justice, for example, they used to do PR stunts. They do a protest, and it was getting eyes on the subject matter, which was obviously their fight. They seem to have gone down the route of trying to benefit financially, which as soon as you do that, for me, it muddies the waters, and they're doing it for the right reasons in that instance. Have your guys, do you support their movement, or do you think it's become more of a financial money-making exercise of fathers suffering?
I'm trying to distance myself as much as I can.
What's that?
I'm trying to distance myself as much as I can from Fathers for Justice.
Yeah.
Just because of the stigma that they developed. That's why.
It's a bit of a political question in that Fathers for Justice started out, I'm sure, with noble cause, but they've gone down the route of charging like an annual fee to be a member and stuff like this, and it's all the financial impact on fathers. So we don't want to really go down that route. We just want to be there, and if you need support, we'll support you for free, because we've all been there and we're all in that situation either in the past or currently, and we don't want to make financial gain off anyone. We don't want to profit off anyone's suffering. All we want is for there to be an equal playing field for dads and for mums, and we will support you. We'll help you through the process if we can. we're not legal experts, but we've been or are going through that process, and we will also just support you really with advice if we can. And
I want to get to the point where our group gets shut down because it's no longer needed.
Yeah.
Wow, that's powerful. That. So you guys are going for a full overall, like from the, not just like if unity and everything like that, but like I said, the end aim is, from what you've just said, is to completely overhaul the system, or get to, or at least get the discussion on the table.
I want the system. I want the system restructuring. Yeah.
At the moment, what we need is we need coverage, and we don't care how we get that, and we're not at all using your channel to get that.
No.
But we need people to just be aware of what's happening. We just need to be people to be aware and made aware, and we will, like I said, we'll fight without want or gain. We don't want money. We don't want anything. We just want it to be an equal playing field. We want dads not to have to fight to see their kids. We want kids not to have to suffer not seeing their fathers, and that's our aim. And we'll do whatever it takes. We'll stop at nothing.
Have you ever thought about reaching out to Sean to get you on this podcast and actually discuss this? Because it's moving away from the criminal side of things, but it's something a lot of people can relate to. It will do so much more views than my channel.
We're literally about 3 weeks in. I mean, I met Andy about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and we've set up this group. We've set up a Facebook group. We've set up a WhatsApp group. In a few weeks, this is in the early stages, and any coverage that we can get, any leverage we can have, we will make advantage. We reached out to you, and we're really grateful for you having us on here to discuss.
Certainly. Thank you.
No, man. Listen. See, this is the thing with the channel thing. Like, I'm grateful because, like I say, the care system and prison, what Andy was talking about, they go hand in hand. Like I said, there were a high percentage that grow up in care that end up in the system, right? Then this thing is something you guys have educated me. I'm not going to pretend that I know the ins and outs, because I simply don't. But I've been through this like 50-50 thing with my mum and my stepdad, where we used to get drops off at the hotel and all this stuff and picked up. So I've been through that, and I grew up without a dad. And to be honest with you, and this is going to sound bizarre because I support what you guys are doing, but I'm genuinely glad that I didn't have my real dad in my life, because I believe that it would have caused me far more problems, because my dad's a scumbag, where you guys are obviously good dads and fought for your kids and are continuing to fight. My worry is, with, like Andy alluded to earlier, is 6 suicide attempts in the last, I think he said 12 months, because of what's been brought on by the stress and de-stress of his case and not being able to see his child. And I support him fully. He's such an articulate guy. He's a very skilled artist, and he's reformed as well. So the past is the past. The family court should judge him how he is now. But like I said, you're in this unjust, biased, sexist fucking war, where you're guilty until you can prove your innocence.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to wrap up in a few minutes. Go on.
I think that it's a massive issue that's underlying within society that we don't get any recognition for. Like I said to you before, approximately 10% of male suicides. I mean, suicide in males between certain ages is the biggest cause of death, and a massive percentage of that is because of this specific issue of being denied access to your children. And what we need to get the BBC, we need to get Sky News, we need people in this.
Yeah, we'll get them.
We're starting with an acorn, and we're trying to get some coverage, and this is a brilliant start. I mean, if I'd have, without wanting to kiss ass, if you'd have told me a few weeks ago I'd have been on your channel, Cody, I'd have been ecstatic, and I am ecstatic now. But it's a brilliant start, and we really appreciate you giving us this time and this forum to talk about the issue, and hopefully move forward in a positive way.
Well, the next time you guys have got a protest, I'd like to attend if possible, because like I said, even though I'm not a father myself, I fully support the fight. And I know there's people in the comment section and stuff, when you guys look back and you'll see the amount of people that are going through this, that have been through this, the support from females and people that have been through it. I'm just grateful for you guys. Like I said, Andy's real. When you've got someone on your channel that speaks so openly as you guys have, especially Andy, with obviously the care system, the prison system, his faults, his mistakes, the drug taking, coming out of prison, reforming himself, his talented artist, to this battle that you guys have both been through. And you united two guys from different worlds that are brought together. Yep. And like I said, fighting for the greater good. And I respect you guys, and I'm very grateful to have you guys on. But like I said, anyone that wants to join, or next time you do a demonstration, I would love to jump on it with you guys 1000% and march with you guys.
Definitely. Nice one.
But right, listen guys, should we wrap it up? We've done 6 hours and nearly 3.5 minutes. If there's anything, I'll leave the last word to you guys.
No, I just want to thank you for bringing us on the show, and that it's been nice to have a chat and get the word out there, and it's been quite a relief for me as well, letting some stuff out that, I mean, I've been more raw talking to you than I have speaking to most people in my life. I don't really talk about some of that deep stuff. There's only like my best friend really that I spoke about this sort of stuff to, a couple of them. But yeah, man, it's been nice to actually talk about stuff, and it's like counselling, really.
Do you know what, brother? I see it as therapy as well. Like I said, struggle with my mental health, but it's not about me. But by speaking to other people and getting their story, it also makes relatable to other people in the comment section. And then I can relate to a lot of the things as well. And then it's like therapy all round. But when you bare your soul in such a way, I've had people crying on the channel talking about being a drug addict for 10 years and losing the family members, and the family turned their back on them. And you grew up in the care system, and I've lived in about 70 odd places since the age of 12. And even Kieron, from a different world to us, but again, it resonates with him as well, and the struggle with the family courts and everything. So Andy, your artistic Facebook page is Artistic Builds.
Yeah, that's my business page.
And you think
my artwork's on my own profile on Andy J Ward. That's on my artwork.
Andy J Ward. And then moving on to, so can I just ask you, so with this banner that I'm going to pop on the screen, is it the number 4 as opposed to 4?
No, it's for the
we just put 4.
Yeah. So anybody who wants to join us, Fathers for Equality, like the word for, and we've got a WhatsApp group, and we're new, so don't expect too much of us, but all we're doing is trying to fight for equality in the family courts. That's all we want, and we will support anyone who's going through these issues, and we don't want anyone to feel like they're struggling alone, because we've all been through this within the group. So we'll support you as much as we can. And I just want to thank you personally for like the opportunity to be on your channel.
Do you know what? I feel awkward when people say that, because for me it's like, see, when I'm talking and stuff like that, I should pay more attention to the comments, but when I'm talking to somebody, I don't want to be being disrespectful and rude and be like on my other phone and blah, blah, blah. Like last night, the issues that I had with Andy last night was fucking with 100% at my end, but I didn't know what the faults were. Like the audio was looping 3 times, and then a fucking paedophile sting popped up, and then I popped myself out of my own chat like an idiot, and then I popped back in. So the channel's not polished. I'm not trying to be polished, but the aim now seems to be, yes, prison's still relevant, but there's so many people out there with so much life experience, and I like the diversity of it. And every word that people say, I'm so invested with what they say. And I go away, and I know for a fact I'll be looking at family courts, the process with the I've already forgot, Cascas, things like that. But like I said, people are going through it, real people going through real problems. And like I said, the children are being punished. You think you're punishing the father, but you're actually punishing the father, but you're also doing untold damage, which will come out in later years to a young child that's an innocent. that's complete innocent. And on that note, guys, I'll leave the last word. Anything else? Facebook pages?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Right, guys, listen. We've done this. I think this is my longest one, 6 hours and 7 minutes. I've literally not moved off the where Andy moves about and stuff. Right, I've literally been sat in the same fucking chair.
Still, mate.
Oh, bro, my ass is fucking numb. I'm sat here. I'm like, but I'm grateful to you guys for being on. I'll put links in the description, guys. If you don't ever be naive and stupid enough to believe that this couldn't be you that ends up in a relationship. We're all growing up. People are fathering children at different ages. You could fall into this trap, and as crazy as it sounds, if you have a kid with somebody before they've even given birth, it's like you've got to get evidence just in case the worst happens, which is crazy.
Yeah, of course.
Right, listen. On that note, we'll need to go on. I'll let you guys finish.
Kieron out.
Kieron out.
Andy out. See you later.
Andy out. Right, guys. Thank you so much for being on the channel. 6 hours, nearly 10 minutes, and we